Here to offer today's invocation, please welcome United States Air Force retired Master Sergeant Monty Self.
Let us pray. Father, we do remember with gratitude and prayer the men and women who died defending our nation. For all the men and women serving in our U.S. Armed Forces, Father, we pray that you would wrap your strong arms around them, cover them with your grace and presence as they honorably and well execute their duties. Father, we pray for our nation, Lord, that we would hold fast to what is good and true. And tonight, Father, as we enjoy the Coca-Cola 600, I pray for all the fans, the teams, and the drivers that we see an exciting race and a safe race. God bless America, for it's in Christ's name. Amen.
To present our nation's colors, please welcome the Armed Forces Color Guard and drummers from the United States Army Band, Pershing Zone. Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome from the United States 2nd Aircraft Marine Corps Band, Lance Corporal Elizabeth Marino.
Say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the rampart that we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Let's hear it for Lance Corporal Marino's performance. Honoring America, NASCAR's best are locked, loaded, and ready to race for 600 miles in the sport's toughest test, the Coca-Cola 600 at Charlotte. On Fox, next.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the Coca-Cola 600 on this Memorial Day Monday. We have a doubleheader coming up for you guys for NASCAR action at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. We started the NASCAR Xfinity Series race earlier this morning at about 11:15 Eastern Standard Time. Unfortunately, though, rain did itself in for the second straight day, really the third straight day, because the Xfinity Series race was supposed to be ran on Saturday afternoon and the Cup race yesterday afternoon into the night. Today, the Cup race will start in the mid-afternoon. It might not end during the nighttime sky. The Xfinity Series race, though, will return following the Cup race today. They did start the race earlier, as mentioned. They got 48 laps in, but they did not make it to the end of Stage 2 to make the race official when the rain came for the second time. They had multiple red flag periods during that race, so they will pick that up again later tonight. We will have coverage of that later on FS2, but for now and for today, we have our main event, the Coca-Cola 600. Brief predictions going into this race today. Nothing too major, but we will go through some very brief predictions for this race as usual. So you can join the NASCAR Fantasy League on the NASCAR mobile app or website. It is free to join. Chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing the following season, excluding the Daytona 500. If you win the regular season or the playoff championship, you automatically qualify for the playoffs if you're in the league when the playoffs begin in the Southern 500 on Labor Day weekend. As for our season so far, we will take a look at that and see where everybody is shaping up in the standings. You can go to the quick link section on any single page on the NASCAR website, as you see right here on the screen. Click on Fantasy Live. Again, it is free to join. All you need is your email to sign up. You'll also want to make sure that you join the KRC League after you sign in. I'll put it in the chat quickly here. So KRC space and then a capital L on League. So that is the league name that you will want to join if you are not already in. This is my team for the week, and the drivers who I think will particularly run at best today and maybe be competing for a win. Kevin Harvick, Chase Elliott, Bubba Wallace, Denny Hamlin, Kyle Larson, and Ross Chastain. My bonus picks, I do have Denny Hamlin outperforming Kyle Larson, Chase Elliott over Kevin Harvick, Bubba Wallace over Martin Truex Jr., and William Byron over Kyle Busch. There were 2 drivers I was debating on taking for the win in today's race, and that would be the defending Coca-Cola 600 winner Denny Hamlin, as well as Bubba Wallace. Toyota, in fact, Joe Gibbs Racing, more particularly, have won 4 of the last 6 Coca-Cola 600s. Bubba Wallace, I think, is going to be a very, very fast car today. He has finished in the top 5 in his last 2 races, if you count the All-Star race. On intermediate tracks this season, he has only finished in the top 5 on 1.5-mile race tracks, Kansas and Las Vegas. I think today is his day. I think he will go to victory lane. He is my ultimate pick to win the race. We will see if that prediction will be correct. You can vote in the chat for who you think will win today's race. A lot of these votes were casted yesterday when the original stream was scheduled to start. So we already have 77 votes for who you think will win today's race. between the three drivers of Ross Chastain, William Byron, and Denny Hamlin. You could vote for other if you don't think any one of those three will win. As of right now, 53% say other, 18% say Chastain and Denny Hamlin, and William Byron has 10% of the votes. So that is what we are sitting in right now. We'll take a quick look at the point standings coming into today's race as well, as I just had on the screen. Now I got to pull back up again. The point standings going into this race today. Ross Chastain is still the regular season champion despite the issue he had late getting into Kyle Larson and into the wall, battling for the win in the last points race 2 races ago. Remember, North Wilkesboro last week was a non-points race with it being an all-star race, so these points are stood from Darlington, which matched the halfway point of the regular season. So 13 races down, 13 races still to go. Ross Chastain 27 points ahead of Christopher Bell right now. Kevin Harvick within close striking distance as well, as he's third in the regular season standings overall at 29 points behind Chastain. Denny Hamlin's only 36 back. William Byron is 42 back, so that's the top 5. There are 9 different drivers who are locked into the playoffs with a win. Those drivers are Christopher Bell, Denny Hamlin, William Byron has 3 wins, Martin Truex Jr. has 1, Kyle Larson and Kyle Busch each have 2 wins, 1 wins each also for Tyler Reddick, Joey Logano, and of course Daytona 500 winner Ricky Stenhouse Jr. So those are those drivers locked in. Again, 9 of them are in, 16 spots available, so 7 still open. As far as the drivers who are on the cutoff line for points to make it into the playoffs, Chase Briscoe is the last driver above the cutoff line. He has 13 points to the good over 5 points to the good over Alex Bowman. Bowman returns to action today in the Coca-Cola 600. Josh Berry is on standby if for whatever reason Alex Bowman doesn't feel comfortable inside the race car. Berry will finish the race, but with Bowman starting the race, he will get the points for that 48 team today in the driver's standing. So 5 points separate Briscoe and Bowman, 13 points separate Briscoe and Daniel Suarez, and then Ty Gibbs is only 15 points below the cutoff line as well. Austin Cindric is 20th in the standings in his sophomore season. He is 27 points below the cutoff line as he tries to qualify for the playoffs in each of his first 2 full-time seasons in the NASCAR Cup Series. Some of the drivers that are just on the inside but need a little bit more help to put themselves above. Chase Briscoe's 13 points above the cutoff line as he is, again, the last driver above the cutoff line. Bubba Wallace is 31 points to the good, 15th in the standings. I mentioned he's got back-to-back top 5s, and I think this is a good track for him today. He'll be starting in the top 10. I would not be shocked if he wins today's race. Chris Buescher is 67 points above the cutoff line, and the Brad Keselowski's plus 103, pretty comfortably above. Both the RFK cars are above 1 full race worth of points ahead of 16th in the standings. So that is where we sit as of right now. The engines have been fired, the command has been given, and the cars will be rolling out onto the racetrack shortly to get the 2023 running of the Coca-Cola 600 underway. Looked like Jeff Burton, Bobby Labonte, and Dale Jarrett given the command to start engines for today's race. We'll go through the starting lineup on the channel here before we get this race underway. William Byron is going to be on the pole for this one, trying to go for his 4th win this season. He is the only driver with more than 2 wins on the year, and that would be amazing if he could win 4 of the first 14. Kevin Harvick starting on the outside of the front row, still looking for his first win in his final season, but he's 3rd in the point standings overall coming into today's race. Brad Keselowski and Denny Hamlin in row number 2 in this one. Hamlin coming off a win on the last mile-and-a-half racetrack at Kansas. Kyle Busch and Chase Elliott will be in row 3. Elliott still trying to make up points after missing 6 races earlier this season with a leg injury, but looking to secure a lot more points in today's race with the extra 10 points on the line and having the extra stage. Kyle Busch, again mentioned already, he has 2 wins on the season, so he'll be looking for a 3rd. He's a multi-time Coke 600 winner. Bubba Wallace and Ryan Blaney will be in row 4. Wallace, my pick to win today's race. He did win at Kansas on a mile-and-a-half last season, and again, top 5s in the only 2 mile-and-a-half racetracks we've raced on so far in 2023. Ryan Blaney, his only win with the next-gen car on a mile-and-a-half came in the All-Star race at Texas last season. Christopher Bell and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. will round out the top 10 of the starting order in row number 5. Bell is trying to close that gap on Chastain in the regular season point standings. He's 2nd overall coming into the race today. And Ricky Stenhouse Jr. still in the top 12 in points. this far into the season, halfway through the regular season. His best season of his Cup career to date, looking to continue that hot streak with another top 10 today. Chris Buescher and Kyle Larson will be in row 6 for the start of this one. Kyle Larson is a former Coke 600 winner of this race in 2021. Chris Buescher flipped in this race last season. Hopefully he can keep it on all 4 today. Harrison Burton, the second-year driver, will be in his second Coke 600 today on the inside of row 7, and the current points leader, Ross Chastain, to his outside. Tyler Reddick and Justin Haley will be back in row number 8. Haley pulling double duty in the Xfinity Series and the Cup race today. He's going to be tired by the end of this one with having already started the Xfinity race, hopping in the Cup car, and then having to go back to the Xfinity car again later to finish that one off. Joey Logano and Martin Truex Jr. will be in row number 4. Truex, a 2-time Coke 600 winner. Ty Gibbs also pulling double duty today in the Xfinity, the Cup race on the inside of row 10, and Chase Briscoe to his outside. Austin Cindric and Ryan Preece will be in row number 11. In row number 12 will be Eric Almirola and Daniel Suarez. Corey LaJoie, Eric Jones in row 13. AJ Allmendinger, Noah Gragson in row 14. Zane Smith and Michael McDowell, a couple of the front row cars in row 15. Alex Bowman making his return after a 4-week hiatus after a broken vertebrae in his back. He is only 5 points below the cutoff line coming into the race today, looking to maximize on the extra points that are at hand today, and Ty Dillon will be to his outside in row 16. Row 17 will be the 2017 Coke 600 winner Austin Dillon with BJ McLeod to his outside. Todd Gilliland and JJ Yeley. Gilliland will be driving the 51 car for Rick Ware Racing today. And the return of Jimmy Johnson, once again his third Cup race of the season. Only made one lap at COTA and wrecked out late in the Daytona 500. I think his goal today, see the checkered flag at the end of the race. He is a 3-time Coke 600 winner, and he is definitely one to look out for starting at the back of the field today for his own team at Legacy Motor Club. That is the starting lineup for today's race. For more updates prior to the race, I'll let you guys listen in to some of the pit reports.
Well, Mike, William Byron will lead the field to green in what is truly his home track. And William, it wasn't very long ago that you were sitting right up there in the stands watching this race. What would a win today here at this track on Memorial Day mean to you?
Yeah, it'd be amazing. I mean, I think this is such a special day. You know, we're usually racing on Sunday night and remembering all the fallen service members around the country on this day. But to be racing on Memorial Day is definitely special. Feels bigger than us, and I think that this race, you know, we're just going to lock in, focus. We haven't been on the racetrack, so lots of nerves, a little bit sick to my stomach just not knowing what the racetrack's going to be like. But you know, I think we'll be fine. We trust our simulation, and we'll use all of our tools and hopefully unload here and be fast and get out front and have a smooth 30 to 35 laps till we get the comp yellow.
All right, William Byron trying to get his first crown jewel win this afternoon. Mike?
Thanks, Jamie. Qualifying was rained out for the first time ever in the 64-year history of this race. Take a look at these pairings and how they've done through their first 77 races together. Kyle Larson on a twice as fast pace as Jimmy Johnson and Chad Knaus in their first 77 races. Wow.
Pretty incredible. Let's see what he has to say about that, huh? Hey, Kyle Larson, it's Boyer Smoking the Boys up in the booth. You got us?
Hey, I got you guys.
Man, boy, you've been on fire. Kansas was a great run. Darlington also coming off $1 million winner at the All-Star race. Confidence on keeping that alive and finishing such a special weekend right here with the Coca-Cola 600.
Yeah, definitely confident. As you mentioned, you having some good runs here lately. A lot of fast cars, or teams have been bringing a lot of fast cars to the track, so proud of them for that. You won this race once before, so we'd love to be able to do it again. You know, definitely a special weekend for sure.
I don't know who that is. How about the experience of going over to Indy and this double coming up on your plate for next year? Pretty exciting, huh?
Yeah, definitely. That was cool to be there yesterday. You get to compete in the double next year. Honestly, wouldn't mind if there's a little rain in Charlotte again next year and get to race Monday, so it would be as tough. But no, the experience would be awesome, and just can't wait. Really, I wish I could kind of just hit fast forward on the next 360 some odd days until I get in the car. But until then, we got to focus on this 5 team, and you're doing a good job here today.
All right, buddy. I'll let you do your thing. Good luck out there.
Thank you.
qualifying rained out, the NASCAR performance metrics set the lineup. Byron, his 3 wins this season, lead all drivers. Kevin Harvick, a 2-time 600 winner. That's your front row. Brad Keselowski, the 2020 winner. And Denny Hamlin, last year's winner of the 600, share row 2. Kyle Busch won the 600 in 2018. Chase Elliott is a 2-time 600 runner-up. That's row 3. Row 4, Bubba Wallace on the best run of his career, coming off second at the All-Star race last week, and Ryan Blaney in row 4. Row 5, Christopher Bell finished a 600 best 5th last year, and Ricky Stenhouse, who made his Cup debut in this race in 2011.
Well, let's check in with our buddy Denny Hamlin here. Hey Denny, it's Tony and Clinton, the guys in the booth. You got us, bud?
10-4.
Hey man, we got a chance to talk to you yesterday about the conditions. Conditions are a little different today. The fog's burn off, the mist is burn off, and the sun's peeking in and out. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think that these are prime conditions for faster speeds for sure. And I think this is going to race kind of a little bit more like nighttime with these overcast conditions. So I don't think the track is going to change a whole lot during the day. So we just got to make sure we're keeping up with the track.
All right, man. Well, have a good ride out there today. Remember, this is a big weekend for all of us and our military, and we're proud to be a part of this. So good luck to you today, bud.
Thank you. Definitely want to give a shout out to all the Gold Star families out there.
Fans, today is your chance to win 25.
Alrighty, that was a couple of pre-race interviews that you guys have right before the drop of the green flag from William Byron, Kyle Larson, and Denny Hamlin. Got some shout-outs to get out here before the green flag drops for the early comers into the chat today. Godzilla Legendary 2078, thanks for tuning in. Silent Owl Scribe, Weather Expert Gaming, Mark Witkowski, Terry Lewis, Melinda Leverett, Robert Perkle, Patrick Shadley, Dale. We got a fake Dale Earnhardt account in here. Thanks for tuning in as well. Aaron Goki, thanks for tuning into the stream. Asir Isaac, Menace, Taj Flatine, Harry T, Hope Glory, Jeffrey Giordano, Brian Zantap, Robert Faring, Travis Glanton, the Tower Enthusiast, Patricia Bateman, and a lot of people that were waiting in the chat here. Mike George, Matthew Dorta, Bruno, Sid for Brains, Jackson Thomas, Jim Troyer, Tyler Burbeck, Billy Kramer, NASCAR Justin Kent, Diana Alves, and others. Welcome into the stream. I appreciate all you guys tuning in here, especially on a Monday. I'm sure most people probably have off with it being Memorial Day from work or school, but I appreciate it nonetheless. Our second rain-out day of the NASCAR Cup season, and hopefully the last, to say the least.
Is feeling confident right now. Now, they've never finished better than 14th in the Coke 600, but crew chief Booty Barker says they feel good about their mile-and-a-half program. They feel good about what they did here last year, despite not having the finish they wanted. Momentum is a real thing right now for this 23 team, Larry Mack.
Well, Josh, Tony Stewart said it. Don't beat yourself. You can't win this thing in the first 200 or 300 laps, but you can flat lose it. So let's take a look at our Verizon race strategy. 4 stages, 100 laps apiece. Our plan is to just split those in half. 4 tires every stop, but don't shy away from 2 right sides, especially for a short run. Make adjustments. You need to keep up with the track, but don't over-adjust the race car. 60 to 65 laps on fuel. You get to that point, you want to make sure you get in there and get that thing full of fuel, Mike.
Pace car has pulled the pit road of the green flag after a almost 24-hour wait time from the drop of the green flag scheduled time yesterday to today. We are racing in the Coca-Cola 600 at Charlotte. Packed crowd on hand for a Monday, and William Byron will lead the field rolling down into turns 1 and 2 as he has elected the inside lane for the start, quickly clear of the driver to his outside Kevin Harvick, and down the backstretch he will lead them once more. No 3-wide action there initially on the restart, but there is a lot of double file racing going on outside the top 5 all the way through about the top 20. 3-wide a little bit off the exit of turn 4. It looks like middle of the pack, right around 15th place or so, give or take. Byron is going to lead the opening lap of the race for the pole as he's quickly out to about a 4 or 5 car length lead, as there is a side-by-side battle for second going on behind him between the 4 car of Kevin Harvick, who's in the outside lane, and the 11 car of Denny Hamlin on the bottom. Hamlin not going to quite be able to keep up with the 4 of Harvick. Harvick will be in second place, and actually that was Chris Buescher in the 17 car who was underneath him. Excuse me on that. Denny Hamlin was stuck in the outside lane behind, trying to battle for position with Buescher's teammate Brad Keselowski. Hamlin will win that battle for fourth and pull clear into turn 1, and a new battle has erupted with the two Fords of Blaney and Keselowski now, as Blaney is on the outside of the 6 car into turns 1 and 2. Using that grip strip on the outside with the PJ1/traction compound, and he clears Keselowski with the run. Busch also had a run on the outside, slingshots to the bottom now to pull off a slide job into turns 3 and 4, and he is going to be able to clear Brad Keselowski for position off the exit of the corner. One car almost bounced into the wall off turn 4 behind him, and I think that might have been Bubba Wallace in the 23. Looked like he got a bit tight. Didn't really lift, though, because he keeps the momentum up and gets back to the back bumper of the 6 car of Brad Keselowski, who now will have to sit behind Busch. Busch didn't actually clear him off turn 4, but he did clear him off turn 2. Hamlin and Blaney are battling for position, as Blaney will now slide up in line behind Hamlin, who had the run off the high side in turn 2. And more battling still going on for position as things are starting to get sorted out in the early going of this race. Kyle Larson, who started just outside the top 10 in the 12th place position, has just made a pass. And I believe he has just gotten around... Hard to tell who it is. We got a lot of red, white, and blue and camouflage paint schemes in the field today, so a lot of the cars look similar. But Larson did make a pass. It looked like it was on Christopher Bell for 8th place, because Bell is in 9th right behind him. Truex Jr. inside the top 10 now. He'll pass Christopher Bell, his teammate, for position. It looks like Buescher will also pass Bell and knock the 20 car outside the top 10. William Byron, with leading the first 6 laps of today's race, has now eclipsed 600 laps led already this season in just the first 13 races. Definitely one of the better teams, if not the team to beat right now for the championship this early in the season. We're halfway through the regular season, but we're about a third of the way through the entire season as a whole if you count the 10 playoff races, so a lot of action still to go in 2023. A 4/10 of a second lead now for Byron over Harvick. Martin Truex Jr. has now quickly caught Kyle Larson for position as they battle for 8th on track. Truex not going to be able to quite keep up with him there. The race is on the main Fox affiliate for anybody locally, if you're wondering what channel the race is on. Most of the rain dates go to FS1, but with it still being a 3-day holiday weekend, they kept the race on the major Fox network. So Big Fox, again, you can watch this race. It is the last NASCAR Cup Series race that is supposed to be on the main Fox channel this year. Their next 2 weeks, Fox still covering the race weekends for NASCAR, but all Cup races will be on FS1 for the next 2 weeks, and then they switch over to NBC and USA Network for the second half of the season. 2/10 slower that last lap was Denny Hamlin than the 24 car of William Byron, who has a clean air advantage over the 11 car. 3-wide battle for position into turn 3. Tyler Reddick trying to go after both the 20 and the 5 at the same time as they held each other up, side drafting on the backstretch. Larson's car looks a little bit loose on the outside in 3 and 4. Reddick slides clear off the exit of the corner. Tyler Reddick knocking out 2 birds with 1 stone as he goes from 11th to 9th in 1 turn. Now a half a second lead for Byron over Hamlin. Hamlin another 10th quicker. Looked like 2/10 quicker. In fact, that last lap, he's knocked it down to 4/10 of a second off the lead. Hamlin just dropped to 30.333 to Byron's 30.536. Byron does look to have the fastest lap of the race here in the early going of a 29.953. So we've already seen 6/10 of a second of fall off on this green racetrack because any rubber that was laid down from the Xfinity Series race earlier this afternoon got washed out with the rain. So going to see probably more tire wear here in the early going of this race and what you will see later as these teams get the balance on their cars, especially when you consider the fact that there was no practice and qualifying on Saturday because that got rained out for the Cup Series as well. They were the only one of 3 series to not have practice and qualifying for this weekend's event. That's something you want going into the longest race of the NASCAR season, hoping that your equipment will make it to the very end. It's the push in the test of man versus machine, and this is not just any normal race. This is more of an endurance race in the NASCAR realms, especially with a lot less 500-mile races on the schedule compared to years past. A lot of 400-mile and shorter races now on the schedule, very few 500-plus mile races. So when you get to this 600-mile race in Charlotte, North Carolina, Memorial Day weekend, it's maybe more of a test than in years past. But Byron has led the first 12 laps so far. During the commercial break that Fox is on, Denny Hamlin has cut that lead down significantly. He's only 1/10 of a second off the lead, and he's been chipping away a tenth or two faster a lap than Byron pretty much over the last roughly 5 laps of this race. Once he got to second, it took Hamlin a little bit of time to get there, but he is on the move. Chris Buescher has dropped back significantly from about 3rd place off the settling start back to 10th, and Kevin Harvick, who was in 2nd at the start of this race, is already outside the top 10 to 11th as he has dropped back 9 positions from his starting spot. So your top 5 right now, William Byron leads by less than 1/10 of a second at the line that last lap over Denny Hamlin. Kyle Busch is in 3rd place, only 0.6 of a second off the lead. Ryan Blaney up to 4th quickly, 0.9 of a second back, and then a bigger gap back to Martin Truex Jr. In 5th place, he is 2.6 seconds behind William Byron. Average race pace of 173.87 miles per hour. It looks like during the commercial break we have a pass for the race lead, as it looks like Denny Hamlin will take over ahead of William Byron, Hamlin's first lead of the day. I almost predicted him to win the race. I was debating between him and Bubba Wallace, and I was almost thinking about Chase Elliott somewhat as well, but I didn't feel as confident with him because he just hasn't been as consistent since coming back from his injury. He's had speed at times, and Hendrick Motorsports has been the team to beat this year. But specifically at HMS, it's been the 24 and the 5 to beat, not necessarily the 9 and the 48. So when it comes to winning races especially. Showing a replay during the commercial break, it looked like Hamlin had a run from off of turn 4, and the pass for the lead was made on the bottom of the racetrack in 1 and 2. Just quickly cleared Byron. First chance he got underneath him, he was able to pass him, and now is quickly pulled out about 3 to 4 of a second ahead of the 24 car. Byron under duress from behind now from Kyle Busch, who will put a battle for second on. Busch finished runner-up in the Coke 600 last season behind his then teammate Denny Hamlin. Busch to the inside of the track at turns 1 and 2 will not be able to pull alongside Byron and will remain in 3rd place for the time being. 4 stages today, as mentioned. Each of them are 100 laps and 150 miles, making up the full 600-mile, 100-lap distance. The fuel window is 60 to 65 laps, so everybody will have to make at least 1 pit stop in each stage today, maybe more than that depending on how cautions may play out this afternoon. But Denny Hamlin is out to a 0.2 of a second lead now over Byron. It seems like Byron's picked up again these last couple laps since Kyle Busch had caught him, and maybe Byron getting a little bit better as this run carries on. There will be a lap 30 competition caution as well in this race. Lap 30 or 35 competition caution, I think somewhere between then. We will end up seeing it, and that is because there was no practice or qualifying on Saturday, and the race got moved to today, and they started on a green racetrack with the rain earlier this afternoon, so again, competition caution will be scheduled for between laps 30 and 35, so most of these drivers should be able to stay on the lead lap before then. It looks like Ty Gilliland is in last place right now, but he has about a 6-second gap between himself and the next car ahead of him, Ty Dillon. So even if Gilliland goes a lap down here in the next 15 laps, I don't think the field will catch Ty Dillon in time, so I believe Gilliland should get that lap back. Jimmy Johnson, who started in last place today with no practice in qualifying, he is making his first oval start in an next-gen car that is not on a super speedway like he did at Daytona, and he's kind of impressive here in the early going as he's already picked up 8 positions from the start of the race up to 29th. Alex Bowman's up 5 spots from his 31st place starting position, so those are some of the bigger movers in the back half of the field. Kevin Harvick, he is dropping like a rock right now. Started second, and in the first 20 laps, he's already dropped to 20th place. Something is definitely going wrong with that 4 car. We've seen some struggles from SHR on the intermediate tracks this year with the 41 and the 14 team specifically, but it looks like Harvick in the early going is also starting to fade. Looks like Ty Gibbs and Eric Jones going to get around him this lap as well. And he's got 2 more cars just behind him looking to make passes of Harrison Burton and Michael McDowell. In fact, all 4 SHR Fords will be outside the top 20 if Harvick continues to fall. The other 3 are running 30th is Almirola. Ryan Preece is... I'm not sure where Preece is at. I don't see him on the leaderboard here. Preece is 23rd, and then the 14 of Briscoe's in 35th right now. They have struggled on intermediate tracks. Briscoe and Preece have like 25th to 30th place speed on a lot of these intermediate tracks this season. And unfortunately for them, we have quite a few more coming up in the summer months, so they're going to have to get that program working in the right direction, or Briscoe could fall out of the cutoff line, especially with Alex Bowman coming back from injury and Chase Elliott on the move outside the cutoff line, and even some other drivers that have been outperforming him that are around him in points recently, like Ty Gibbs or Bubba Wallace. Wallace has already passed him, but Gibbs is not too far behind. Daniel Suarez has had some speed in recent weeks, and he led a lot of laps in the 600 last year. I think, if I remember correctly, Suarez won a stage in the 600 last year, so he could have a good day today as well. So not looking good for Chase Briscoe, that 14 team, not only today, but maybe in the future as far as trying to make the playoffs for his second consecutive season. Chase Elliott's made his way up to 12th place right now, settling in behind Ricky Stenhouse Jr., not really battling him for position as he's still about a second behind him. Denny Hamlin is still about 0.4 of a second ahead of William Byron. Ryan Blaney's jumped up to 3rd place as Kyle Busch has fallen from 3rd to 5th in the last couple laps, and Truex from starting outside the top 10's already up to 4th. Christopher Bell on the move on this longer green flag run as well will get past Kyle Busch. The Toyotas have been really good on the 1.5-mile tracks this season. On the intermediate track specifically, they seem to have great long run cars, and that's what you're already seeing with Hamlin in the lead, Truex in 4th, and Bell now up to 5th. Even Tyler Reddick is on the move after starting outside the top 10. He is in 8th. Bubba Wallace is starting to fall back quite a bit as well after starting 7th. He is in 16th, and I think he was as high as 5th or 6th there after about 10-15 laps, but he is starting to fade just like Kevin Harvick was moments ago, and it looks like even Harvick's gotten caught by one of his teammates. Priest just passed him, and now Harvick's back to 23rd. That's amazing how quickly he has dropped in this race after starting in 2nd place. But again, the order was started based off of the metrics that NASCAR uses for when practice and qualifying is rained out. Specifically when qualifying is rained out, they go based off of the 4 metrics. I think it's 25% based off of where you finished the last points race, which would have been Darlington 2 weeks ago. It would have also been where you're based off of in the driver standings and the owner standings, I believe, take over 50% of it. So, or it might be, I think I have the numbers wrong. I think it's 50% is where you finish the last race, and then 25% for owners points, and then 25% for drivers points. That bases the starting order off. And that's why Alex Bowman started deep in the field, because he didn't actually run the last NASCAR Cup Series race. And the only reason he didn't start dead last is because the 48 car is in the top 20 in the owner standings, because Josh Berry has done a pretty good job in that fill-in role, both for him and for Chase Elliott this year, so maybe has earned himself a spot for a Cup Series ride next season. There's going to be a couple available. We know Kevin Harvick's retiring at the end of the year. We don't know what the situation is exactly at Front Row Motorsports, if they're bringing Zane Smith in. You would imagine they probably are with Zane Smith getting some Cup starts this year, but you don't know that for sure with still having Barry potentially available. Eric Almirola was supposed to retire last season, ended up not retiring. We don't even know about Martin Truex Jr. either. Remember, Martin Truex Jr., it was questioned on whether he would retire at the end of last season or not, signed a 1-year extension. Maybe he is up at the end of the season, and Barry could go to that 19 team. Whatever the case is, there could be rides available, and a driver like Josh Berry, who has filled in well, has some Cup experience, especially with this new next-gen car. That is very vital into deciding who will take that ride full-time the following season. Hamlin has already eclipsed William Byron in the most laps led up to this point. He has now led 16 laps and counting after Byron led the first 13 from the pole. Your current running order as of right now on lap 29, we'll just go through the top 10 real quick because we have the Comp Yellow coming up soon. Denny Hamlin has a half a second lead over Ryan Blaney, who is up to 2nd. Christopher Bell is in 3rd place, 0.8 of a second off the lead. William Byron has just gotten past. He is back to 4th place. He's also 0.8 of a second off the lead. Martin Truex Jr. is in 5th, 1.3 seconds back. Kyle Busch has fallen to 1.8 seconds off the lead in 6th. Brad Keselowski is 2.2 seconds back of the leader. Tyler Reddick is in 8th place, 2.9 seconds back. Chris Buescher is in 9th, 6.9 seconds off the lead. And then Kyle Larson rounds out the top 10. He is 8.1 seconds off the lead. Side-by-side battle for second on screen right now. Christopher Bell to the inside of Ryan Blaney for position, and he will take over that spot. as we are at lap 31. I think lap 35 then would be the competition caution. Once every lead lap car crosses the start-finish line is when the caution flag will wave, and they will be within the fuel window to make it to the end of stage 1 from there, so we will be seeing pit stops during the comp yellow. Chase Briscoe has just gone a lap down, so has Ty Dillon, and Todd Gilliland has already lost a lap, so I guess more cars have gone a lap down than what I thought were going to. So Briscoe in the free pass position for now. BJ McLeod, though, about to go a lap down, maybe in the free pass position, and Briscoe could get trapped here very quickly. A lot of battling for position still going on right around 20th place. Bubba Wallace has fallen all the way outside the top 20. And ladies and gentlemen, Jimmy Johnson on the move. Never mind, he's in 30th. I thought he was in 20th for a second. I misread that. I was like, man, he's up to 20th already? It's like old Jimmy's back. Now he's in 30th place, so he should be on the lead lap to the end of the stage. Kevin Harvick's dropped to 28th, and Bubba Wallace has dropped to 25th. I did not see that happening out of either car, especially Wallace. He was my pick to win this race today. All the other Toyotas in the top 17, except for that 23 car. And Christopher Bell has just consumed the race lead from his teammate Denny Hamlin. Bell out in front. He has not won on an asphalt track this year. His only win came at Bristol on dirt, but he is second in points for a reason, and he's looking to gain quite a few points over Ross Chastain, who's still outside the top 10 at 13th. Now, granted, points are not going to be scored for Stage 1 for about another 65-plus laps, but he is in great position to try to make it up. He's 27 points back. Denny Hamlin's just over 30 points back as well, and he is second. So a couple of those Toyota drivers try to make it interesting in the second half of the regular season and battling for those extra 15 playoff points, which are awarded to the regular season champ if they can catch Chastain in the summer months. Ryan Blaney now catching Denny Hamlin as Hamlin's car is really starting to fade here at about the time where we're going to see the competition caution wave shortly. Blaney to second, looking very quick early on. Christopher Bell is leading, and the competition caution is out. So our first caution of the race has waved. The comp yellow is out at lap 36. So BJ McLeod did go a lap down right before the comp yellow waved as expected, so McLeod will get the free pass. That will trap Briscoe, Ty Dillon, and Todd Gilliland a lap down here, leading into the second half of stage number 1. So 3 different leaders here in these first 35 laps, and we will be having pit stops very shortly. Once the pace car gets the field rounded up and they get ordered up in the right order, we will end up seeing pit road open. Very overcast, clouded skies, a cooler weekend in Charlotte, North Carolina. It's actually been warmer here in northwest Ohio where I live compared to the weather they're having in Charlotte this weekend. So very interesting. I think it's like 81 degrees here today, and I don't even think it broke above mid-70s in Charlotte. Plus it's wet and damp, so it probably feels cooler. Might be windier, who knows. See if there's anybody new in the chat here recently. Got just over 100 people watching already. Appreciate it, everybody. Jackson Gray, thanks for tuning in. Let's see who else has been in here. Eddie Jr., Dale Opplinger, welcome to the stream. Yep, comp yellow at lap 35, and we are at it right now. Races on Big Fox. Yep. Gary Uzinski, thanks for tuning in. Kelly O'Neill, welcome to the stream. Stuart Davis, welcome. Billy Carjoy, official channel, thanks for tuning in. And I think that's it. Pit road is open. Leaders are in.
Like it's been a good start to the race for the 12 car. Ryan Blaney up 6 spots from where he started in 8th, second place right now. 1 and 2 a little bit too tight for him, and he's loose over the bumps in turns 3 and 4. And the 20 of Christopher Bell, he's pretty good right now with laps on tires. Just wants a small change to free it up. Jamie?
First of many pit stops today for these teams. The 11 and Denny Hamlin got bouncy, said he kept getting looser. Once an adjustment in 4 tires. William Byron in the 24, air pressure adjustment. Wants a little maneuverability, but not much. He's pretty good.
There's your race off pit road.
William Byron easily wins the race out of the pits. 4 spots gained on a 4-tire stop for the 2014. They've been the best on pit road this year, which has led to a lot of the success Byron has had 2 spots lost for Christopher Bell as he falls out of the lead and back to 3rd, and a couple of other changes in the running order as well throughout the top 10. But Byron definitely the biggest mover of those in the top 10 here in the early going. We'll take our first ad break of the race under the competition caution. You're listening live on KRC on the YouTube channel to the Coca-Cola 600 2023 edition for the NASCAR Cup Series. Sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content as our coverage continues through the rest of this afternoon at Charlotte. Reminder, the Xfinity Series race will be on after the Cup race today. We will be live for that later tonight. No official start time for that one because we don't know exactly when this race is going to finish, but I'd imagine that they would get that race started within an hour after the finish of this Cup Series race as well. So you can tune in for that. That will be on a separate stream. It will not be on this stream. So you will have to exit out of this and go to another stream later, but I do have that stream set up already, so you should be easily able to find it following the conclusion of this one. 123 votes have been casted for who you think will win today's race. We won't close this poll until the end of stage 3. We have that extra stage today, so once we have 100 laps to go in the race, I will close it. But 123 votes already casted. Be sure to make sure you cast your vote if you haven't already for who you think will win today's Coca-Cola 600. Ross Chastain, William Byron, Denny Hamlin, or other are the votes. Other easily at 55% right now, but that could still sway as we have a lot more potential to get a lot more votes, and I would not be shocked if we have 200 to 250 votes with this being a longer race, so that could definitely sway things, but 55% say that somebody other than Hamlin, Byron, or Chastain will win. We saw Bell leading at the Comp Yellow. Byron, though, back in the lead following pit stops, faded on the long run a little bit. We'll see if they have maybe made those right adjustments. Remember, these are the first adjustments that these teams have been able to make all race weekend because of practice and qualifying getting rained out yesterday, so definitely going to want to fine-tune those cars, and they'll have many pit stops today with having a 600-mile race. Chastain has 15% of the votes. Byron, of the 4 possible picks, only has 12% of the votes, the least of them despite leading, and Hamlin, who looks quick on the short runs as well as Byron early in this race, has 18% of the votes, the most at least of the 3 drivers thus far. NASCAR Vintage 17, thanks for tuning into the stream also. But yeah, appreciate everybody tuning in. 61 likes on the stream. Our goal today will be 200. During the Indy 500 live commentary stream yesterday, we hit 213 likes on the stream. Appreciated that so much. It was our most watched stream of the 2023 racing season, and it was a non-NASCAR stream, but it is the Indy 500. It was the biggest race in the world on an annual basis, and did go on as scheduled, unlike this race getting rained out to a Monday. Clear, no wind, really beautiful day in Speedway, Indiana, just outside of Indianapolis yesterday, so great show nonetheless, and I'm sure that a lot of you guys probably enjoyed the race. I was a little skeptical of the finish of the race, having that red flag to get a 1-lap green-white checker in with the nasty crashes we already saw leading up to that, a couple of them, but he Joseph Newgarden ended up winning the race. Nonetheless, congratulations to him and Team Penske for getting the win in the Indianapolis 500. It was Roger Penske's first Indy 500 win since taking ownership of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway just a couple of seasons ago. Looked like Jimmy Johnson came back onto pit road. I'm not sure if he had a penalty of some sort. He is going to be the last car in the lead lap of the restart. Again, Briscoe Gilliland and Ty Dillon will be a lap down when we get back to racing. Row 1 on the restart will be William Byron and Ryan Blaney. We have seen a mixture throughout the truck and even in the early going of the Xfinity race for which driver would take the inside or the top lane, and we've seen a mixture of that. The top or the bottom has pretty much been equal for the most part. It looks like Byron has elected the bottom, though Blaney will be on the outside lane as they've gotten the 1-to-go signal this time by. So they are already doubled up. Showing the names of the fallen military members that we honor on this Memorial Day. Each one of these NASCAR Cup cars, and really all for the race weekend, the truck and the Xfinity Series also did this, but they have the names of those fellow service members on the top of the windshield. They've been doing that for the last, I don't even know how many years they've been doing it. They've been doing it for a while, though. Great tradition that they run for the Coke 600 weekend, and I'm sure we'll continue to do. And NASCAR really does do a lot to honor this weekend. I've been to the Coke 600. I was there in 2021, and you don't really get a feel for all the pre-race stuff that they do. They don't show all of it on TV, but being there in person, you can definitely kind of feel the weight, really, of everything that goes on prior to the pre-race. They had some of it on TV this year. They usually don't, but definitely something you'd want to check out. Definitely a bucket list race to go to. Green flag is back in the air. William Byron leads the field to the green once again, as he did at the start of the race. A more even start with the top and the bottom lane this time. Harvick did not take off well initially on the front row, but he didn't have as fast of a car. Tyler Reddick had a hiccup in the middle of the corner as he gets split 3 wide. Ryan Blaney taking the fight to William Byron here and trying to go for the race lead for the first time today. Has the edge into turn 3 on the inside, and he'll pull clear in the middle of 3 and 4. Ryan Blaney to the lead for the first time this afternoon, our 4th different leader already in the first 40-plus laps of the race. That's Blaney's first one led. Byron held in line in second behind him. Keselowski, who gained a couple spots on pit road and a couple more in the restart, is up to 3rd. And Brad now going to the inside for 2nd place underneath Byron. Side by side, down the back, into turn 3. Bad Brad on the inside of Willie B on the top. Keselowski couldn't hook the bottom in the center of the corner. Byron wins the race back to the throttle and will stay clear for now. And because of that failed pass attempt, it looks like Christopher Bell in the Interstate Batteries 20 is now going to challenge Keselowski in the Castrol Edge number 6 Ford Mustang. And Bell slips up off the bottom of the racetrack as well as Keselowski is able to get there. Druck swings wildly off the exit of turn 2 to cut to the inside of the other RFK Ford in the top 5 of Chris Buescher. And he will make the pass on the inside lane with ease. Keselowski did get passed, by the way, it looked like by Christopher Bell. Bell now up to 3rd place, and it looks as if Keselowski, with losing that spot, and actually it looks like there might be a lap car. Yeah, there was a lap car in the way, my bad. So Keselowski was still ahead. I noticed there were 4 cars in the picture randomly at the front of the field. From the camera pan, I didn't realize somebody was going another lap down. I think somebody made a pit stop prior to the restart. It was Ty Dillon in the 77. I guess he's multiple laps down. He came back on the pit road there towards the tail end of that caution. He's back on the racetrack for now and just got lapped once again. He's 5 laps down already in that 77 Spire Motorsports Chevrolet. Showing a replay of Denny Hamlin trying to go 3 wide under his teammate Bell and Chris Buescher as they were all battling for position a little bit ago and almost made contact with him. Then Hamlin proceeded to block his teammate Martin Truex Jr. while Truex is trying to get by both drivers. Alex Bowman on the move right now, up to 16th place, just past Eric Jones in the 43 car. Bowman started 31st. He's gained 15 positions and has gained more spots than any other driver in the field thus far. Joey Logano, another one of those Fords that have been free-falling. Him and Kevin Harvick have fallen way to the back. Logano has dropped to 27th place. He's another driver who has struggled on the intermediate tracks this season. Maybe not as bad as, say, Ryan Preece or Chase Briscoe, but he has had races where he has ran on speed outside the top 20. And in the first 48 laps of today's race, that has been the same case once again. Christopher Bell back to 3rd place. Now he gets around Keselowski. Denny Hamlin trying to get around him as well. Hamlin was running in 3rd at the time of the competition caution earlier. Ryan Blaney is out to a 6/10 of a second lead over William Byron. 53 laps to go here, still in stage 1. Long ways to go in the Coca-Cola 600, but Blaney looking good early on. Christopher Bell was looking good when he had the clean air prior to the Cop Yellow, but didn't have as fast of a stop as the 12 and the 24, and that's why he is in 3rd place still. Kyle Larson now has entered the top 10. Once again, he fell back on pit road, lost a couple spots. He'll get those back a handful of laps after the restart. Daniel Suarez also on the move. I think he started outside the top 20, and he is up to 12th. He has just passed his teammate, Ross Chastain, for 13th. Chastain's just kind of been mired just outside the top 10 from the start of the race. Suarez maybe the quickest Trackhouse car in the early going. a Ford, a Chevy, followed by a Toyota, Ford, and another Chevy in the top 5. And then 6 through 10 is a Chevrolet with 2 Toyotas, a Ford, and another Chevy to round out the top 10 in the manufacturer order. Fastest laps of the day have been ran since that pit stop. Now that there is a little bit more rubber on the racetrack, teams were able to make adjustments for the first time all weekend. And Ryan Blaney has ran the fastest lap of the race to date with a 29.686. Denny Hamlin actually had the fastest lap on this green flag run at 29.648. Blaney was second fastest. Both laps were ran on lap 43, which was the second lap after the restart. Keselowski still playing a little bit of defense on the 11 car of Denny Hamlin. And I gotta say, he's doing a pretty good job of it right now. Because Hamlin's still in his rear view, although with them battling and Hamlin knowing he's quicker than the 6, and the 6 not giving that position up, the top 3 have kind of checked away, and Hamlin's about 2.2 seconds off the lead and falling still as he continues to not be able to get around the 6. Chase Elliott's passed both Trackhouse cars at last lap. It looks like he gets by Suarez and Chastain. Chastain's fallen back to 16th. I think he lost 3 positions at last lap. Eric Jones just passed him as well. And Ty Gibbs has gotten around Daniel Suarez in the 99, so maybe the Trackhouse car is not as good on the long run. Ryan Blaney's lead is now 1.1 seconds. Remember, Blaney has not won a points-paying race with the next-gen car. His only win was in a non-points race in the All-Star race that was at Texas last season. So it's been a little over a calendar year even since that, and I believe he is on a 54-race losing skid as of right now. So be nice to see that 12 car go to victory lane. Of course, me being a Ryan Blaney fan, I'm more than willing to have him go to victory lane. These live commentary streams, he has not won a race on a live commentary stream. He won the All-Star race on the live commentary stream, but he hasn't won a points race on a live commentary stream. So you guys haven't seen a genuine reaction from me when Blaney wins yet. So we will see. Maybe today will be the day, but we've been in this situation many, many times before, and it has not happened. So very early, I'm not getting my hopes up by any means. Byron's still hanging on to second. Christopher Bell hasn't gotten around him yet, although he's only about 0.2 of a second behind him that last time by at the line. Fox is on a full-screen commercial break, so we will take a full-field running order run down. Ryan Blaney, again, a 1.1 second lead. William Byron is in second place. Christopher Bell third. Brad Keselowski fourth, and Denny Hamlin is fifth. Kyle Busch is in sixth place. Mark Truex Jr. 7th. Tyler Reddick 8th. Chris Buescher 9th, and Kyle Larson is 10th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in 11th. Ty Gibbs 12th. Chase Elliott is 13th. Daniel Suarez 14th, and Eric Jones is 15th. Alex Bowman is 16th. Ross Chastain 17th. Austin Cindric 18th. Michael McDowell 19th, and Justin Haley is 20th. AJ Allmendinger in 21st. Bubba Wallace 22nd. Corey LaJoie 23rd. Joey Logano 24th, and Harrison Burton is 25th. 26th is Jimmy Johnson. Zane Smith 27th. Austin Dillon 28th. 29th is Ryan Preece, and Kevin Harvick is now 30th place. Eric Almirola 31st, Noah Gragson 32nd, J.J. Yeley in 33rd, B.J. McLeod 34th, and that is the last car of the lead lap. Chase Briscoe 35th is the first car, 1 lap down. Ty Gillen 36th, and Ty Dillon is 5 laps down in 37th. 34 minutes and 43 seconds and counting into this race. Lap 57 of 400 in the Coca-Cola 600 this afternoon. I'll play a little bit of that Fox broadcast for you guys over the next several minutes. Never mind, we're on a commercial. I thought they were coming back from the commercial break because they had the Clint Boyer Fox Bet Super 6 or whatever on there that threw me off. And then Charles Barkley was screaming at me about Subway, so I ended up having to mute it there real quick. iRacing 413, thanks for tuning into the stream once again today. I remember you from the Indy 500 yesterday and from previous live commentary streams. Thanks for tuning back in. Philip Moore, welcome to the stream as well. I'd love to see Kyle Larson win the Indy 500 next year. If he wins the Indy 500, I think you have to say hands down he's the greatest driver in the world right now. I think he's the best oval driver. He's the best oval racer in the world right now. But he will be the best racer hands down if he can hop in an Indy car and win the Indy 500. He's that talented. I mean, it's just insane. He's on a whole nother level. That last lap, Christopher Bell was about 3/10 quicker than Ryan Blaney. I don't know if Blaney is getting into lap traffic, which is starting to cost him a little bit of time, but Bell is the quickest car on the racetrack right now. Him and Tyler Reddick, lap time-wise, were the two quickest that last lap. Reddick is still back in the 7th place position. He's got a lot of cars between himself and the leaders yet, but he is there. Bubba Wallace, after falling back to about 25th, is only up a few more spots than that during this run, but maybe not fading quite as bad. 21st, but man, Kevin Harvick, I can't believe that. 2nd to 30th in 60 laps. And he fell back to about, 28th before the comp yellow or somewhere around there? That is just insane. All of the SHR Fords right now are 29th or worse. And to add insult to injury, Tony Stewart's in the booth watching it firsthand this weekend. They are back from the commercial break. 40 to go in stage 1. Here's Mike Joy, Tony Stewart, and Clint Boyer.
Servicemen and women who have passed in the service of our country in the last year. Those names will scroll across the bottom of our screen several times during this afternoon's telecast. 39 laps to go in stage 1. Things beginning to string out just a bit, but for the battle for the lead and this fight for 4th place.
It's been going on for 20 laps. Keselowski and Hamlin. Keselowski giving Hamlin fits.
And for the lead, Bell has caught Blaney. No surprise there.
And I've been watching Christopher Bell. You watch what he did right there. He goes in on the top, and it looks like he just kind of slows down a little bit extra, but it gives the front end time to cut, start down the hill, and he can get in the gas very, very early, and you see the drive it gave him off.
The other thing I see is just like Regan told us about that 12 car, started to wiggle that tail on the outside of him, getting loose.
They did not get a chance to make the chassis adjustment they wanted, so new tires have done their job, and now Blaney's going to have to hang on to it until he can get some more. Tyler Reddick, Kyle Busch. This is for 6th place. Let's go back to 15th place, Daniel Suarez, and an update from Josh.
Yeah, and I talked to Daniel Suarez before the start of this race, and he called this a place he could win. Very confident. And early on in the race, they moved their way up from 24th all the way to 12th. Well, he got super loose early in the race after that last stop, made some adjustments, felt better for 3 to 4 laps, and then he came on the radio and said, hey, the car is way worse than it was before, about 4 spots, 2-3. He's really hanging on right now, guys.
Alex Bowman had a compression fracture of the T3 vertebrae from a sprint car accident, and earlier this week did some test session, which is allowed when a driver is coming back from illness or injury. And during that, the most critical part of that session was the pit stop. Bowman wanted to make sure when they dropped the jack that he did not feel any pain, because that's the type of injury he had. He said he was fine, good to go. He's in the race today.
Yeah, and it sounds like such a small thing, but it is such a big deal. See him in the sprint car crash here. Car beside him gets into the nose of him. He's on the car on the left. When it lands hard on the wheels, pushes him down in the seat.
Yeah, right there. Bam, right there. He actually sneezed in an interview that we did yesterday when he's like, oh, that's the worst thing that could happen. I guarantee you, right now he is dead set on hitting those marks. Tony, you've been there. Heck, you've literally been there with your back broke. How about this guy? Talking about been there. He has been there and done that on this racetrack and everything in between. Pretty phenomenal. This 84 car, Jimmy Johnson, seven-time holding a pretty wheel out there. Right behind another 2-time champion, Joey Logano.
Remember, Logano had to back up to get into his pit and started deep restarted deep in the field. Johnson, because of the performance metric, he had not been racing this season, so he started the race in last position. So slowly but steadily, those two veteran champions are working their way towards the front.
And working the way they just got out of that gaggle of cars. They were in a hornet's nest back there, 3 wide all over the place. They got cleared out and makes pretty good lap times here. Business is picking up, man. I'm telling you, boys, I am impressed with this Keselowski. Run these front 2 cars down. Got a pretty good hot rod. Denny, he finally wore Denny out. Denny was looking to his inside, could not make the pass.
And here's Chase Elliott on the rebound. He dropped a lot of spots in the first run, but here he is in 14th place with Daniel Suarez.
Tony, Mike has alluded to it several times, but I love the condition of this racetrack. They are right up against the wall on the outside to, utilize the bottom, both ends of the racetrack, and then obviously run in the middle, wherever they're not.
And this track used to be very bottom dominant. You didn't see very many guys very often move around. If they did, it seemed like it always started in 3 and 4 first before it did in 1 and 2. But it seems like with this new car, it likes this racetrack. And this track has a lot of character. It hasn't been repaved. It has bumps. It has swells in it, dips in it. And that's the thing that makes this track have the character and gives these guys the options that they have.
Here's this big D-shaped front straightaway. As you watch from the Monster Cam, on board Ty Gibbs, doing double duty today, running the Xfinity race and the 600-mile Cup race. 71 laps complete, 29 to go to the end of stage 1 as Denny Hamlin and Brad Keselowski battle.
Well, contact between Hamlin and Keselowski as they are still battling for that 4th place position. It's been ongoing for a while. During that green flag session on the Fox, not really the Fox break, the break for me that you got to listen to the broadcast on Fox, but Christopher Bell had taken the race lead away from Ryan Blaney. So as of right now, Bell leads. Blaney is in 2nd place. William Byron is in 3rd. Brad Keselowski 4th, and Denny Hamlin is 5th. 6th place is Tyler Reddick. Martin Truex Jr. 7th. Kyle Busch in 8th. Kyle Larson 9th, and Ty Gibbs is 10th. Eric Jones in 11th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 12th, Chris Buescher 13th, Daniel Suarez 14th, Chase Elliott is 15th, Alex Bowman in 16th, Bubba Wallace 17th, Ross Chastain 18th, Justin Haley 19th, and Michael McDowell is 20th. Austin Cindric in 21st, 22nd is AJ Allmendinger, Corey LaJoie 23rd, Joey Logano 24th, 25th is Austin Dillon, Jimmy Johnson is 26th, Harrison Burton 27th, Kevin Harvick 28th, Zane Smith 29th, Ryan Preece is 30th, 31st is Noah Gragson, 32nd is Eric Almirola, J.J. Yeley 33rd, 34th place is B.J. McLeod, Chase Briscoe 35th, Ty Gillen 36th, and Ty Dillon rounds out the 37-car field. Still 33 cars on the lead lap, and it looks like we are under caution during the commercial break. This is our 2nd caution of the race, and the first since the competition caution came out back at lap 35. Lap 74 was the time of this yellow, and the free pass will be given to B.J. McLeod once again. So McLeod got the free pass during the comp yellow. He'll get the free pass now. And it looks like maybe Jimmy Johnson was involved in the incident because he has shown a couple of laps down all of a sudden. So tough break there for any Jimmy Johnson fans, but I think Jimmy may have been the cause of the caution on the racetrack. We're still waiting to see just to make sure that is the case with this lap 74 caution, but he is a couple of laps down now, as you see on our leaderboard. So I have a bad feeling Jimmy Johnson was the reason for the caution flag, just out of speculation. Not guaranteed that is the case yet, but we will wait and see. He was running in the 25th place position right behind Joey Logano, and they were pretty close. Maybe could have been battling for position, and not sure if that may have been the cause of the incident or not, but tough break for JJ, 7-time champion. Yeah, looks like Jimmy. That's what I was thinking too. I saw him drop down the leaderboard. Villanora, welcome into the stream as well. But yep, yellow flag is out during the commercial break. Again, during this Coca-Cola 600. Still in stage 1, lap 75 out of 400 of the 4 stages today. They are back from the commercial break. They are showing Jimmy Johnson on pit road. Does look like there's a little bit of damage right around the right rear of that 84 car. And pit road is open. The rest of the leaders are on their way in.
Mike, we talked about the 12 car, Ryan Blaney not getting that adjustment that they wanted, and that's exactly what they're going to try to do right now. Started the run real good, but he told the team it got looser this run than it did the previous run. And the 20 of Christopher Bell wants to be just a little bit tighter mid-corner, and they told him to keep an eye on the 10 car as he comes out of the pit and the 10 comes into his. Jamie?
Keselowski in the 6 said he has excellent rotation. That's where he's beating the others, but that he's getting beat on rear stability, a wedge adjustment, and 4 tires. Meanwhile, the 24 still tight. They're going to make a bigger adjustment there.
William Byron gains 2 spots to retake the race lead. He has won the race off pit road each of the first 2 times. He's had a net gain of 6 positions on pit road in just the first 2 stops. Ryan Blaney second again. Again, Christopher Bell loses 2 spots just as he did the last time. So same order off pit road each of the first 2 stops. To show in the replay, the spin was off the exit of turn 2 for Jimmy Johnson. He did end up sliding into the wall, and the right rear tire was flat. Once he locked it down, it looked like he just got a little loose, slipped out from underneath him, and ended up getting into the wall. He did not get into the wall very hard, so as long as he doesn't have any sort of like a toe link break, it looks like Johnson should be able to continue, and he has scored 1 lap down now that our leaderboard is caught back up again. So it looks like Jimmy Johnson 1 lap down after his spin earlier. Didn't completely save it. He did get into the wall a little bit with both the left front and the left rear side of the race car, maybe even the right front too, once he initially got loose. But definitely Jimmy Johnson's spin causing this caution flag, but he is going to be a lap down. Chase Briscoe will actually take the wave around during this caution flag. Remember, McLeod got the free pass, but Briscoe will take the wave around because we are only going to have about 20 plus laps, maybe just over 20 to go yet in stage 1. So all Briscoe needs to do is make sure he doesn't go a lap down in the next 20 laps before the next caution for the stage break, and he will get that lap back. With doing this also, he saves a set of tires to the end of the race. I'm sure these teams have plenty of sets with it being a long race today, so that might not even come into play, especially if we don't see a lot of cautions. But if it does, that is a potential big break here for Chase Briscoe, who has been abysmally slow, 35th place speed here today. So far, he's being outran by BJ McLeod on speed today, because McLeod has beaten him for the free pass twice now. No offense to BJ McLeod, but you know, an SHR Ford, you would think, especially when he's had the speed to win on like short tracks and road courses, like they have speed, just not on the intermediate tracks. Bubba Wallace might have had a pit road penalty because he is scored 32nd for this upcoming restart, only ahead of the drivers who are lapped, as well as McLeod, who got the free pass, and of course the wave around car of Chase Briscoe. So I do think that Bubba Wallace might have had a pit road penalty, and I think Austin Dillon might have also had a pit road penalty because he's lined up just in front of the 23 car, and I think he was right around Johnson when Johnson spun too. So I believe Austin Dillon and Bubba Wallace might have penalties, so they'll be at the tail end of the lead lap, and that's only making this 23 cars day a little bit worse here in the early going, but we have a lot of race left in this one, and the Toyotas are looking pretty quick, so I'd imagine somewhere they have that car at least capable of top 10 speed today. Just have a little bit of work cut out for them in the early going. Be sure to vote in the community, or not in the community tab. Be sure to vote right here on the stream if you haven't already for who you think will win today's race. 151 votes casted. Other leading the poll still at 55% for who you think will win today's race. You think somebody other than Chastain, Byron, or Hamlin will win. Denny Hamlin has 19% of the votes. William Byron with 12%, and Ross Chastain has 14% of the votes so far. Sunshine Cool Water, thanks for tuning in to the stream. Johnson hasn't been the same since his crash at Pocono. Yeah, 2017. It is true. It's crazy. He crashed at Pocono. Hard enough wreck that it pretty much just knocked the wind out of him. Never won again. He literally won the week before that at Dover. Won 3 races out of the first, 13 that season in 2017, and then just never won again. It's unbelievable. I think he still made the round of 8 of the playoffs that year, but he wasn't a championship 4 threat by any means. He made it in the round of 8, and I think he was like almost a full race worth of points back going into the Martinsville penultimate race that season. Then he got eliminated in the first round of the playoffs in 2018, and then completely missed the playoffs his final 2 full-time seasons in 2019, 2020. Green flag's back in the air. Byron's going to take the outside lane this time. He took the inside lane the last 2 times, and Blaney will cut to the inside, Bell to the outside, 3 wide for the race lead in turns 1 and 2. Ryan Blaney not going to be able to clear the 24 car. Byron will stay to the outside. Blaney can't side draft him enough, and Byron pulls clear of the backstretch. That was a close call. I thought Byron was going to get passed by 2 cars there. Instead, he didn't get passed at all. It has the race lead through 3 and 4. Blaney and Bell side by side for second. It looks like Tyler Reddick is side by side with Denny Hamlin for 4th place behind him. Reddick will win that battle on the outside as he clears Hamlin. Hamlin's got a little bit of pressure now being put by Kyle Larson in the 5 car, who is now entered in the top 5 for the first time today, and Byron quickly out to a half a second race lead. Blaney and Bell still side by side. Blaney with an aggressive side draft that time. Bell going to do the same thing as they enter turn 3, chasing Blaney's car down to the bottom of the track and trying to hang on the right rear corner panel. Not going to be able to do it long enough. Bell slid up the hill just a bit, so Ryan Blaney will hold clear off of turn 4. Blaney a little bit faster in the short run, I think, than Bell, but Bell better in the long run if he could just get track position on that 12. I think those are probably the 2 quickest cars in the field right now, Blaney and Bell. And really whoever has a track position between them, I think, is setting the pace for who is quicker. I will say, though, when Blaney was out in front, he did grow out to a slightly bigger lead than Bell. I think Blaney had about a 1.8 second lead there at one point before that last caution, and Bell only grew out to about a 0.6 of a second lead over Byron and others before the comp yellow earlier, but he also had less laps to do it, so I'll cut Bell some slack there. Brad Keselowski falling back on this restart just a little bit. He was in the top 5 earlier, and now he's got Alex Bowman and Ty Gibbs around him. Ty Gibbs inside the top 10 for the first time today, so that means that there are 5 Toyotas in the top 10, including 4 of them in the top 6 already, 3rd through 6th, and then Gibbs in the 10th slot. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. off the restart will get back into the top 10. And let me just shout out Ricky Stenhouse Jr. I know I did it in the pre-race there, but the fact that he is still in the top 12 in points through 13 races with the JTG Doherty Racing Team. Unbelievable season. You'd have to imagine winning the Daytona 500 only helped that organization, and from a funding standpoint for this year especially. We saw that for Michael McDowell when he won the Daytona 500 with a smaller team at Front Row Motorsports in 2021. And I think you're seeing the same thing here for Stenhouse. Now, McDowell into the second half of the regular season did fade back a little bit. I think he was still top 16 in points at the end of 2021, but he wasn't quite top 10 like he was for about the first 10 races or so. So we'll see if Stenhouse can hang on, but he's having a solid run today and may be able to click another top 10 away. I think he's had 6 top 10s this season in the first 13 races. I'm definitely pulling for Ricky. He's been a veteran of the sport. He's been around in the Cup Series. I think his rookie year was, 2013? So this is his 11th full-time season in the Cup Series, and a lot of those seasons have now been with JTG Doherty Racing. The more years he has with this organization and this small team, obviously that's only going to grow himself better. I think Brian Patty is still his crew chief, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, no, that's right. Brian Patty left. He had a new crew chief this season, but they're definitely clicking. Whatever the case is, they are definitely clicking. But William Byron set sail. Alex Bowman was battling for 12th there initially on the restart, but then ended up losing a couple spots over the last few laps. And Kevin Harvick starting to get some spots back as well. He's up to 18th, was as low as 30th during the last run. And we'll see if they've got the 4-car actually hooked up, or is he just getting the spots because everybody's having to check up and he's catching the right places at the right time of the restart. We'll wait and see when this thing settles out. We still have 14 laps to go in the stage. Ross Chastain had a rocket ship down the backstretch there just moments ago. He had Kevin Harvick on his inside, had a major run off the exit of Turn 2, enough so that he not only cleared Harvick, but then slot clear of the 48 car of Alex Bowman ahead of him getting into Turn 3. Bowman tries the crossover move, though, will pull back to the inside of the front stretch on Chastain as they continue that battle for position. 13 laps to go now at Stage 1 for William Byron. He has more stage wins than any other driver so far this season, as coming into today's race he has 6 stage wins. The next closest is Chastain with 5, so this could be the 7th stage win for Byron already this season. That's a lot of playoff points, and he needs it to say the least, because he has never made the Championship 4 in his Cup Series career, and to win the championship you first have to make the Championship 4 That could be huge for him. It could also get him back into the regular season title hunt as well. The regular season champ has only missed the Final Four once since the 16-man playoff format began back in 2014, and that was Kevin Harvick in 2020 when he won the regular season title in a 9-win season. So William Byron, the lead is closing just a little bit. Ryan Blaney has cut it down to 0.2 of a second during the side-by-side commercial break on Fox. Your top 10 right now with 10 laps to go in this first stage. William Byron leads, Ryan Blaney second, Christopher Bell third, Tyler Reddick fourth, Martin Truex Jr. fifth, Denny Hamlin sixth, Kyle Busch in seventh, Kyle Larson eighth, Brad Keselowski ninth, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is 10th. Brad's gotten a couple spots back here since the restart, so things are starting to go back in the right direction for him. We'll see if he can continue to trend forward, maybe pick up a couple more points per positions here in the late going of this first stage. First of 4 stages in today's race, and a lot of changes for position since this last restart. I've noticed both inside and outside the top 10. I think a lot of teams were able to finally make some good adjustments on their race cars and get them out there. Briscoe, who took the took the wave around and is the only driver on older tires on the restart, is 9 seconds behind the next closest driver in front of him for position, which would be Corey LaJoie. He's 25 seconds off the lead, so I think he's in danger of losing a lap. But even if he does, he'll be in the free pass position as long as they don't catch Corey LaJoie or BJ McLeod to the end of the stage. So I do think the wave around will work for Briscoe, even if he ends up losing a lap to the leaders. He'll get in the free pass position. He'll be at the back of the pack, regardless of the fact. So he'll be able to take on 4 tires during this stage break coming up soon, as with the rest of the field will be back in the same strategy. Ryan Blaney, William Byron battling for the race lead and for this stage 1 win. Playoff point on the line. Blaney knows he doesn't have a lot of them. Byron has quite a few. Remember, Blaney, no wins this season. Byron with 3 plus 6 stage wins. It's 21 playoff points for that 24 team in the first 13 races, and still has 13 more before the playoffs. Not to mention, you get playoff points in the playoffs too for any race you win there, as well as stage wins. They carry over round to round to round, so it's not just accumulating them in the regular season. So there's a lot of opportunities to get those points, but today more so than any other race as far as one race to get those points, because remember, 4 stages today. That means that there will be a total of 8 playoff points available if you somehow sweep the stages. We've seen that happen quite a few times actually. Martin Truex Jr. did it back in 2017. In 2018 Kyle Busch was able to do it, and Kyle Larson also did it in 2021. So we have seen a driver sweep all 4 stages, and we will see if maybe Ryan Blaney or William Byron could do that today as they battle for the stage 1 win. Blaney looking to the inside through turns 3 and 4. Can't quite pull alongside the 2014 yet. Rudy Fugle hopping off the pit box right now. Not sure exactly why. Unable to actually listen to the broadcast like usual with this setup as well, having to watch it on my phone. I don't have an aux cord, unfortunately, on my Android. Stupid. There's no headphone jack. What kind of phone doesn't have a headphone jack? Come on, Motorola. What is this, like 2005? You can't have a headphone jack? Even phones in 2005 probably had headphone jacks. I wouldn't know. I didn't have a phone back in 2005. I was only like 6 years old. 6-year-olds now have phones, but back when I was 6, that wasn't the case. Three to go, stage 1. 4.5 more miles left in this first stage. Christopher Bell is also closing in on Blaney and Byron, as Blaney has been unable to make the pass on the 24. He's going to try to catch some clean air and maybe get a bigger run down the backstretch as he goes all the way to the outside. Very close to the wall was the 12 of Blaney that time. Byron was about a lane to a lane and a half off the wall on the middle lane. Now Blaney cuts to the bottom of the racetrack, changing his lineup once again to get clean air. Closes the gap on William Byron. Looking to the inside, not going to get there. Byron blocks, 2 laps to go, stage 1. Again, playoff point on the line, 10 regular season points on the line as well for these 2 drivers that are in the top 10 of the regular season points. And Bell, who's going for that regular season championship in 3rd, trying to close in on this battle. Another battle inside the top 10 for position going on between Denny Hamlin and Kyle Busch as they battle for 6th place late. Blaney to the inside of the 24 car, the middle of turns 3 and 4. 1 lap to go in the stage this time by. They're catching Briscoe, who's going to be slow. He may get in the way. Door to door at the line. Bell is in the mix as he's side by side right behind these leaders. Into turn 1, Blaney to the bottom of the racetrack. May have overdrove the corner just a bit. Byron's going to pull clear. Blaney's going to not be able to get in between the 20 and the 24, so now Bell's up to 2nd. Bell is going to have a chance to charge into turns 3 and 4, but he can't use the bottom because there's a slow car in the way on the inside. It's actually the 51 of Todd Gilliland. Byron is going to be able to use Gilliland as a pick. Bell scrubs the wall off turn 4, keeps his foot in it, and barely can't quite get the stage win. William Byron will take stage 1 by about 3/4 of a car length over Christopher Bell. What a finish to stage 1. Bell ends up 2nd by just 43 1/1000ths of a second. Ryan Blaney was 3rd place. In the stage, Tyler Reddick 4th. Martin Truex Jr. will finish in the top 5 in stage 1. Denny Hamlin 6th. Kyle Busch 7th. Brad Keselowski 8th. Kyle Larson 9th. And Ricky Stenhouse Jr. will round out the top 10. Bell got into the wall off turn 4, digging hard, trying to catch Byron. And honestly, if that lap car wasn't in the way, I think Bell might have had a better chance to try to make the pass. But the 51 of Todd Gilliland was being lapped as the leaders were catching him off turn 4. And Gilliland was already a couple of laps down, so Briscoe does get the free pass still. I was wondering about that. When that took place, I was like, oh boy, Briscoe's not going to get the free pass. But no, he does. Chase Briscoe will get the free pass after taking the wave around before. So that worked out for him, I guess. They saved a set of tires and probably would have gotten the free pass even if he didn't take the wave around anyway. So ends up working out. Chase Briscoe, I should say Jimmy Johnson, would be the first car 1 lap down to start stage 2. This is our 3rd caution of the race. We had the comp yellow at lap 35, lap 74 rather. Jimmy Johnson spun off turn 2 on his own after getting loose. And now the stage 1 caution at lap 100. Byron has led the most laps for the pole, 43 laps led so far. 4 different drivers led at least 15 laps in stage 1, so very competitive field in the top portion of the field. Those top 3 cars, probably the 3 fastest so far, and it'll be interesting to watch them race as we get later on into the day. We should be having pit stops once again at the front of the field. Once pit road opens, you guys will get to listen into the pit reports. Fastest lap of the day so far of an average speed of 182.692 miles per hour and a lap time of 29.558. That lap was dropped by William Byron in the 24 car, as Byron is the leader and the winner of stage 1 as well. That is the 7th stage win of the season for William Byron. Again, the most of any other driver, and other than him and Chastain, no other driver has more than 2 stage wins on the season, so very impressive what the 24 and the 1 have been able to do from a consistency standpoint. But Byron with the consistency and the wins this season, making him potentially one of the early season championship threats. I think him and Larson are definitely the 2 best this early in the year. Chastain with this consistency is there. And then probably Christopher Bell, I think, are the 4 favorites for the championship 4 right now. BAL, thanks for tuning into the stream. Darth Vader is evil. Thanks for tuning in. He asked in the chat who you all think is going to win this race. I'd pick Bubba Wallace before the race starts, but if I can revoke my pick, I would, but can't do that. I was leaning towards either him, Hamlin, or Elliott. More towards him and Hamlin because Chase just hasn't been quite as consistent since coming back. from his leg injury, but right now probably should have won Hamlin of those picks.
Well, Ryan Blaney had been loose early on in the race. This run, though, it was tighter. He speculated, though, maybe because I was behind cars. Don't expect a big change there. And the 20 of Christopher Bell, he said he doesn't need a thing right now, but he told the team to keep an eye on the right side. He made a little contact on the right side coming off of turn 4. Jamie?
Denny Hamlin said he had better balance that first run. He said right now really just struggling to find grip when he's up top. Meanwhile, the 24 of William Byron, a little loose over the bumps, tight around traffic, but overall pretty good.
William Byron will win the race off pit road for the third time today. Bell didn't lose any spots that time, though, so he'll be in second still. Blaney remains in third. 2 spots gained for Daniel Suarez and Brad Keselowski on pit road. 1 spot gained for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Both Denny Hamlin and Kyle Busch lost 1 spot. Those were the big losers in the top 10. I think Kyle Larson, with a very slow stop as well, fell outside the top 10 after finishing 6th in the first stage. We are under caution again for the Stage 1 break right now. We will take a break ourselves. You're listening to the Coca-Cola 600 live on KRC. We will be back with more coverage from Stage 2 onward shortly. Alrighty. So Stage 2 about to begin here shortly. Gonna take a look at the spotlight drivers from my fantasy team coming into the race today and see where they are all running here at the end of Stage 1. So our spotlight drivers today, all for good reasons. Kevin Harvick is not doing so hot. He is 16th right now. He's getting better, though. Bubba Wallace also not doing so hot, 23rd. He, on the other hand, maybe not getting better. Chase Elliott, not that great. He's 13th. Denny Hamlin is, he ended up top 5 at the end of the first stage. He was 5th. Kyle Larson was actually 8th at the end of the first stage. Hamlin was 6th. Larson was 8th, and then Chastain also outside the top 10. Chastain currently is 20th. And then Larson, following his pit stop, fell from 8th to 17th, so 9 spots lost for Kyle Larson on pit road. So yeah, my fantasy team is not doing good at all so far. Now the fantasy league, for anybody playing, it does lock at the end of Stage 2 still, even though there are 4 stages today. So you only have until the end of Stage 2 to set your lineup still. So be aware of that. Just because there's an extra stage, it still locks after Stage 2. So you only have a little less than 100 laps to make sure that you have your starting 5 in and your garage driver where you want it to be for anybody playing in our fantasy league. Looks like Michael McDowell stayed out of the pits during that caution flag period. They have not gotten the one to go signal yet, so your top 5 following those pit stops will be Michael McDowell in the lead, William Byron 2nd, Christopher Bell 3rd, Ryan Blaney 4th, and Tyler Reddick is 5th. I don't know what they're doing with the graphic that they're showing on the screen right now, but it's interesting. I don't know what to think of it. Oh, I see what they're doing now. That's pretty cool. The amount of money that went into this graphic that they're showing for the race. Maybe could have been spent elsewhere, but I'm sure it didn't cost that much. Or good. It's amazing how much bigger this track is compared to the dirt track just on the outside of the backstretch. at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. They got the dude from the Chase Elliott / Dale Jr. Mountain Dew commercials in the booth. That's all I know him for. I guess he's got like a movie or show or something coming out that he's been promoting all weekend at the track. I don't know. I think he was supposed to be the pace car driver yesterday, but I don't know if he actually did that today or not. They're probably talking about it right now. I can't hear them. I'm sure they probably are talking about it. Way too early to even worry about my fantasy team. Yeah, but they're still not looking good. Denny Hamlin stated in the pre-race, and I'd probably have to agree with him, that he doesn't think that the track's going to change much throughout the day. I think it'll change more in the early going of the race from the fact that it was a green racetrack to now we'll have rubber on it. But I don't think it's going to change much either with the fact that it's overcast skies. Unless the sun somehow came through, that would really be about the only way that it could change. This race really isn't going to end in the nighttime now, with it starting about 3 hours earlier than what it would have started if they raced yesterday. They're pushing the 42 car of Noah Gragson behind the pit wall and into the garage, so a mechanical failure it looks like for Gregson's race car. So unfortunately the 42 is looking as if he's going to drop out of the day. So between him and Jimmy Johnson, of course, having that spin earlier, it looks like Legacy Motor Club not having so great of a day. Green flag is back in the air at the Charlotte Motor Speedway for the Coca-Cola 600. Michael McDowell on the restart leads the field on those older tires. Everybody else took 4 fresh Goodyears, and they're trying to get around him, although right now Byron is going to pull clear. Michael McDowell will stay in second as he chops off the 20 of Bell, who now has to cut to the bottom lane into turns 3 and 4 to get past the 34 car for that second place spot. McDowell gets split 3 wide now as Ryan Blaney and Tyler Reddick will get by. Reddick Blaney still side by side. 3 wide now behind McDowell as everybody's trapped. One car almost got turned on the front stretch, and I believe that was Brad Keselowski, who cut down across the 19's front bumper as he was trying to get by the 34 McDowell, and does with the slide job through turns 1 and 2. Brad remains in 5th, and Truex ended up losing a couple spots as a result of that to not only Keselowski, but looked like 2 or 3 other cars got around him on the backstretch as he was still trying to get by the 34 car of McDowell. Hamlin got around him, and as well Kyle Busch got back around the 19. William Byron continues to lead this race with Bell in second. Ryan Blaney is third. Tyler Reddick fourth, and Brad Keselowski is fifth following this restart. And we are down to 91 laps to go here in the early going of stage 2. 91 laps left in stage 2. And still 290 laps left in the race. About a 1/10 of a second lead, 2/10 almost for Byron over Bell. Michael McDowell still hanging in the top 10 for now, just in front of Chase Elliott. 3 wide into turn 1 behind those guys, with Chris Buescher, Kevin Harvick, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Harvick on the bottom, Stenhouse was on the top. Buescher in the middle. And those guys are still battling for position. Stenhouse is able to pull clear of them. But the 4 and the 17 still going at it. Harvick trying to side draft the 17. He's going to bring Joey Logano now into the battle. A lot of Fords in that picture on screen right now. About 4 or 5 of them within a 6th position stretch. And Christopher Bell trying to put that battle to work right now at the front of the field on William Byron. He's trying to get to the lead as quickly as he can to try to check out, because he knows how fast the 12 of Blaney is. Those are the 2 best cars on the field. They've just struggled to get by the 24 of Byron. Byron's been doing a great job hanging on. He held on to win stage 1, and now he's trying to hold on to the lead as long as he can to keep from free falling back into the pack. Tyler Reddick is really able to keep up with the 20 and the 12, and I noticed during that second green flag run of the race when Bell was leading that Reddick was running similar lap times as Bell, but that was when Reddick was still back in the 7th place position. Now he's up to 4th. He got by McDowell pretty quickly on that restart, and he's able to keep pretty close pace with the the 20 and the 12 that are just out in front of him. And just like what Bell was able to do on Blaney late in stage 2 by passing him for second because he took too long to pass William Byron, Blaney stayed alongside Bell for a full lap before Bell finally is able to fend the 12 car off. That allowed the 24 of Byron to get away just a little bit more. It allows for the 45 of Reddick on the high side through 3 and 4 to close the battle in as well. Half a second separates the top 4 right now. Throw one giant blanket over them in this battle for the race lead in the early going of Stage 2 in the Coca-Cola 600. Tyler Reddick is on the inside of Ryan Blaney now, battling for 3rd place. Can't keep the battle up. It's very difficult to complete that pass on the bottom, but if you are able to hang side by side long enough down the straightaway and try to shoot that gap into the next corner, the pass is definitely eligible to be made. Christopher Bell almost stays to the inside of Byron off turn 4. He'll lose that ground to try to maybe regain some of it in the draft. About as much as he possibly can. And now ended up in the same lane as Byron in that middle groove in turns 1 and 2 with only the right sides in that traction compound on the outside. Reddick had cleared Ryan Blaney off turn 2 for 3rd. Blaney trying to get back after him to the bottom of the track going into the corner. And he's not going to be able to stay with him, so Tyler Reddick is up to 3rd place now. Another Toyota in the top 3. He's got a major run on Christopher Bell here on the front stretch as he's looking to get after 2nd quickly as well. Looks like a commercial break here for Fox in the early going of the race. Full screen. At that, we'll go through the full field running order in the early going of Stage 2. It looks like during the commercial break, Christopher Bell has just taken the race lead away from William Byron. So Bell back into the lead once again. Byron is now in 2nd, Tyler Reddick 3rd, Ryan Blaney 4th, Brad Keselowski is 5th, Kyle Busch in 6th, Denny Hamlin 7th, Martin Truex Jr. 8th, Daniel Suarez 9th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is 10th. Chris Buescher in 11th, Chase Elliott 12th, Ty Gibbs 13th, Kevin Harvick 14th, and Joey Logano is 15th. Kyle Larson 16th, 17th place is Bubba Wallace, Eric Almirola 18th, Justin Haley 19th, and Michael McDowell is 20th. 21st is Ryan Preece, AJ Allmendinger 22nd, Zane Smith 23rd, Austin Cindric 24th, and Ross Chastain is 25th. Alex Bowman has fallen back to 26th, Austin Dillon 27th, Harrison Burton 28th, Corey LaJoie 29th, and JJ Yeley is 30th. BJ McLeod 31st, Chase Briscoe's the last car in the lead lap in 32nd. Ty Dillon is 4 laps down in 33rd. Ty Gillen also 4 laps down 34th. Noah Gregson, Eric Jones, and Jimmy Johnson, all the Legacy Motors Club cars having mechanical issues, and they're all behind the pit wall right now. So they will finish 34th through 37th with Gregson in 35th. 36th, Eric Jones, and Jimmy Johnson 37th. That's back-to-back last place finishes for Johnson this season. He finished last at Coda, wrecking on lap 1. In a wreck that was nothing of his own doing, and then something happened here. He did spin earlier too, but Legacy Motor Club, though, behind the pit wall, something has happened to all 3 of those race cars, and they have retired from the race right after Stage 1. We'll take a quick break here. You're listening live on the YouTube channel. Be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content as our Coca-Cola 600 flag-to-flag coverage continues. Eating wavy Ruffles. I had some Ruffles during the Xfinity Series red flag earlier. They were the baked cheddar. I go for the baked ones. I actually like them better. Slightly less fat, but I do like them better. 175 votes have been casted so far in our driver win poll for who you think will win today's Coca-Cola 600. 56% of the votes have other right now. 13% for Ross Chastain. 13% for William Byron and Denny Hamlin, and 19%. As of right now, Christopher Bell leads after making the pass on Byron during the commercial break. So as of right now, so far you guys have voted correctly. Our goal also is 200 likes on today's live commentary stream. We are at 76 right now, as we are still in Stage 2 of 4 in today's race. So still in the first half of this one, we're almost halfway to our goal. Be sure to run that like counter up. We ended up with over 200 during the Indy 500 yesterday afternoon. We'll see if we can get there for the Coke 600 here today as well. Bell has a half a second lead over Tyler Reddick as of right now, with Reddick in 2nd. Ryan Blaney again is in 3rd, 1.5 seconds off the lead. Brad Keselowski is in 4th place, 2.1 seconds back. And William Byron has dropped back to 5th quickly after just losing the lead moments ago. He is 2.9 seconds off the lead. Kyle Busch is in 6th place, 3.7 seconds back. Denny Hamlin is 7th, 3.9 seconds back. Martin Truex Jr. is in 8th place, 4.6 seconds off the lead. Daniel Suarez is in 9th, 4.8 seconds back. And Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is 5.7 seconds off the lead in 10th. So that is your top 10 as of right now. You guys will get to listen into the Fox Sports booth up until the next commercial break.
Against another driver, and it doesn't turn out so well for me.
Hey, a little confidence booster, though. That's easy to do at Darlington.
Isn't it? It's easy to go into the wall.
Very easy.
Good. I'm not going to feel too bad about it then.
Okay. Well, thanks for joining us, and hope you enjoy the rest of this 600.
I hope so, too. This has been awesome. Thanks for having me here. It's been incredible to watch this.
What do you think, a lot of vibrant colors out here. What do you think old Kenny Powers, what would that car look like out on this racetrack?
I think it'd be leopard skin.
Yeah,
some fluorescent greens, maybe some fluorescent yellows, Maybe you'd strap a mullet to the back of it, and tendrils of hair would fly off the back.
Love it. Thanks for being here, man.
Thank you, guys.
Awesome.
Thanks, Danny. All right, 15th, Kyle Larson. Bubba Wallace and Joey Logano trying to work his way back up. Still trying to gain ground, Logano is, after that incident on the first caution flag of the day where he had to back up to get into his pit stall. All right, we got some William Byron audio as Byron now sitting in 5th place.
I feel okay. I'm not sure. We just don't have a ton of pace, but we're going to do all we can, race smart. Even if we get pit stop, keep going. Long day here. Inch at a time, lap at a time.
I don't know, Tony, is that part of, like I was talking and watching these clouds coming in, it is getting darker outside. It has to play a little bit of a role in the grip level on this racetrack. I mean, you're starting to see Tyler Reddick and this 45 car coming alive. Blaney's still hanging tough, but Byron having trouble.
We got a lot of rubber on the racetrack. That's the one variable we haven't spoke about. We've talked about the temperature of the racetrack, but what we haven't talked about is during these longer runs, how much rubber's on the racetrack and how that'll change the balance as well.
Great point. That's the ever-changing racetrack, keeping up with it, of the 600, the transition that we all talk about. That's a big part of that equation. Look at that. Look how close they're running the wall. 185 mile an hour. Get you some.
Take a look at our lap leaders, sponsored by Novartis. William Byron's been out in front for 54 laps. Twice as many as Christopher Bell. Blaney, Hamlin, and McDowell have also led laps. And McDowell's experiment is, pretty well over. He was 30th when he stayed out and did not pit on that last caution. Restarted up front. Now he's back at 28th. Speaking of lap leaders, Kyle Larson in 17th. He led almost all of them last week in the All-Star race. Jamie?
That's right, Mike. It seems like no matter where we race, we're always talking about Kyle Larson running up front. Well, that certainly hasn't been the case so far today. He just has a tight race car, and they have adjusted on it with wedge and air pressure. All 3 stops, and I just heard his crew chief, Cliff Daniels, come on the radio and said, nothing's working. We're going to go about it a completely different way. This next stop, we're going to try different adjustments.
Well, it sounds like last week when Kyle said they were junk on Friday and said they had no chance of winning the All-Star race, and then all of a sudden Sunday,
dominated.
Whole different deal.
We've never heard any drivers ever have similar stories to that.
We've also been watching how teammates are pretty well spread apart in this rundown. You have to go pretty far down to find any teammates. Usually there are clumps of them. Not so much here. Now here is the weirdest teammates on the same page story that maybe I've ever heard. Both of the full-time Legacy Motor Club cars, Noah Gregson the 42, Eric Jones the 43, they both hit debris on the track that punctured their radiator, apparently on the same lap. And they're out.
No way. How's that even possible?
That's an episode of
You
the
just destroyed all my cars.
And Jimmy Johnson has gone to the garage 1 lap prior.
It's not the day you're looking for. Nope. I'll tell you what, you see Jimmy Johnson working on that car.
There is Johnson going around now. Did not hit the wall, but apparently sustained some damage. And then Jones being pushed back to the garage, and lap or 2 later, Noah Gregson.
And Eric Jones was on a march. He was marching to the front, much like he did last year.
Talk about some
Very
terrible luck.
strong, very fast.
You think that cat wants to get back out there and get after it again?
Always.
Well, the last cup race that he ran was at COTA in Austin, Texas, and his race did not make it around lap 1 there. Josh.
Yeah, and you guys just talked about the troubles for Jimmy Johnson as they're back here in the garage continuing to work on that car. When he did spin out, he grazed the wall, a little bit of damage to the left front, so they adjusted the toe, thought that would help, but when Jimmy went back out, he said the steering wheel was much, much worse, so they knew they were going to have to come in, and it would take some time to figure out exactly what's wrong and how they can get it fixed, guys.
Thanks, Josh. Here's the lead battle, and the Bell and Reddick in the Joe Gibbs and 2311 Toyotas running 1-2. They are a second ahead of Ryan Blaney in third.
Commercial break on Fox right now. Christopher Bell again is your race leader. Only 1/10 of a second, though, now ahead of Tyler Reddick. Ryan Blaney is in third place, 1.1 seconds off the race lead. Brad Keselowski in fourth is 2.4 seconds back. William Byron is in fifth, 4 seconds off the lead. 4.8 seconds off the lead is Kyle Busch in sixth place. Denny Hamlin in seventh is 5.7 seconds back. Martin Truex Jr. is 6.1 seconds back in eighth. Daniel Suarez in ninth place, 6.8 seconds off the lead. And Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is in 10th place, 8.9 seconds off the race lead. So that is your top 10 as of right now. Lap 136 of 400 in today's Coca-Cola 600 so far. We will take a break here once again as it's another full screen commercial break. You're listening live on KRC on the YouTube channel. Be sure to hit that like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Mark Barnum, thanks for tuning into the stream. Ethan Chua and Mr. Beast Fan 3098, welcome into the stream here recently. Yeah, tough break for Jimmy Johnson. He ran well in the Daytona 500 earlier this year. It really, throughout speed weeks, he had a lot of speed. Even in the 500, he was running in the top 10 throughout the course of the race, was really manipulating the draft well in the pack. Got in a wreck on the last lap, unfortunately, and then ended up not making it to the end as a result. Finished last after a wreck on the opening lap of the COTA race, and now he's in last place with a mechanical issue after spinning in this race. So this one was more of his own doing. Losing control off turn 2 obviously was on him. The car slipped out from underneath him. Just not good. The fact that all three Legacy Motor Club cars are the last three in the running order, 2 punctured radiators, and they should be able to get Johnson's car back out on the racetrack, but man, he can pick up 2 spots only on his own cars, that would be it. And he's not running for points either, so it's kind of tough. You want to get back out there, though, in case there's anybody else that falls out of the race, which is still doable because we have well over half the race to go, the longest race of the year. This is a race where you definitely see mechanical failures. We've seen a few of them, although a couple for debris and one because of a spin, but we'll see if we get any more. I would not be shocked if we have more drivers that don't make it to the finish of this one. Still 30 cars on the lead lap right now. Briscoe's the last car on the lead lap, but he is on the same strategy as the leaders now with tires this time versus the last green flag run back in stage 2. That was not the case. Maybe seeing some drivers pitting very shortly. I would imagine we'll see quite a few drivers split this stage in half, so if we don't get a caution for about the next 10 to 15 laps, I think we'll end up seeing green flag stops. They can go as far as 60 to 65 laps on a full tank of fuel if they do so choose, so it'll be interesting if that will be the case. Reddick is still very close to Christopher Bell, but as Bell is approaching lap traffic, it looks like he has actually widened that lead out just a bit. Ryan Blaney not quite able to keep up with those guys, but kind of in no man's land as far as being by himself right around the 3rd place position. So the 2 Toyotas of Bell and Reddick really setting forth a strong pace here at this point. Byron, who fell back to those first 4 cars, really settled in very quickly in 5th. So I'm not sure exactly what happened, if he just couldn't get momentum back up after maybe a hiccup of some sort, but Byron definitely losing position. Austin Cindric is on pit road early after getting into the wall.
Got on there and looked at those questions myself. Whoever wins that one, they're going to earn their money this week. Got into it pretty hard, Tony.
And he's been flirting with the wall.
Just got a little wide off turn 2. Same spot Jimmy Johnson spun out is where Cindric got tight and ended up in the wall. Christopher Bell trying to lap Michael McDowell. Remember, McDowell had stayed out of the pits during that last caution flag period, and I think Michael actually has already come to pit road, if I'm not mistaken, because he is 2 laps down, has just unlapped himself, so he's down to 1 lap down on the racetrack. So Michael McDowell short pitted. By staying out of the pits when he did, he will save a set of tires to the end of this race, but the hope for that 34 team is to finish on the lead lap to the end of the stage for the strategy play to work out. I'm not sure how much track position he was losing before that. I'd imagine on about 20 to 25 lap older tires he was losing quite a bit, but needless to say, he's got one of those 2 laps back now on fresher tires. Everybody else will have to pit. If we cycle through, he'll get his lap back momentarily. Maybe hope for another caution for the end of the stage to secure the fact that he will get that lap back to the end of stage 2, but that would really be the only way to really secure it. Martin Truex Jr. on the inside of William Byron. We've got another car on pit road. Looks like Denny Hamlin's in.
To make a pit stop and some adjustments. Having a hard time getting grip up on top of the racetrack earlier, so that just started. Now all the crews are up on the wall, Mike.
Yeah, that's a little bit early there, Jamie.
Oh, it looked like Denny Hamlin stalled coming out of the box. That's going to cost him some time, but he is the first of the drivers in the top 10 to pit. Kyle Busch is in the following lap.
Ty Gibbs in as well. Regan.
Well, Kyle Busch's car is really good for the first 10 to 15 laps of the run, but after that, the right sides just feel like they're way too out of the racetrack for him. Need some help with that.
Larry, what do you think about the timing of Hamlin's stop?
Yeah, it's a little bit early, but if your car is not handling well, I think I said this in the pre-race yesterday, come a little early, get advantage of those 4 fresh Goodyear tires.
All right, Zane Smith is in. He's in the 38 this week. Keselowski and Truex to pit road. Jamie.
Like told Brad Keselowski, you have been turning some of the fastest lap times on pit road. Car is good. Started out a little bit stronger there, but just a little too tight overall. Regan?
Martin Truex losing time up on the top side of the racetrack, doesn't like it up there as much. The problem is he doesn't have any grip on the bottom, so he's got to run it up high. And the 12 of Brian Blaney, his car feels pretty good through 1 and 2. A loose over 3 and 4 through the pumps. Struggling just a little bit with the nose taken off on the Exodus 4 as well.
Boy, and now pit road is full of cars, more than a dozen of them. Reddick comes out. Byron heads for his stall. Blaney is in. Allmendinger done with his service. Haley, Almirola, Larson, Austin Dillon, Suarez all on pit road. Logano finishing up.
Christopher Bell, 20. On pit road, your leader.
And that will draw everybody else on the lead lap to pit road. Regan.
Christopher Bell 2 free this run. As you see the car behind him having trouble getting out of the pit stall. Maybe threw the timing off a little bit, and now bigger problems on the right there. But with the race car just a little bit too free right now for him.
Ricky Stenhouse getting service. He had come up into the top 10. Alex Bowman, Bubba Wallace in, Ryan Preece.
Here's your battle here.
Tyler Reddick should consume the lead. He was still within a second of Christopher Bell. He pitted a lap before Bell, and also a very slow stop on the 20 team. They had troubles on the right side with the right rear tire changer having to wait for the car behind him of A.J. Allmendinger to swing out of the box and get around Bell's race car, with Bell pointed at an awkward angle in his box. So he had to hold up there, and I think they had a problem trying to get the wheel on there initially as well. So Christopher Bell's lost quite a bit of track position now. He got cycled out in front of by Reddick, Keselowski, Blaney, and Truex. Truex just getting around the 20s. He was getting up to speed. So once everything cycles through, I believe Bell is going to be in 4th after leading going into those stops. He's going to be about 5 seconds behind Tyler Reddick. Chase Elliott is currently the race leader. He still has to hit pit road, as well as LaJoie and Harrison Burton. Those are the last 3 drivers on track, just hoping for a caution here. It looks like Chase Briscoe was also doing the same, but he just finally pitted. So 3 drivers out there, 10 on the lead lap for now until those 3 cars pit. And I'm sure drivers will get their laps back, but they're just trying to catch a caution, trap quite a few drivers a lap down, make their race a little easier. Interesting that Chase Elliott was in this group because he was just outside the top 10, if I'm not mistaken. I didn't feel that he was far enough back to have to, swing for the fences on a strategy, especially this early in the race. Still in the first half, but I guess if they do lose track position, they'll still have half the race to try to make it up. I don't think that that's the way you want to look at it, but I guess that's the way you look at it if the worst case scenario ends up happening. Yeah, definitely slow in the right rear for a couple different reasons, as mentioned already. Just Elliott LaJoy are out of the track. Harrison Burton just came to pit road. Elliott's about 18 seconds ahead of LaJoy, and in fact, Tyler Reddick should be able to get by LaJoy for position next lap, whether Corey ends up pitting or not. Reddick is about 2 seconds ahead of Keselowski, and Keselowski had a pretty fast stop because he had cycled ahead of Blaney, who was about a second ahead of him, and I'm not sure if the 6th pitted a lap before the 12th, which maybe caused for that leapfrog, whatever the case was. Great job on the pit stop and the strategy to bring Keselowski in when they did, and they end up beating the 12 of Blaney off of pit road as a result. Chase Elliott continues to lead still. Reddick has consumed second away from LaJoy, who still has to hit pit road. 60 to 65 laps is the pit window, and because we are at lap 54 in the stage, he can go a little longer if he chooses, but he will not go any longer. Chase Elliott is now on pit road.
6 laps, said he was way too free early in the race. They made an adjustment. He felt better, but still could use to be a little bit tighter, guys.
So this will give Tyler Reddick the race lead once again. Blaney battling Keselowski for second on the racetrack. Got to the inside of Brad, but couldn't stay there off the exit of turn 4. Now he's going to go with a wider arc through turns 1 and 2, about a full lane higher, but not all the way up near the wall. Brad in the middle lane with just the right sides in that traction compound. Headed to a commercial break on Fox in the Coca-Cola 600. And it will be a full screen commercial break. As they do go to full screen commercial, it looks like we are under caution once again. Second caution that has come out during the ad break on Fox here. This is our 4th caution of the race. It's the first caution for incident in stage 2 as we went about 55 laps into the stage before seeing the yellow. And I believe Austin Cindric in 25th place will get the free pass, which is a big break for him because he got into the wall and was one of the first cars to pit as a result. They just cycled through pit stops. And if Chase Elliott would have stayed out another lap or 2 longer, he would have ended up getting the free pass, assuming he wasn't the cause of the caution, but we don't know exactly who the cause of it was yet. But we do know the beneficiary is the 2 of Austin Cindric to get the free pass position. Elliott led 6 laps out on the racetrack, and he could have went further on fuel. Again, the window is 60 to 65 laps, and he pitted 54 laps into the stage. That's not even counting the caution laps at the start of the stage. So he could have... Oh, the pole timed out. I didn't know it could do that. Well, that stinks. Maybe it was so lopsided with so many votes that it timed out. Our poll timed out. I did not mean to end it. Apologize if you wanted to vote and couldn't. It timed out at 185 votes. Which I know isn't like a max votes because I've seen more votes in other streams, but... Yeah, caution during the commercial break. Second time that's happened. Bubba Wallace has scored 31st right now. I wonder if he was the cause of the caution. He may be the cause of the caution. I'm not entirely sure on that, but... Oh, precipitation. Never mind. It looks like rain has come back at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Man, it has plagued this day, hasn't it? Oh my goodness. Precipitation is the cause of the caution at lap 155. We are still under the yellow, but precipitation on the racetrack once again at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. We saw this multiple times in the Xfinity race earlier. The reason why they didn't even get the full Xfinity race in. That race is still scheduled to go after the Cup race later tonight, but this is going to delay their restart time if we do end up having to go under a red flag period in the Cup race now. It's going to be a long day for me, let me tell you. I was already looking at it being a long day based off of the timing of everything and when they were going to run today, but now it's going to be an even longer day with the Xfinity race having to go after the Cup race, and now it looks like we have another potential rain delay on hands with the caution coming out for rain right as they were coming to commercial. So Keselowski did hang on to second for that battle on Ryan Blaney. After the green flag pit stops took place, the top 5 cars, Tyler Reddick is the leader, Brad Keselowski second, Ryan Blaney third, Martin Truex Jr. fourth, and Christopher Bell was fifth. So again, that was the running order following the green flag pit stops. Still under caution. But a precipitation caution.
This one for rain at lap 156. Tyler Reddick leading Brad Keselowski, the big gainer on that round of pit stops.
We've come a long way in 100.
I didn't think they were going to cut the commercial that quick, but they did. Just wanted to update, I guess, for rain, so they threw another ad break in there. I'll let you guys listen to the telecast during the rain caution / potential red flag. We're going to hope that we don't have the red and they don't lose the racetrack here. But tough break. Another rain delay with the Coke 600 this weekend. My goodness. Rain was just in turn 4. Take a shortcut. Superdome, anyone? Yeah. If only. If only every track was like the Chili Bowl and it was just indoor. Just like have like 2.5 mile domes. Bubba got a drive-through penalty. Gotcha. I did not catch that. Easy Network, thanks for tuning in. Rain might shorten the race then. Not really, though, because we're not halfway. Halfway or the end of Stage 2, but halfway is the end of Stage 2 today. Right at lap 200. And we're only on lap 158. And they have displayed the red flag, unfortunately. So we're under red for the first time in the Coca-Cola 600. And it is due to rain, which NASCAR's been battling all race weekend at Charlotte. I'm sure we'll get some driver interviews in here, and you guys will get to listen to all of them. But red flag posted for rain on lap 158 in the Coca-Cola 600 at Charlotte. And because we're not halfway, they cannot make this race official, so we are going to have to wait this out and try to get it in. And this only delays the Xfinity Series start time even more. Oh, jeez. Reminder, Austin Cindric did get the free pass in 25th as a result of the caution. Zane Smith, Corey LaJoie, Harrison Burton, J.J. Yeley, Chase Briscoe, Bubba Wallace with the drive-through penalty after the pit penalty, and B.J. McLeod are all 1 lap down. That will be fighting for the free pass when we get back to racing. Ty Dillon, 5 laps down. Ty Gillen, 6 laps down. And 3 drivers out of the race, all 3 of the Legacy Motor Club cars. Although Jimmy Johnson has returned to the race prior to the caution because he has now passed Gragson and Jones in the running order. So Johnson is back in the race after a mechanical issue, but he is 49 laps down. Steering was knocked out of place after his spin earlier. He went back out on the track, so he passed the damaged vehicle policy clock rule, but now he's in a situation where he's just going to have to drive the rest of this race. Simply at that, drive the rest of the race, basically. He's not going to be able to battle for position. Only positions he can gain is if anybody else gets knocked out of the race prior to the finish. And prior to at least however many laps down he is before the end of this one, so he has enough laps to try to make up on them. 1 hour, 42 minutes, and 3 seconds into the race before the red flag has been posted. And again, this is the 4th caution of the day and the first of Stage 2. We were almost halfway. We're about 42 laps away from the halfway mark, and hopefully we can get back to racing here shortly. We did get back to racing once in the Xfinity race. Once it rained earlier, we got about another 27, 28 laps in before it rained again. We are going to have to get 42 laps in to get halfway, so if we do get it in and then it ends up raining, we could only be racing to the halfway mark in today's race. We'll have to wait and see. They don't have covers on the cars yet, but they are on pit road under red, and the drivers are in their vehicles.
Captain Christopher Scott Seifert from Pennsylvania. The 2 pace cars, soldiers lost in Afghanistan. Army Specialist Jonathan Davis, Lance Corporal Matthias Hansen, and the officials' trucks. 2 Army soldiers lost in Iraq, Corporal Jeremy Beaufort and Staff Sergeant Clint Story. And from World War II, Army Private Kenneth New and Marine Lance Corporal Andrew Kearney. NASCAR races to remember this Memorial Day weekend, and we are halted by rain for the umpteenth time this weekend. Now, the Xfinity race, the Allsco 300, was started this morning at 11 a.m. after getting rained out Saturday, and they got through stage 1 and into stage 2 when rain came, and NASCAR began track drying to start this race, the 600. So the Xfinity race will air later today. After the conclusion of the Cup race, they will restart that race, pick up where they left off on FS2. Jimmy Johnson got back out on track. He is 52 laps down, but his car was running at the time of the red flag. Let's join Jamie.
And Brad Keselowski, I heard him on the radio and I was watching myself. You turned some of the fastest lap times of this race so far. What'd your car feel like there right before the rain came back?
Yeah, with the Castro Ford, we started out the race really, really loose, and I was like, oh, I just need to not wreck. Made a few adjustments and got on the other side of it. So I think the car's got more potential in it than what we've been able to hit so far. It's but still pretty strong, Jamie. Really proud of everybody here at RFK to bring two good cars. I think Chris Buescher, my teammate, working his way up in the top 10. He didn't have all that great a starting spot. So we've got a shot to win. We just got to race. We got to get out of the rain, and we got to get our Ford Mustang in a spot where we can capitalize.
I know you're a big supporter of the military and everything that you do for them. What does this race mean to you in carrying a soldier's name on your car?
Yeah, it is super special. You know, the taps at the start of the race, and then the moment of silence. Those are really cool things to get to participate in, and I'm so glad that NASCAR works so hard. There's a lot of stuff going on in the world right now, but one thing we try not to forget is our servicemen and servicewomen. And on Memorial Day, this is normally a Memorial Day weekend race, but not on Memorial Day. It bears even more fruit, more significance, Jamie. So proud to be a part of it. We got a lot of great initiatives with my foundation that we're up to as well to try to support them with tribute to veterans and different things with my Checker Flag Foundation. And we have Staff Sergeant Klein and his family that are on my windshield. They're up on the pit box. I'm going to go say hi to them. They are pushing really hard for me to win. I got a whole pep speech, Jamie, on what do it mean for them to win, and we want to go do that.
Well, thanks for all you do.
Thank you.
Regan?
Well, Jamie, things have been going very well for Tyler Reddick so far today. Out front, the 45 car has looked solid all day long. You haven't said a lot on the radio. Is it as much fun as it looks?
Yeah, the car's a lot of fun to drive, obviously. And, yeah, we picked a great car to do it with. Kurt had a lot of speed at Kansas with this car, and Tyler really good at Richmond for the little experience he had at the time. So, yeah, just having a blast. This place, when you can move around on it, with resin or no resin, even thinking back to my Xfinity days, when you can run all over this racetrack, it's a lot of fun. So just really happy that our Toyota Camry TRD is that strong. 2311 did an outstanding job. I knew they had a lot of speed looking back at this race from last year. So obviously it's a very long race, and we got 242 laps to go, but certainly to have the pace that we do definitely makes you feel good.
How does it feel to carry Michael Jordan's colors in his home state? Pretty awesome to have that Carolina blue on there.
Yep, a little bit of pressure, and I'm just fine with it.
Now, I'm also told that a lot of the younger kids, and I'm too old to know what this means, they say that car has a lot of drip. Do you know what that means?
It's not in my vocabulary, Regan, but definitely that means they like it. That means it's in. So yeah, the car does look really good. Sparker did a really good job of getting me a suit to match the car. Off-axis paint, Greg Stump did a knockout job on the helmet. Between that and having the airships that match the car to the Nike shoes. Everyone went all out on this thing, between the shoes, the suits, everything.
Good luck the rest of the day. Thanks. Josh?
Regan talking drip. I never thought I'd see the day, but here with Jimmy Johnson, I know it's been a rough start to this race for you, so you spin out early, you go back to the garage to work on the car. What all went wrong?
I think I learned a lesson with this aero package that I just didn't know, and unfortunately I didn't realize what was going on until I was in a bad situation trying to pop out and go around the outside of the 7 car. But I felt like I was learning the car, learning this next-gen car. It's my first time in a mile and a half in this vehicle. Much different than the car that I've driven in the past. And moving up through the field, I think, honestly, we had a top 15, top 10 opportunity tonight. And unfortunately, without any practice and trying to learn the car, I made a mistake down there 1 and 2.
What's it like for you to be back in the Coke 600, though, a place where you've had so much success?
It's great to be back. I really, really love being back. Love being a part of this race team and love the sport from Club Wyndham. but it was really awkward because I've never been so ill prepared for a race in my life. I think I got 30 laps in the sim. Was expecting 20 minutes of practice and didn't get that, didn't get qualifying, and rolled off for the first time here at the tail end of the field. So just through all the years I've been here and all the experience I've had, it was just a different way of going about it. But I felt like probably 5 or 10 laps in, I kind of knew where I needed to place the car, how I needed to drive the car, and unfortunately just made a little mistake there.
Thanks, Jimmy. Guys?
Thanks, Josh. Well, the sun is shining brightly from the west. Here's a look at Jimmy's wins at Charlotte. He doesn't like to brag, so we have to do it for him. That was 3 in a row. Had another one in the 600 here in 2014. Yes, there was a time this was his house.
It didn't matter. When you came to Charlotte Motor Speedway, you had to beat that guy to win this race.
Well, yeah, and it just showed the ones he won. It doesn't show the ones that he led most of the race or half of the race and finished second or third. I mean, this was his playground, just like it was for Dale Sr. at Daytona. Lowe's Motor Speedway at the time, Charlotte Motor Speedway, was Jimmy Johnson's playground for sure.
Another valid point that he said, all the experience, we just showed you the wins. You know, you can't put any of that experience to good use getting in this new car. No time, like he was talking about, limited time on the sim. I mean, it's hard. If you're just getting in something, I mean, we had to go to the sim. I hated the sim. I quite frankly got sick inside of it. Not sick of it, I got sick inside. You know, it would almost give you kind of vertigo, and I just had trouble with it. And then the correlation from the simulator to the actual real deal on a racetrack, I never could make that work. I mean, I almost had better luck getting on iRacing, and that's what I used to, you know, go to Sonoma and actually won that race off of iRacing. But him and that experience that he's had, that has to be a challenge for even the best at a racetrack like this.
Well, yeah, you look how decorated he is in this sport and what he's been able to accomplish over the years. And to come into a new car that he's not familiar with, thank God it's a track he's familiar with. Can you imagine if he had to go to a mile and a half he hadn't been to in a new car? Yeah. So it just shows how technical these new cars are. Jimmy's a guy that'll figure it out very, very quickly. I mean, we were watching him run with Joey Logano. I mean, Joey knows his way around here really well, knows these cars well. I am confident that the time he spent behind Joey, he was taking notes and learning and watching how Joey was driving the car, and that's what he was applying as well.
Well, let's talk about this racetrack. The dark cloud that was over turns 3 and 4 has kind of moved off. We saw some sunshine coming from over behind the grandstand, and I don't hear the jet dryers anymore. Call me the eternal optimist, but we might be pretty close to getting drivers back into the cars. Jamie?
And William Byron's led 54 laps here, but it seems like you guys have been throwing some things at it, adjusting a little bit. How was it there on that after the last stop when you made a wedge adjustment?
It was better. I think there's 3 to 4 cars that had more pace than us just overall. They kind of got us shortly after that initial restart. So I think we just need a little bit more pace, but hopefully that balance adjustment gets us a little bit closer where we can carry some more speed through 3 and 4. That's really where we're down on some speed. So Liberty University Chevy was good there at the start, kind of fending off those guys on the stage, and that was tough trying to hold them off. But certainly a long race, and we just got to stay in it and do a good job with our adjustments and restarts to stay up front. So we'll see how it all cycles through here.
William is so committed to his craft. When they called the race and called all activity here because of rain on Saturday, he went back to the Chevrolet simulator, turned some laps in there for a couple of hours. So how similar was the real race car compared to what you were doing in sim on Saturday?
It was pretty close. I mean, I think, honestly, some of the bumps in 3 and 4 are a little bit higher than we anticipated, but the Chevy tool is so good that those guys do such a good job just across the street at the GM Tech Center. So thanks to them for all their help, and certainly fired off the race pretty close. Just like I said, a couple guys seem to be a little bit faster than us right now, but hopefully as the track transitions, we have some more pace.
Love the patriotic paint scheme. It looks great.
Yeah, it looks good. It looks good. Liberty did a great job with it. Really excited to run those colors. Have the chrome number on it, so it's fun. Hopefully get the 400 here and have a shot.
Thanks, William. Regan?
Well, Alex Molman back after a 4-week absence from the Cup Series for the broken vertebrae that you suffered a few weeks ago in that sprint car race. Got to ask first and foremost, how is that back feeling here at the start of the 600-mile race?
Yeah, apparently I shrunk a little bit when I broke my back, or you grew, I don't know. But no, it's great to be back. Really fortunate that I was able to come back as quickly as I did, and just thanks to Ally and Hendrick Motorsports and everybody for giving me all the support to come back. Doesn't feel the worst so far, so wish we were running a little bit better. I think our car's okay, just pretty buried on track position, and we kind of gave up even more track position to try to make some big changes to be better later. So hopefully that pays off. I know you're sick of filling rain time, so looks like it's drying up, and hopefully we'll be good here the rest of the night.
You mentioned those big changes to the race car where you made an extra pit stop on that lap 100 break to get things perfect. How nice is it to have a race long enough that you can make those changes and work on it significantly as it goes on?
Yeah, for sure. It definitely helps. You know, we're in a not optimal pit box and kind of got buried through that cycle on track position, and we're like, man, let's just give up a little bit more, make a change, and see if it can help us for later. So like you said, this race is super long, and want to give a shout out to Nick Tomko. Having his name on the car means a lot. Have some guys that served with him here. It's an honor to have his name on the car. So just remembering everybody that's fought for us on this Memorial Day, and hopefully we get him in victory lane later tonight.
Very well said, Alex. Thank you.
Thanks, Regan. The rain has stopped and track drying has resumed. Out on the speedway, the Air Titans and the jet dryers out there now in full force. Our Fox Sports NASCAR crew wanted to remember and honor their family members who have served our country in the armed forces.
They're, excuse me, on a commercial break right now. Again, we are under red for rain. Currently at lap 158 of 400 in today's Coca-Cola 600. Our third rain delay of the day, but the first of the NASCAR Cup race. We had two during the Xfinity races. They still have to finish the final just over 150 laps of that Xfinity Series race yet. So when you consider the fact that we have about 150 laps left there and about 250 laps here, we still have basically a full Coca-Cola 600 worth of racing left at the Charlotte Motor Speedway on this Memorial Day Monday. Currently, as of right now, Tyler Reddick is your race leader. Brad Keselowski is second. Ryan Blaney third. Martin Truex Jr. fourth. Christopher Bell is in fifth. Kyle Busch is sixth. William Byron seventh. Denny Hamlin eighth. Chris Buescher ninth. And Ricky Stenhouse Jr. rounds out the top 10 in stage 2 as of right now at lap 158. William Byron won stage 1 so far in this race today. He has led the most laps of anybody in the race with 54 laps led from the pole. Christopher Bell has led 48 laps. Ryan Blaney led for 21 laps. Denny Hamlin led for 20. And Tyler Reddick has only led for about 5 laps before the caution flag came out for rain. He actually took the lead, and then the caution came out just 2 laps after the fact. And, of course, led a couple under the yellow flag. Michael McDowell led 4 laps under caution after staying out of the pits at the stage 1 break. Chase Elliott in the number 9 car led 6 laps during green flag pit stops. He ended up staying out longer than anybody else during the green flag stops themselves. Austin Cindric again got the free pass with this rain caution, so we'll have 25 cars back on the lead lap. And 2 cars out of the race today of Gregson and Jones with radiator troubles after hitting debris. Johnson, 49 laps down, but is still in this race. He just came back in prior to the red flag for rain. He had a steering alignment issue following a spin he had back in stage 1. They waited till the end of the first stage to get it out there so they can clear the damaged vehicle policy clock first. so that way they can keep him in the race, which helped him because he ended up gaining 2 positions, even though it was his own 2 cars he ended up passing. So maybe it wasn't the biggest gain position-wise as a result.
Oh my goodness.
I need to text my bus driver and tell him to lock it.
Yes.
What the heck is going on in here? There's a fight. Those are his donuts.
I'm really proud of what they're doing over there right now.
And we went through the drawers, and we know that you're always looking for snacks. This is it right here.
I don't do much food while I eat. Roger Penske loves drumsticks.
I'm a televangelist. Yes.
Yeah, we have our own. We bring our own.
You are a pro, Carson. We're loving this.
How's the hot rod? It's raining right now, but what are we gonna do when it's dry? How on earth did you get a mic?
Bye. Thank you.
When it rains, we have fun, right? We've been having rain fun all weekend long as we've been in delays at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. From the drivers only on the Xfinity Series broadcast to yesterday's rain fill and then today as well. You see the jet dryers out there right now. Of course, we are under a rain delay with 158 laps of 400 completed at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Shannon Spake, Larry McReynolds, David Reagan in the house. We've been with you all day. So happy to be here with you.
Welcome to our house
Yes.
of fun. Yeah,
Yes.
well, we've been hanging out watching some NASCAR racing.
Memorial Day weekend. Hope everyone is being safe and enjoying some of the racing that we've seen so far. What have you enjoyed so far?
Well, I enjoyed it, and it started in Xfinity Series race, how much the track has widened out. I mean, they're running around the bottom, they're running around the middle, they're running around the top. Pit road has been a little bit of a difference maker. Christopher Bell in that 20, so good on the long run, which is what you're looking for at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Yeah, you've seen cars racing all over the racetrack, top to bottom, a lot of different leaders already. Some drama on pit road already, Shannon.
Yeah.
You know, green flag stops, guys that are pitting close to each other, having some issues, even on yellow flag, caution flag pit stops. Brad Keselowski and some guys up towards the front, William Byron having a little bit of drama on pit road. And we're not even halfway yet. We're not even halfway.
Well, we are almost halfway because we're at lap 158. We have had a little excitement out there at the Coca-Cola 600. Let's take a look back, our race recap, show you how we got things done. William Byron leading the field to green right around 3:24 this afternoon, just about 22 hours late.
Yeah, and remember, these are the first laps that these drivers have had on this racetrack and in this race car this weekend, so they had to have a lot of confidence in the preparation of these cars, and already racing very tight quarters. Here you see Denny Hamlin and Brad Keselowski, who's been really fast today, battling for a top 5 position.
Jimmy Johnson, not the day that he wanted. He's won so many times at the Charlotte Motor Speedway, including this race so many times. He goes for a spin, and right now that car is not doing too well.
Yeah, this was the battle for stage 1. Christopher Bell, that 20, he got in the outside wall, but William Byron gets his 7th stage win of 2023.
There you go, another Legacy Motor Club issue today.
Yeah, some trouble. They had some debris go through the radiator, not only in Eric Jones's car, but also his teammate Noah Grayson.
Almost simultaneously.
Yeah, and that's such an awful feeling to have all 3 of your team cars in the garage at some point, but Jimmy Johnson is back out on the racetrack.
This is to my point earlier. Christopher Bell, he takes the lead right here at lap 117. Maybe not as good on the short run, but so strong on the long run.
And then here's the pit stop right around lap 150. You see Justin Haley inching around the outside of Christopher Bell's right rear quarter panel. It just throws off the cadence on this pit stop. This was a really slow stop, and it cost him several positions under that pit stop sequence.
Yeah, as we mentioned, William Byron has led the most laps, but right now he is running in 7th. The guy that has been fast and has led laps out there today, 21 total, is Ryan Blaney, currently running 3rd. 2 Fords in the top 3. Of course, this could be a good weekend for Ryan Blaney if he's able to break that winless streak. Also do the double duty for Roger Penske, who already won the Indianapolis 500 earlier this week. Feels like a month ago that race was run, but we've seen a lot of speed out of those Fords.
We have, and I have to be honest, I did not see this coming. If I go back to our first 2 races at mile and a half racetracks at Las Vegas and Kansas, they were non-existent. In fact, one of those races, they only had 1 driver finish inside the top 10. David mentioned Brad Keselowski. Keselowski and Blaney, they have been up there since the drop of the green flag.
Yeah, Brad's currently sitting second right now, and I don't think the racetrack's going to change a lot between now and later on into the evening. So I think a lot of guys that are happy with their race cars, that have speed, they're probably going to be able to stay up there and hold on to that. But yeah, definitely a lot of speed for the Fords, leading some laps already early in this Coke 600.
The top 5 right now is Ford and Toyota. The top running Chevrolet is Kyle Busch, and he's with Regan Smith out at the track.
Well, Kyle Busch having a solid day in 6th place. Heard you say at one point during the race, the right side just out of the racetrack just a little bit. Have you guys been making gains on that yet?
Yeah, definitely getting better. You know, we made some gains on it there late. That last couple of runs felt better about it, but we're just still losing a little bit of time on the long runs, getting a little bit loose. But it's actually the perfect time. About another 42 laps, it was going to be time for a protein shake and also some number 8 special from Cheddar's. You know, we got the chicken tenders here back of the box for all the boys, so appreciate Cheddar's helping us out, keeping us fed, keeping us ready to go for the next 350 here.
I see all those snacks back there. I may, you guys mind if I hop over there in just a second and grab some?
Absolutely. There's plenty right there where they're coming out from. So there's some croissants back there as well too, so you can't ever go wrong.
Good luck the rest of the day. Thanks, Kyle.
Not forget, Kyle Busch is really good at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. This is his first race there with his new team. You see these guys, both the Team Penske guys, looking to make it a double duty for Roger Penske. They're walking back to their car. That is a good sign, wiping off a little bit of the rain off of those shoes, but it does look like those guys are making their way back to their cars on pit road. But again, David, just a crazy weekend for drivers to get ready, get in, get out, get back in, get out, get back in.
Yeah, we talked about it a lot during the Xfinity race earlier. It's hard to get in that rhythm, but one thing that I've noticed a lot of drivers doing, they're going back to their pit box, they're sitting there with their crew chief, their engineer, and all of these teams have some SMT technology that allows the drivers and the teams to look through throttle traces, brake pressure, steering angles, all of the feedback that the drivers have inside the race car, and they can see where they're getting beat at, where their weak spots are at, so you know they've had some good conversations, and they're getting ready to pit. So whenever they do get back in the cars, you see Kevin Harvick here, got his helmet and hooking up his Hans device. They will make a pit stop right here to set them up for the rest of this stage.
Yeah, you look at Kevin Harvick there. They were horrible at the drop of the green flag, but they have fought, they have clawed, they have made adjustments on that Ford car, and he's almost made his way back to the top 10, sitting 12th right now.
You know, I wonder, you talk about just how long this race is. It's a marathon, and now we've sort of had a quote-unquote break, right? You wonder if this kind of helps the drivers reset, or does it just take you out of your groove 100%?
Well, I know a lot of them went to the bathroom the first thing. That's the first spot they're going to go. But I think it is a good little reset. Again, they can talk with their crew, they can get out, stretch their legs, probably get a snack, and it is a long race. But I hope they're not looking and thinking, man, we've been here all day, we've been fighting rain, and we're not even quite halfway yet. So you can't think about it like that. You have to think about it as an opportunity to recharge, to reset, and hop back in.
How about that young man right there, Ty Gibbs? Remember, he still has roughly 150 more laps in the Xfinity Series race, he and Justin Haley both, because they're doing the double duty.
Yeah, I loved hearing what Brad Keselowski had to say, right? He said he was going to go up on that pit box, he was going to hang out with the family of the soldier that's on his front windshield. Because let's not forget, 600 miles of remembrance, every single driver in the field has the name of a soldier on their windshield, and that's what today is about. And to hear him say he's going to get up there, he's going to spend some time with the family, maybe not something that they would get to do if we didn't have this.
Yeah, I mean, Brad does so much for the military. You know, acknowledging the people that are currently fighting for our freedom, but certainly people, our heroes, our military fallen heroes. He does so much in regards to that.
I loved what he said, too, in the interview. He said, I think we've got a shot to win. I mean, think about how far he's come from 1 year ago.
I mean, it's like a difference in day and night. You know, I mean, Chris Buescher in that 17 car, his teammate, was actually pretty solid last year. Remember, he won the Bristol race in the fall, and Brad Keselowski could not even hardly find top 5s, top 10s. But this year, leading laps, top 5s, top 10s, and well above the cut line right now.
Yeah, and his teammate Chris Buescher is in the top 10 right now, so both of those Fords have some speed. But let's take a look at what happened on pit road. William Byron has that number 1 stall, and you see him going through the number 2 stall stall that Brad Keselowski has, and it threw the timing off of their jackman. And you see the jackman, he doesn't have the chance to run around the front of the car. He has to run around the back of the car. It throws him off, and he actually lost 4 or 5 spots on that cycle. Rudy Fugle going over to have a conversation with Matt McCall. It looked pretty cordial, looked like everything was okay, but that's not going to go away the rest of the night, Larry. They're pitting right beside each other.
Yeah, in NASCAR this year, they've started monitoring what we call car interference, and that's a driver in his car interfering with a pit crew. They've already busted Michael McDowell earlier tonight, as well as Austin Cindric, but NASCAR did say that was not car interference. It was borderline. In fact, NASCAR told the 24 car, stop driving through the 6-car pit.
Explain to me Jamie Little's report, because she said that she talked to Rudy Fugle, and they said that they had like an agreement of some sort, those two, because they knew they were going to be pitting next to each other. Maybe just remind people at home if they didn't catch that part of the race.
Yeah, I mean, there is a rule that says you cannot drive through more than 3 pit boxes coming in or going out. And that certainly was not William Byron was doing. But yeah, I would always go to the neighbor crew chief and say, look, if we're going to be running close together, let's kind of work with each other. But let me tell you something that I think everybody is fighting. These are not the smallest pit boxes on the circuit, but for a 1.5-mile track, they are fairly small, only 28 feet in length. And I think that's one thing when you've got as many cars on the lead lap. We've had over 30 cars on the lead lap most of the race. That's what's led to a lot of these issues on pit road.
But there is a little bit of gamesmanship that goes on pit road. And if I know that I'm going to be racing someone for position or for the win, I don't want to cut them any breaks. No. I want to drive through their box and throw them off a few spots. It's a lot easier to pass those cars on pit road than it is the racetrack.
Have you ever done that before?
I can plead the fifth.
Yeah. Well, maybe we'll have to, Tony's in the booth. We'll have to get the guys to ask him if Tony's ever done that. The other guy involved in that, of course, was William Byron. He has been the class of the field for Hendrick Motorsports. But where's the rest of the team? I know it's early, everybody, and I need to relax. But where's the rest of the team, Ben? You surprised?
Well, Alex Bowman, they made an additional pit stop there at the end of stage 1, just trying to make adjustments to that race car. Remember, it's been close to a month since Alex Bowman has been on the racetrack, being out with injuries. Probably the biggest surprise is I think they continue to make Kyle Larson's number 5 car better, but he dropped back at the beginning, and he's really not been a player yet in this race.
Yeah, William Byron has led the most laps with those other 3 Hendrick Motorsports cars outside of the top 15 right now, and I would have had my money on Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson both being towards the front, battling for that lead. But you're right, Shannon, we're still a long ways away. Don't count those guys out too quick.
And with the way it's going, just remember, the nighttime could be the right time.
The nighttime is the right time. I know I'm going to eat those words, right? Everyone will be like, listen, Shannon, they're not in the top whatever, but in the end of the night, they'll probably end up going to victory lane, because obviously the Joe Gibbs Racing and the Hendrick Motorsports team have certainly been the class of the field. All right, I'm just going to continue to go down the list here. What else stands out to you about what we've seen so far? I mean, we haven't seen Trackhouse Racing really and they've been, Ross Chastain has always kind of been right up in the mix every single race.
And I do think this track went through a transition. The sun popped out, the track started taking a little more rubber, and we actually saw the Trackhouse drivers kind of swap. Ross Chastain was running up near the top 10, top 15. Suarez was a little behind, and over the last run, they've kind of swapped their positions. Suarez is up there, but yeah, the 1 car of Ross Chastain struggling a little bit right now.
Yeah, he led the most laps in this race 1 year ago, in the top 5 in all the stages last year. He's been so fast, Ross Chastain, on these 1.5-mile racetracks, so a little surprising not to see him up there. This is a new tire construction for this race, Shannon, and again, it's so difficult to predict the balance just on the simulator. And you heard Kevin Harvick early and Rodney Childers, some of their conversation. They missed their balance. Chase Briscoe went a lap down in that first stage. Kevin Harvick fell all the way back to 28th. So you got to give it to those teams who did hit it right on balance, but I do think there's an opportunity for some of those cars who were not very fast that first stage, 150 laps in. They're slowly getting a hold of it, but it's going to be hard to pass a lot of cars and get back up there. Maybe some strategy, maybe something to leapfrog. They got to have a good night on pit road as well.
Well, the nighttime is the right time. How much does this track change as we get into the night? Because we've already said so many times that the temperatures are not as aggressive as they usually are. So what kind of change do you anticipate we might see?
Yeah, it's not going to be as aggressive as I think we normally see, because we're normally used to right now, this time of the month of May here in the Charlotte, North Carolina area, maybe when the race would start, we'd be up in the 80s, and then you go into the twilight, then you go into the nighttime. But as I said right before the race started, you still have to make adjustments to keep up with the racetrack. You don't want to under-adjust, but you certainly don't want to over-adjust. I think we've had a few guys that's actually done that.
Yeah, it would be easy to over-adjust because that's just what you've always done, Larry.
Yes.
You know that you've got to stay in front of it. And even as a driver, you would always be thinking ahead. You wouldn't think about what can my car do better right now, but maybe in 50 laps or 100 laps. And so I think the drivers have to adjust how aggressive their feedback is to the crew chief, and that crew chief has to think about those things as well.
You mentioned Ty Gibbs. Ty Gibbs and Justin Haley are the two drivers who will be racing in the Xfinity Series race later tonight. They have to do 900 miles, so it's a very long race, especially for Ty Gibbs, who's a rookie going in his first Coca-Cola 600. That's a good sign right there. That means that I can stop talking, we can go to commercial break, and the drivers can start driving. We'll be right back.
So there you go. Red flag is lifted. They are back under caution flag conditions at the Charlotte Motor Speedway for the running of the 2023 Coca-Cola 600. Tyler Reddick, again, is your race leader. Brad Keselowski, second. Ryan Blaney, third. Martin Truex Jr., fourth. And Christopher Bell is your top five. Eating a turkey sandwich, so apologize. I was trying to swallow. I was like, oh, they're cutting the break. I got to get back. That is the situation we are in right now following this rain caution. It is worth noting the halfway mark is lap 200. So if we do end up in a situation where we get past halfway or get to the halfway mark and it starts raining again, knowing that there is an Xfinity Series race that still needs to be ran tonight, they may end up calling it. I don't think they're going to wait quite as long to try to finish this race under green flag conditions if we get rain, because there's an Xfinity race still to go tonight that has already started, and they don't want to let those Xfinity Series teams wait out any longer because they're supposed to go to Portland. They have practice and qualifying on Friday for their Portland standalone Xfinity Series race next week, so they definitely want to get that situated as best as they possibly can. But again, cars are on the racetrack. And it does look like the clouds have cleared up a little bit. It's not quite as overcast as it once was, but still, for the most part, is overcasted, but definitely no more drizzle or mist or rain or anything of that nature. The rain today has been a little weird, where yesterday the rain was on the radar. The day before, for the Xfinity Series race, originally Saturday, the rain was on the radar, and it was raining at the racetrack. But today, the precipitation, there hasn't been anything on the radar. It's been about 15% chance of rain, if not less than that, at the Concord, North Carolina area where the Charlotte Motor Speedway exactly is. And, just a very misty day throughout. So, again, light enough. It has been picked up on a radar, so it's been tough to predict exactly how much it will rain. So if they do end up losing the track again, and we do get past the halfway mark, I would imagine that NASCAR would end up calling it. So knowing that that is the case, we could see a lot more aggression, I think, out of these drivers, knowing that we don't know if it's going to rain again the rest of the way. And if we didn't have an Xfinity Series race afterwards, I think they would probably try to, let it, dry out, and they wouldn't really wait it out as long. But again, knowing we have another race to finish yet today at the same racetrack, and especially for those teams going out west, because at least the Cup Series is not going out west. Next week they'll be racing at Gateway in St. Louis versus Portland on the West Coast, not having to go coast to coast. Pit road is open, and we will see pit stops.
Keselowski, Burton in their pit boxes. Logano, LaJoie peels off. Jamie.
And Brad Keselowski in the 6, as you noted, he is peeling off. He's coming into his box now. Said he was a touch too tight on the short run, that last go-around on the short run. So 4 tires here. The 24, William Byron, needs to have better pace, wants to be a little bit faster. A 4-tire stop here and air pressure.
Now a number of cars on the lead lap stayed out.
What was that? Apologize to the turkey, not us. They're under the hood of the 5 car of Kyle Larson. Not exactly sure what the reasoning is for why they're underneath the hood, but they do have crew members underneath the hood of the 5 car, so some sort of mechanical issue potentially. Hopefully rain didn't get into like the engine or anything of that nature during that red flag period. That'd be terrible. Maybe it's an electrical problem, so hopefully that isn't. Kyle Larson can continue on. Be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you haven't already, for live for every NASCAR Truck, Xfinity, and Cup Series race on the race weekends. We have about 120 people watching right now, even through the rain delay and the fact it's on a Monday. Appreciate that as always. 82 likes on the stream so far. Be sure to like and subscribe again for more daily NASCAR content. We're on the road to 5,000 subscribers on the channel, and we are currently getting closer and closer. I think we're about 700-ish away. So yeah, we can hopefully get there within the next few weeks, next couple of months, hopefully sooner rather than later. But yeah, I think it's been a crazy road. I mean, the channel's grown so much just in the last year and a half roughly. We've been doing live commentary streams, not even halfway through the season yet that we've been doing live commentary streams for. It's just crazy that you guys come and listen to my commentary over Flex. I still can't get over it, or over NBC or over the race commentary, because I feel like when it's at your disposal, it's just easier to listen to the race. So the fact that you guys go out of your way and like to hear what I have to say during the course of the race, it really does it tickle the bottom of my heart. So appreciate that. Yeah, Christopher Bell's dropped back, it looks like, in the running order. I don't know what happened there. But Christopher Bell going backwards. He was in, what was it, 4th place? Yeah, 4th place when the rain came. Still under caution, but we have had pit stops. Most of the field came in, but not everybody. 25 cars on the lead lap when we get back to racing. And again, we've only had 4 cautions. As far as the elapsed race time goes, it's not counting the red flag, but from the drop of the green flag to that last caution, about an hour and 49 minutes into this race. We expected the race to be between 3.5 to 4 hours, which is typical for the Coca-Cola 600 and being the longest race of the year. So we're definitely on pace to still getting this done right around that 3.5 hour mark as of right now, with the lack of cautions that we have seen so far today. Only 1 caution though for incident, because we had a copy at lap 35, the stage end at lap 20, and then the rain caution just a few laps ago. What was that, lap 155 I think it was when the caution flag flew, 156. So we're in a situation right now where the only caution for incident was that Jimmy Johnson spin towards the end of stage 1. That Eric Almirola and Bubba Wallace.
This guy's, whoa. He's the one that had, who do you have in a headlock in Kansas? Wasn't it Kansas? Noah Gregson, yeah. Man, that guy's always seemed to be, just to give him a little bit more time.
I would love to know what it was, though, because that's...
So Bubba Wallace and Eric Almirola, a little bit of a shoving match on pit road, I guess, during the rain delay. Somebody from the grandstands, I think, caught it on camera. Crazy. Not sure what that was all about. Wallace is it would have had to have been after he had the penalty, I would have to imagine, because he is a lap down as a result of it, and Eric Almirola's been a lap down pretty much this entire... Well, no, Almirola's 15th now, so I don't know what that was all about, but green flag is back in the air. We are racing in Stage 2 in the Coca-Cola 600 at Charlotte. Reddick elected the outside lane on the restart for the front row. Ryan Blaney was down on the bottom, and then row 2 was Martin Truex Jr., and Daniel Suarez is now up in contention all of a sudden. Blaney gets cleared by the 45 car of Reddick, who was leading at the time of the caution. It only led a handful of laps. Jimmy Johnson's around once again, and the caution flag is out on the back straightaway. Man, what a tough break for JJ. And his Coke 600 return today. That is the second time Johnson's been involved in an accident. It looks like the right front tire is down on that race car. Problems. And it looked like his teammate, Noah Gragson, in the 42, made his way back out onto the racetrack, and I think he may have been collected. You could have asked for a worse day, or predicted a worse day than what this team has had. It does look like he's got a toe link issue now, and I wonder if they didn't get the steering maybe set up correctly, which caused something to happen there. No, Johnson just moved up. Johnson cleared up on the 42 of Gregson when he wasn't clear, or he got tight. I mean, one way or the other, Johnson ended up squeezing the 42 into the wall, and both Jimmy Johnson and Noah Gregson have significant damage following the accident after they were in the garage for almost 50 laps, about 50 laps for both of them. They both get back out onto the racetrack and they both wreck. Literally the first lap after getting back out there. That is unbelievable. And I do think there's a toe link issue on the 84, which may knock him out of the race today. This has been pitiful for Legacy Motor Club here this afternoon. This is our 5th caution now at lap 163 on the first lap after getting back to green flag racing. Tyler Reddick had the lead at the time of the caution flag. Martin Truex Jr. is still in 2nd place. Ryan Blaney in 3rd. Brett Keselowski 4th. And Chase Elliott is in 5th. 35 laps to go yet in stage 2. Poor Johnson. I feel bad for him. I feel so bad. Yeah, could you imagine during the rain delay, they just allow like all the Legacy Motor Club cars, like, yeah, if you guys just want to make laps to make them up during the rain, you can. They're just driving around 60 miles an hour. There's another lap making up. There's another. Can you imagine if they just allowed that free-for-all? With this quick caution, though, I think Bubba Wallace will get the free pass after being the first car 1 lap down. So we'll be at 26 cars on the lead lap now, and I would imagine even when pit road opens that everybody will stay out because most of the field did pit during that last caution flag that we just had for the rain. So Reddick will remain the leader on the restart. We'll see if Truex will try the front row again. Maybe he'll go the outside of row 2. It worked out for him that time. Although that wasn't his lane choice because he was in 2nd and decided to go behind Reddick. That was because he was 3rd and actually Blaney was in 2nd at the time. So quickly under caution once again. Great recovery for Kevin Harvick in that 4 car. What a topsy-turvy race he has had. He started in the 2nd place position during the first stage and even through the first pit stop, back in 28th place. After that 2nd stop, though, at the end of stage number 1, flip of a switch, and that car got turned right back around, and he has made his way all the way back up to 12th from 28th after starting 2nd. I mean, not because of penalties that he fell back that far. He was on speed, dropping like a rock at the start of the race. And even with that first pit stop, they couldn't get it adjusted. He was still falling back. And then he just started going forward all of a sudden. The track hasn't really changed much, so I don't know what they did to that 4 car that was causing him to be slow at the start versus not being slow now. But he's picked back up, and he may have a shot at a top 10 finish here still. Crazy. So we'll take a look at where those spotlight drivers are running from my fantasy team while we are under this caution period in stage 2. The drivers on my team, I do have Kevin Harvick. He is currently in 12th as mentioned. I have Chase Elliott, who is in 5th place now following those pit stops. So he's in a good spot. Bubba Wallace just got the free pass, which is good, but he's back at 26th. Definitely underperforming from my expectations for him in the race today. Kyle Larson, they were under the hood of his race car, so he lost some track position during that caution, but he made up quite a few spots there as he's up to 18th already. But has been outside the top 10 most of the day. Denny Hamlin is probably the best performing driver overall in the race for my team. He's in 9th, although he's not the highest. Chase Elliott is as of right now. Hamlin did get 6 stage points in stage 1. And then Ross Chastain, also on my team, has not been very good today. He's been pretty much 15th or worse most of this day. He is currently 17th as we run. And I'm going to have to make a tough decision for who I want in the garage. It does look like the sun's trying to peek through some of the clouds at the racetrack, so this could maybe offer up a slight change to the track conditions, maybe making it slightly more slick than what it was before, but the sunshine is out for the first time today in Concord, North Carolina, and it looks like a lot of the fans stuck out the rain delay as well. Props to all the fans really in attendance that stayed for the Monday race. They had a sellout crowd for the Coke 600 for the original date on Sunday. Even with it getting pushed to a Monday, and I know it's a holiday weekend, that place is still packed. I don't think everybody stayed. I don't think they're sold out necessarily again today, but there's a huge crowd on hands for this race still. So impressive, honestly, to say the least, and definitely cool to see. There's a boat in the infield of the grandstands. I'm not sure who brought that in, and there has been a lot of rain, but there is a boat at the bottom of the grandstands. It looks like that was more towards the entry to turn 1. Crazy. Martin Truex Jr. did go to the outside of row 2 behind Reddick, despite the fact that he had a chance to restart to the inside of Reddick if he wanted, but ends up going to the top instead. He's going to hope that Ryan Blaney doesn't get as good of a restart just like the last time by, and he can get back to second that way, I guess. I think if it's a late race restart, you want to be on the front row because that's probably your best chance to try to win the race. It's going to be difficult to do that from second in line in a row, whether that's the top or the bottom, really, especially the bottom, but on the top, so kind of surprised Truex decided to go outside of row 2. So front row in the restart will be Ryan Blaney, Tyler Reddick, Blaney on the inside, Reddick elected at the top as mentioned. Row 2, Brad Keselowski on the inside and Martin Truex Jr. on the outside. Row 3 going to be Chase Elliott up high, William Byron down low. Daniel Suarez and Chris Buescher in row 4, Denny Hamlin, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in row 5. Row 6, Kevin Harvick and Kyle Busch. Well, we're guaranteed at least 2 more cautions today with the stage breaks. We'll have 31 laps to go in stage 2 when they go green this time by. But yep, clouds definitely clearing up. Good sign. Hopefully we get this entire race in today as well as the entire Xfinity race afterwards. Into the Geico restart zone. Reddick leads him back to the green, and we're racing again at Charlotte. Hopefully we can get more than a lap in following the caution flag in the restart once again. A lot better restart for Ryan Blaney on the inside lane as they challenge into turns 1 and 2 as he leans on the 45 of Tyler Reddick. No actual contact. 4 wide in the middle of the pack further back, and now 3 wide around Denny Hamlin in the 11 as he gets split. Blaney is still on the inside of Tyler Reddick down the backstretch. Ross Chastain with Daniel Suarez in the jockey paint scheme this week. We'll dive down to the inside, making a pass on Brad Keselowski. Can't quite get by the 9 car of Chase Elliott, but Suarez has come to life here in the middle going of stage 2 as he is trying to battle to get inside the top 5 for the first time. Martin Truex Jr. to the outside lane, trying to catch some clean air on the nose of his race car, while Reddick and Blaney are still door-to-door for the lead off turn 2. Great job by Blaney on this restart as he has been all over the 45 as he nearly makes contact into the left rear corner panel as he is desperate in trying to stay on that corner panel, trying to side draft as much as he can off the exit of turn 4, still side by side for the lead. Blaney hanging on in the bottom for now. Truex with another run off the outside of the racetrack, nowhere to go. He's boxed in behind the 2 cars that are side by side for the lead through 1 and 2 again. If he can get enough momentum, he may be able to bump draft Tyler Reddick down the backstretch, pull himself and Reddick clear of Blaney, but he can't do so. And Ryan Blaney will actually clear the 19 of Martin Truex Jr. off the exit of the corner and slide in line in the top behind Reddick. Daniel Suarez and Chase Elliott have been side by side for about 2 whole laps now, as Suarez is still underneath the 9. And got a little loose off turn 4, had to burp out of the throttle to keep it off Elliott. Buescher is going to get by Suarez as a result. Elliott clear in that battle for 4th place and still only about a half a second off the race lead. Last time by at the start-finish line, it looked like Blaney was about 0.3 of a second behind Reddick. 28 laps to go in stage 2. A lot of racing still to go as we're nearing the halfway mark today. Ryan Blaney trying to close that battle in. Denny Hamlin going after William Byron. Byron lost quite a few spots on the restart. He was on the inside of row 3. So that 5th place position when they initially went green, Denny Hamlin is going to get by Byron and clear him off of turn 2. That's going to drop the 24 car back to 10th now. Through turns 3 and 4, Chris Buescher looking to the inside of Martin Truex Jr. Deep dive. Buescher's cars come to life all of a sudden in the middle of this run. Can't quite clear the 19 yet. Truex not too aggressive at the side draft, though, and that allows Buescher to clear at the start-finish line. Great job by Chris Buescher. Moving himself past Truex for the third-place position on the racetrack. Truex up near the wall, almost into the wall in the center of the corner. Oh, trouble! Kyle Busch is around off turn 2. He spins in front of the pack. Suarez might have hit him. Other cars are scattering down the back straightaway, and Busch is going to bring out the caution flag once again. I don't know if he got tagged, but he spun off turn 2. Same spot Jimmy Johnson had his problems. Busch rolling backwards, trying to make sure he wasn't going to flat spot the tires, and I don't believe he has. Does he have it in reverse going all the way back to pit road? I think he does. Kyle Busch is just going to back it all the way up coming into the pits. What a legend. I think he's just trying not to get a flat spot. I think that's why he's driving backwards onto pit road. It doesn't look like he's got a toe link issue, but there he goes. Now he's going to slide it. Hey, great job. I mean, that's the way to do it, to not lock the tires up and blow a tire and risk damaging the fenders. He just reversed it all the way back to pit lane. But a spin there by Kyle Busch. We're going to see how it happened. He was on the inside of Brad Keselowski. It looked like he just got tight. He got tight. He washed up into the 6. It actually knocked Keselowski into the wall. Daniel Suarez ended up nosing the driver's side door of the 8 of Busch, but it didn't really look like it caved or crushed the front of the 99 car, so I think Suarez will be fine. You would have to hope that left front fender doesn't have too much damage, and it didn't push it in, and hopefully Keselowski doesn't have too much damage as well after getting into the wall, because he did hit it pretty good. It was a good smack for Keselowski. Hopefully he doesn't have a toe link issue. He's not brought it to pit road yet. And those are the only cars that had any sort of damage following that incident. Busch didn't get hit hard by the 99. He really didn't even hit the 6 that hard either, so Kyle Busch will be able to continue, but a spin will send him towards the back. And I believe Corey LaJoie in 27th place will get the free pass with this caution flag coming out. And I would imagine that everybody that's one lap down will take the wave around, because by the time we go green, we're going to have at or around 20 laps left in this stage, and try to do the same thing that Chase Briscoe was able to do when he took the wave around back in stage 1. When a caution came out, when Johnson spun in a similar time frame with about as many laps left in the first stage. So caution flag is out. Once again, Kyle Busch has spun off of turn 2 in stage 2 of the Coca-Cola 600. After getting tight, washing up into the 6 of Brad Keselowski. The 6 ended up in the wall. The 8 turns around. Definitely couldn't hang on to it. And really, if Keselowski wasn't on the outside of the 8, I think Busch got out of the gas in time. But because they were side by side, there was a lot less room for error. Couple cars out of the top 10 pit, and then the back half of the lead lap cars pit. The 2 cars in the top 10 that pitted were the 2 with damage of Keselowski and Suarez.
Top 5 group that stayed out kind of forced their hand a little bit. Timing wasn't exactly perfect there, Larry.
Yeah, because a lot of those that had stayed out the time before, they had about 14 to 15 laps. We're going to go back racing with right at, call it 20 laps ago. That's not what those guys wanted to see. They'd rather have seen this thing run out.
I'll tell you who else didn't want to see it is that guy right there in the 6. Hopefully it didn't bend that toe link on the outside. Back up the hood, underneath the hood on the 5. Didn't like that adjustment, Tony.
Or liked it and wants more of it.
Maybe. Hopefully.
Now, Christopher Bell restarted the last car on the lead lap, got his way up to 21st.
Cutting to commercial here as we're late in stage 2 following a spin from the 8 car of Kyle Busch. After he was tight and then washed up into the 6, losing control. Tyler Reddick continues the race lead here in this second stage and will lead the field to the green after staying out of the pits. Keselowski Suarez are gonna lose quite a bit of track position, and as you heard under the hood of the 5 car of Larson again as they continue to make major adjustments late in this stage. Alright, so I'm gonna have to put Chastain in Oh, man, who do I want to take out here? Probably going to have to take out Bubba. I don't want to because I just have a feeling he's going to get a good finish still, but I can't base it off of feelings. I have to base it off of how it's looked so far. So, yeah, I got to throw Chastain in. Again, it locks at the end of Stage 2 still. Actually, it looks like it locks at the end of Stage 3. I do remember reading that they're only awarding points for the first 2 stages. I think that's what it is. So it looks like at the end of Stage 3, the fantasy lineup locks, not at the end of Stage 2. But you're only getting points for the first 2 stages, not all 3. And then obviously the finish of the race still. The league standings coming into the week. Not Elliott Fan is your leader with 2,472 points. He has an 77-point lead over the defending 2-time regular season champion Sad Uranus. And he has 23.95 coming into the day. P-Shat Motorsports with 23.93, only 2 points behind him in third. I'm in fourth with 23.22, and Derek Booth rounds out the top 5 so far this season at 22.26. So again, we still have 12 races left after today for the regular season championship. So it is a very, very tight race here between the top. Really, let's see how many are really in contention yet. Quite a few, really. Top 11 within a couple hundred points. That's pretty impressive. Out of 42, that's really impressive. So, yeah, 11-horse race still for this championship. Let's keep it going all the way into the summer months. I think it could come down to quite a few people. If you're within like 200 points going into that regular season finale, with it being at Daytona especially, you can make up those points. So, that's huge. So we'll have less than 20 to go then in Stage 2 once we get back to racing. And the field is doubled up. They will be going green this time by front row in the restart. Again, Blaney on the inside of row 1, Reddick, Alexi outside. No change for the last couple of restarts there. Row 2 will be Chase Elliott and Chris Buescher. And then row 3 will be Denny Hamlin, Martin Truex Jr. Row 4 is going to be William Byron, Eric Almirola, Alex Bowman, Ross Chastain in row 5. And I do have to say, great run for Almirola. He, much like Harvick, they have really turned that 10 team around. Almirola on speed at one point was a lap down around 30th in the first stage, and now he is in the top 10 late in Stage 2. We still have half the race left, so looking to make up some points. He's pretty far below the cutoff line, so he needs a solid points day if he's going to want any sort of shot of trying to point his way into the playoffs as we get into the second half of the regular season. Green flag back in the air, push from the 9 to the back of the 12 and the 17 to the back of the 45 on the front stretch. Couple cars fanning out to 3 wide further back as they enter turn 1. And 3x3 just inside the back half of the top 10. Great restart for Ryan Blaney as he gets to the lead. And one car gets bounced off of the wall off of turn 2. That's going to cause an accordion effect down the backstretch. They're 4 wide as they get into turn 3 now. As it looked like it was, man, I can't even tell who that was that bounced into the wall. But whoever it was there still dropping like a rock. Something is wrong. It's on Almirola in the 10. What a great day he was having. He gets into the wall, he's falling immediately backwards, and he may have an issue on that race car as he continues his way through turns 1 and 2, well off the pace after bouncing into the wall hard off of turn 2 in the restart. But meanwhile, at the front of the field, Ryan Blaney on the inside lane was able to get to the lead on Tyler Reddick and now controls the pace for the time being. The aggression is definitely amped up following that rain delay. Or seem more cautious for incidents since the rain delay and the green flag racing we've seen in the last 30 laps than what we saw in the entire first 158 laps prior to the rain. Chris Buescher to the inside for second place on Tyler Reddick. What a great car Buescher has today. And he wasn't even this fast in stage 1, but now that the sun's out following the rain and that car has come to life, he is up to second. The Fords at the front of the field of Blaney and Buescher, a Penske and an RFK Ford, followed by 2 Toyotas, a 2311 Toyota and a Joe Gibbs Racing Toyota, and a Hendrick Motorsports Chevy in 5th. Still a lot of racing going on, side by side for position. Further back, it looked like there was contact between Denny Hamlin and Chase Elliott as well off turn 2. Almirola just kind of got up wide. I don't know if it was the dirty air that caused him to hit the wall, but there was no contact around the 10 car, which forced him into the wall. Just got really, really tight, hit it very hard. And trouble! One car's around hard onto the front stretch. It's Denny Hamlin. Caution flag is out. Hamlin is going to be done. Major impact on the front stretch into the outside wall head on for the 11 car of Hamlin. Chase Elliott is involved. Those two made contact a couple laps ago on that restart off turn 2, and I don't know if that maybe caused retaliation. I would hope that that isn't the case, but they made contact a couple laps ago. Hamlin is getting out of the race car. All sorts of tore up. I don't think I've seen an X-Gen with that much front-end damage, honestly. I mean, it's a good thing it did crush, but showing a replay, it looked like Hamlin got wide into Chase. Chase bounced off the wall, and it looked like he hooked him. Unless something was broken, but it looked like he hooked Denny Hamlin. Hamlin hits the wall hard. Rear tires came up off the ground as he smashed the front end of his race car into the outside wall. But Hamlin got into Chase, knocked Chase into the wall, then Chase back into the right rear of Hamlin, who hits head on. Nobody else collected, just those two. Chase is going to be able to continue, but he's got a lot of damage on the right front fender after Hamlin hit the wall. And of course, Chase bounced off the wall as well. But Chase ended up kind of hung up on Hamlin as he was turning him back across the racetrack. Hamlin gets into him. Chase bounces off the wall. It looked pretty... Oh my goodness, that's a hard hit for Denny Hamlin. Vicious hit. I would hope that something broke on the race car, but the wheel, you could definitely tell that it was a sharp left that Chase Elliott took after he made contact with the wall. It didn't look like he bounced off the wall and bounced into Hamlin. It looked like he hit the wall, drove a couple seconds, and then turned him. At full speed, it is quick, but it was a pretty sharp left-handed turn, and I don't think it was just because that kink was coming up in the first portion of the front stretch. Showing an in-car camera of Hamlin, and this impact's going to be brutal. Oh my goodness. Hamlin moving around violently inside the race car at the impact point. Yeah, Chase did not need this. Remember, he's trying to get back inside the cutoff line after missing 6 races this year. Still has a shot to point his way in with the speed he's had, but did not have to have a day today when there's so many points that are up for grabs. And he was in the top 10 for the first time to try to get stage points, which he did not get back at stage 1. Hamlin's day is definitely done. I do think Chase Elliott can continue damage-wise. And they are showing a replay where Hamlin got up into Chase a couple corners ago. And that is something I mentioned before, too. So Hamlin got into Chase twice, and I think that's why Chase ended up hooking him. I think he hooked him. I'd like to think that he didn't, but what my eyes are telling me is that he did. I think it was retaliation. I'll put a poll in the chat. I can do that. I'll put a poll to see what you guys think for anybody watching the race. Do you think Chase Elliott is pulling into the garage?
I'm not seeing it yet. Just bring it to us if we can fix this.
Look at the right rear. That's
oh yeah,
toast.
Yeah, right rear is done on Chase's car.
Yeah, Denny Hamlin hit hard, but he wasted no time jumping on the radio, and I'm going to paraphrase, but he said, that is complete BS. They should park his butt. And Chris Gabehart, his crew chief, came on the radio after watching the replay, and he said that was 100% intentional. It doesn't get more intentional than that.
It seemed intentional to me. There's going to be let's remind ourselves here that last year, Bubba Wallace did get suspended a race for turning Kyle Larson pretty much the same way that Chase Elliott turned Denny Hamlin on a 1.5 miles. It was pretty much a carbon copy of what happened. So that is going to be an interesting story to follow through the week. We do have the leaders on pit road.
Bend the bumps, they had smoothed the bumps out. He likes it right now just a little bit loose. Jamie?
And William Byron said his car's a little bit better there, not as tight as it was, just still with a little bit more pace to hang with those guys.
To go in stage 2. Here is another look at it.
Well, it looks like I'm going to have to put Bubba back in my lineup because I had Chase and Denny on my team. Oh, jeez. I got to refresh this. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I was going to ask you guys, do you think Chase turned Denny on purpose? I'd like to see. Simple yes or no question. I'm curious to see what the poll's going to say. Well, I'm sure there's a lot of Chase Elliott fans watching. I hate that Chase did that. I really do. It did look like he did it on purpose. Really hate to see it. I hated when Bubba did it to Larson last year. I thought it was just wrong. I gotta say the same thing for Chase. It looked identical to what happened. Wasn't that retaliation at Las Vegas last year? Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. Like Bubba retaliated on Larson for Larson turning him into the wall. You can't right hook a guy on a fast racetrack like this. Vegas is a fast racetrack, and Bubba turned Larson, got suspended a race. I think he got a pretty good fine from that too, if I'm not mistaken, which he well deserved. And I think that Bubba got a slap on the wrist for what he did. Should have been banned for the well, I mean, I think the reason why he did it, and I can understand an argument because there was only a couple races left at that point. If I'm not mistaken, wasn't there only like 3 races left? And he got suspended for one of them. Because I think they're with the Homestead. There is somewhat of an argument for that. But I think they didn't do that because of based off of prior history with guys getting suspended like that. Like you look back at Kyle Busch when he did that to Ron Hornaday in a truck race back in, I can't remember what year it was. I think it was 2010. But he did that and he got suspended for the Cup race on that Sunday, and I think he was supposed to run the Xfinity race. So he got suspended basically the rest of the weekend. So he missed a Cup race. And I think there have been instances in the past too where drivers have been suspended one race for that. So that's why you have to base it off of precedent that you already put down before. And I know we talk about NASCAR. Well, they're not consistent with the rules anyway. Well, that doesn't mean that you stay inconsistent. You got to set a boundary. And I think with them putting that one race suspension down, I feel like in this situation you have to do the same thing, right? I mean, like you can't not do the same thing. You can't. There's no way you could tell me. There's no way you could tell me that Chase can't get any sort of penalty for this, for doing the same thing we saw Bubba do last year. So again, this will be interesting to watch throughout the course of the week. Chase can't afford to miss a race. He's already trying to make up points for missing 6 races. Here's Denny Hamlin with Josh Sims.
Any kind of retaliation there, or what was the deal? What led to that?
Yeah, it's a tantrum, and he shouldn't be racing next week. Right rear hooks are absolutely unacceptable. I don't care. It's the same thing Bubba Wallace did with Kyle Larson. The exact same. He shouldn't be racing. It's a tantrum.
Thanks, Denny.
Strong words from Denny Hamlin. Bubba Wallace was suspended for one race after he crashed Larson on lap 94 at Las Vegas for intentionally wrecking or spinning another vehicle from the rule book, whether or not that vehicle is removed from competition as a result.
David Beebe, Cody Ledger, Denny GT2, thanks for tuning into the stream here recently. David Griffin, thanks for tuning in also, and I think that's all the shout-outs I see. Troy McDonald, welcome into the stream here over recent laps. Green flag back in the air late in stage 2, 9 laps to go in the second stage. Ryan Blaney is on the outside of the front row as of right now. Inside of the front row is the, 17 of Chris Buescher, and Buescher is clear, but he didn't pull all the way up, and Ryan Blaney was able to side draft him down the backstretch and try to pull back to the race lead into turns 3 and 4. 3 wide, right around where Alex Bowman was. Buescher has a chance to move up again, hesitates. This time he goes for it. He probably could have cleared up off turn 2. Also, he gave Blaney the benefit of the doubt. I thought he was going to lose the lead because of that. Unfortunately, though, for Ryan Blaney, he couldn't capitalize. Now he's put back in the dirty air. Had to lift a little bit in turns 1 and 2. I think he got tight, loses more ground. And Chris Buescher out in front with 8 laps to go in stage 2. Side by side for second going on right now, as it looks like it is Kevin Harvick who's come up out of nowhere as he battles Tyler Reddick. Joey Logano, who's outside the top 20 on speed early in this race, as well as now inside the top 5 for the first time. So a lot of these Fords that were outside the top 20 earlier in the race, like Harvick, like Logano, like we saw from Almirola earlier, having speed. Almirola ended up in the wall, so he's not very good as of right now as far as pacing goes. But Harvick out of nowhere has come to life. Joey Logano has come to life. Harvick gets by Reddick, gets by Blaney, and Harvick is up to second right where he started. What a move this 4-car has made through the field. 6 laps to go, stage 2 as of right now. Blaney holds on to third. Fords all in the top 5. 1 through 5 are Fords in the running order. Unbelievable. Yeah, Fords followed by 4 Toyotas. Only Chevy in the top 10 is Alex Bowman in 10th, who is battling his teammate William Byron for that said spot. 5 to go in the stage at the start-finish line, and we'll be officially halfway in today's race. Here's Chase Elliott with Josh Sims.
Yeah, I can't hear you, but the 11 ran us up in the fence there, and once you tear the right sides off these things, it's kind of over. So just I hate it. I thought our Napa Chevy was getting better. It was nice to be making some gains there again throughout the race. Our pit stops were really good, and we had some pretty good fortune to get up towards the front there. So it was just trying to get to mile 600 and have a shot. So unfortunately, failed to do that again.
Denny said there was some retaliation there. Was there any retaliation on your part?
Like I say, once you hit the wall in these things, you can't drive them anymore. So, unfortunately, just an unfortunate circumstance.
That's Chase Elliott's side of the story. Chris Buescher.
Blaney starting to fall back on this restart after leading going to the green flag. He is now back to 5th. Joey Logano and Brad Keselowski have passed him over recent laps. Chris Buescher in the 17 car has a 4/10 of a second lead over Harvick, but Harvick has been a little bit quicker than Buescher the last couple laps. He's running out of time to try to catch him for the stage windows. We're down to 2 to go this time by. Ross Chastain has broken the top 10. He gets by Reddick, who is also falling back now by the wayside on the restart. Reddick restarted on the outside of row 2 behind Blaney, and he is hanging on for 10th for the time being, but I think with the sun coming out, it has changed this track a lot, so the cars who were not that good before are now good all of a sudden. And it's crazy. If we do get more cloud coverage, maybe expect Bell and Blaney to get back up there again, but man, it's amazing how quickly they fell. Ty Gibbs is battling Blaney for 5th on the track. Blaney trying to hold on to keep track position and get any sort of stage points he can. 1 lap to go at the start-finish line here in stage 2. As we are on the final lap of the stage, Kevin Harvick has closed the race lead down to about 3 car lengths off the exit of turn 2, but he's going to be too far back to catch Busher, both RFK Fords inside the top 3. Strong run for both of them. Maybe a chance one of them could go to victory lane. Caution flag is out. This is for incidents. They did not get to the green, white, checkered flag, and it's because the 78 car of BJ McLeod is stalled on the front stretch. So McLeod stalling on the front stretch is the cause of the caution, and the stage will end under yellow. Chris Busher wins stage 2 of the Coke 600. Kevin Harvick ends up second, Brad Keselowski third, Joey Logano fourth, and Ty Gibbs will round out the top 5 in this stage. Ryan Blaney 6th, Christopher Bell 7th, William Byron 8th, Ross Chastain 9th, and Bubba Wallace with a great rebound is back inside the top 10 at the end of the halfway point in today's race. So we are at the stage 2 break. That means it's time for a die-cast showing. Every end of stage 2 break during the live commentary streams, I give you guys a showing of one of the die-casts I have in my collection. All of them are 1/24 scale die-casts. Because it's a Coca-Cola 600, I have my favorite Coca-Cola 600 paint scheme of all time. It is the 2003 Pride of America Low Chevrolet for Jimmy Johnson. He won a rain-shortened Coke 600 race, so it's kind of fitting with the rain we had this weekend that I showed this Coke 600 throwback die-cast. Jimmy Johnson also running this race today, so there's a couple of reasons why to show this Coke 600 paint scheme. It's one of 2 specific Coke 600 paint schemes that I have, but this is my favorite one of all time. I remember having a 1/64 scale die-cast of this when I was a kid, and I remember using it so much that I think I remember one of the tires popping off of it all the time. So this one I take a lot more care of, obviously, not, tearing cars up on the floor of my bedroom. So we get to see this beauty of a paint scheme, but definitely a classic Jimmy Johnson dominator at Lowe's this time period. This was his first of 3 consecutive Coke 600 victories. You can see the Winston Cup logo on the side of it, so that'll verify this is the 2003 scheme. But again, this was a rain-shortened win race back in that season. Jimmy Johnson, Pride of America paint scheme. And I will actually show the other Coke 600 die-cast I have at the end of stage 3. I'll do 2 of them today, and the reason why is because it's an extra long race, so why not? That is a 1/24 scale. Yeah, I love that die-cast. It's one of my, honestly, when I saw it, I had to get it. I believe I got it at Bristol. It was one of the first die-casts I got for my 1/24 scale die-cast collection. If it were Bubba or Bush or Logano, I'd say 100% intentional, not shocking at all. It being chased, that is shocking. I do agree with, it did shock me that he did that, and I wish he didn't, but I don't think the shock factor should play into that. And he did deny that he actually, hit him. So there's that. He didn't, he played it smart. He was very aware that the 11 had ran him up the track a couple times prior to what he said. But he also didn't come out and say he wrecked him. Now, I will also say that Bubba Wallace's interview back at Las Vegas last year, he also said that he didn't hook him, and it basically said the same thing that Chase did, which what Chase said is that when you hit the right side of the car, it gets banged up, that you can't drive him anymore. I don't know what that had to do with completely turning down the track into him, but yeah, it did look intentional to me. I'll try not to beat a dead horse, but it did. And it looks like in the chat, it does look like you guys, of the 38 votes that have been casted so far, 79% say that yes, he did wreck him on purpose, and 21% say no. So it seems like a lot of you guys are in agreement with me that Chase did wreck him on purpose. Yeah, there's definitely going to be some sort of a penalty. I don't think he's getting off scot-free with it. Will it be a race suspension? Will it be a monetary fine? It could be a points fine too, though. I can't remember if Bubba was docked any points for it last year. He wasn't in the playoffs, so the points penalty really didn't matter if he did get one. I'm not sure if he did or not. He might not have, because I think him missing the race was kind of like the points penalty. So that might be the case for Chase. He can't afford either. I mean, he's got to get every point he can to try to point his way into the playoffs if he doesn't get a win. And he's already missing out on points on this race alone. I don't know. It's going to be tough. Pit road will be open this time by, but we did see pit stops prior to that caution flag coming out, so I don't know that we are necessarily going to end up seeing actual pit stops being taken place. I think that they're doing an honoring of the servicemen and women at the halfway point that had perished in their fights for the country. And I don't think they're having a stopping point. It might be because of the rain. Potential rain.
There is McLeod, who brought out this most recent caution flag as we complete stage number 2 on this, our most solemn of holidays, Memorial Day. Pit road will open. 25 lead lap cars, and we'll add Zane Smith in the 38. He will get the free pass, and that'll give us 26 on the lead lap when we restart to begin stage number 3.
This will get us re-racked back on these tires. Now you're going to really see, I mean, make no mistake about it, the Fords up front, they were definitely on tires, but can they stay there? This is an opportunity. Gained a lot of track position here. Take advantage of it.
We've got some pit stops.
Well, that 17 car really came alive during that last run. His biggest concern, he's bottoming out at the top of 3 and 4, and the car's a little bit on the free side. Regan?
Ryan Blaney staying out on the most recent 2 cautions. Not really sure what to do to the car right now because of that. Felt like the tire cycles really hurt them. Instead of changing anything, they're going to do a reset right now. Jamie?
Kevin Harvick in the 4 said, my balance is fine, but I just can't do anything with Buescher because we're running the same line. Meanwhile, Brad Keselowski in the 6. They told him, now we should 200 lap warm-up, bud. We have 200 more laps to go. Just a little bit free on the 6.
Kevin Harvick wins the race off.
Fire down there in Keselowski's pit. Got it out quick.
Kevin Harvick wins the race off pit road, picking up 1 spot over Chris Buescher, who lost that spot. And it looks like there is a fire around the fuel cell of Keselowski's race car as he's driving, so hopefully that doesn't continue to ignite. It was in his box as he was leaving. They had to put the fire out quickly there, and it looked like it was still in flames there slightly. Hopefully the wind puts it out as he's driving around the racetrack, but he's having a great day. He does not need any sort of a mechanical issue like that to potentially end it. Keselowski's been in the top 5 pretty much all race long to this point. So thanks for everybody tuning in here today. Be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content on the channel here today. It's been a long stream so far. Obviously, it's the longest race of the year. We're just past the halfway mark, but we did have a rain delay in there as well. So even though we're 2.5 hours in already, rain delay. We've had a handful of cautions, not as many as last year. Last year we had 90 laps worth of caution in the Coke 600. It was also an 18 caution race. We have had 8 cautions so far in this one. And I just lost my raw feed there for a second. Pretty competitive race though. 10 different leaders, 16 lead changes with those 10 different leaders up to this point. The 38 car will get the free pass during the stage break. The caution actually did come out before the leaders got to the start-finish line because the 78 car had stalled on the front stretch. So that is technically the cause of the caution, so it was for incident, but they were going to end up getting the stage end there in about a half a lap anyway. At the caution at lap 185 between Chase Elliott and Denny Hamlin, also the 14 car of Chase Briscoe ended up getting the free pass, so he got back on the lead lap then. And now we're looking at Almirola being the first car a lap down into 10 after getting into the wall a couple of restarts ago. Lost some of that track position. It looks like there were some drivers that did stay out of the pits. Both Kyle Busch and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. chose not to hit pit road, so they'll be the leaders on the restart. And Kevin Harvick from third on back did pit for 4 tires, so it looks like Stenhouse Busch will lead the field to the green and will be on the front row for the restart. Charlotte races that never end. It's a long day for streaming for me. Told you 600 means 600 minutes. Oh, geez. 600 half minutes.
Started second, ladies and gentlemen, all the way to the trunk. 30th place. Now he's back. Up in the top 3. Kevin Harvick all the way, Tony.
Steals my horse.
Well, you still own it.
Literally.
But I like the one in the same Ford camp. I like the 6 of Brad Keselowski. He's been strong all day. He's been running up front. Came back after contact with the wall there. He's really strong right now.
One driver has been able to knife his way through the field all the way to the lead. Sad thing, he's going to have to do it again, but Christopher Bell just has tons of speed. I'm keeping an eye on him. Larry Mack?
Mike, what a start to 2023 for Chris Buescher in that 17 team. 2 top 5s, top 10s in 3 of the last 4 races. He comes into Charlotte 59 points above the cut line. As long as Scott Graves can make the right adjustments in that car, I'd keep an eye on Chris Buescher.
My credit one guy to keep an eye on is Kevin Harvick. And Boyer, I'm going to follow your lead. I'm not going to change my horse, but Kevin Harvick, he should be happy Harvick, smiling all the way back to about 28th or 29th, 30 laps into this race. But Rodney Childers and Kevin have been making some good adjustments and running P3, so I think he's going to be one to watch the second half of this race.
All right, David, we'll see. Harvick will restart third behind 2 drivers who did not pit, Ricky Stenhouse and Kyle Busch.
Green flag back in the air. Stenhouse leads the field to the green. Had a pretty good launch despite being on fresher tires. The 8 of Kyle Busch, though, cannot say the same. Although Stenhouse didn't stay to the bottom all the way through the corner. Went to the outside, and that allows Kyle Busch to get underneath Ricky. Ricky going to get a push from behind, though, by Kevin Harvick in the 4. Who tried to clear the 8 of Kyle Busch. Couldn't do it. That crowd's pushed down on the bottom. And on the 4 fresh tires, the 4 car of Harvick is able to clear Kyle Busch off the exit of the corner. Cuts to the inside of Stenhouse, who tried to block. Couldn't block far enough down to the inside. Now going to try to side draft and stay alongside the 4 as they get their way into turns 1 and 2. Kevin Harvick is clear, and for the first time today, the 4 car of Harvick is out in front in the Coca-Cola 600 with just less than 200 laps to go. Joey Logano will get by Stenhouse for second, closely following behind, and all the rest of the Fords are now on their way through the running order. Ryan Blaney, Chris Buescher, Brad Keselowski soon to follow. Christopher Bell is back in the top 10, up to 8th place, trying to rebound himself as well. Joey Logano is now quickly closing on the back bumper of Kevin Harvick. Both those drivers were outside the top 20 at one point on speed in the first half of this race, but following the rain caution, their cars have come to life, and now they are out in front with the changing track condition, with the sun coming out for the first time all race. And Ryan Blaney, soon to be the 3rd place driver, once he gets by Stenhouse. He's already gotten by Kyle Busch. Busch crowds one car almost up into the wall. I think that might have been Keselowski, who was looking to his outside. Rather, it was actually Chris Buescher. The RFK Fords both trying to get around Kyle Busch, though. They are the 2 positions in the line behind the 8. Ryan Blaney clears Ricky Stenhouse Jr. for position, but he's about a full second off the lead, trying to catch Harvick and Logano ahead of him. Blaney needed that caution because he was losing a lot of track position prior to the yellow flag, and now he's starting to get back into this race just a little bit more. Off the exit of turn 4, Stenhouse going to lose another spot. He's been aggressively side drafting cars on the front stretch, just trying to do whatever he can to prevent from losing too many positions. That spot he just lost was actually, though, to Kyle Busch, who was on the same tires as Stenhouse. Stenhouse lost too much momentum that even Keselowski gets by through turns 1 and 2, and now it's Buescher's turn. Surprised Stenhouse tried that strategy call because he has been in the top 10 most of this race. One of the better Chevys in the field, really, today is Stenhouse. Chris Buescher almost up into the outside walls. He got tight off turn 4. I do think he kept it off the wall. He did have to lift, though, and he's still stuck behind the 47 as well. Christopher Bell will get to the inside of the 17. Buescher running out of real estate with Stenhouse still on the outside in front of him. Almost gets into the back of him. There's a huge stack up down the back stretch and a gaggle of cars all battling for that 7th place position with Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Christopher Bell's going to get around him first. Chris Buescher to the outside of the 47. Off the exit of the corner, almost gets squeezed into the wall. Ricky nearly crowded him. Ricky is all over the place right now, let me tell you. He's driving the wheels off that thing. He's not giving guys a lot of room, but I'll tell you what, they are still making passes on him cleanly nonetheless. But he is he's pulling out his inner Ryan Newman right now. Just being very difficult to pass. Try not to lose that many positions, but we are only 14 laps into a 100-lap stage, so a long ways to go yet before a potential next guaranteed caution, unless we get one for incident. Chastain going to get by Stenhouse, who's now falling outside the top 10. Kyle Larson going to get by him as well. Larson to the inside of Chastain and will complete the pass for position off the exit of the corner as he slams the door shut. Chastain going to bum draft him down the back straightaway, trying to keep the speed up. As they get into turn 3, Larson takes that momentum, trying to get to the inside of Ty Gibbs. Lane open for him to get underneath Gibbs. Gibbs didn't leave a lot of room for Larson to try to make the room, but a great job by Larson keeping his car pinned to the bottom as long as he could. Very low exit to the corner. That 5 car is handling very well at this point in the race. And Gibbs will lose that spot to Larson more than likely. No, not quite. Gibbs powers back down into the throttle soon enough, and Larson is going to be able to drop back in line behind him. Chastain back on the attack with Kyle Larson again. Larson tight in the dirty air behind Gibbs, had to lift as a result, and Chastain will clear Larson back for position. Back and forth go the 1 and the 5. They've got a history in recent weeks in the NASCAR Cup Series, so this is an interesting battle to watch, as I'm sure they're not going to give each other a lot of room. Ryan Blaney's caught his Penske teammate Joey Logano in a battle for second on the racetrack. Kevin Harvick in the 4 car, still out in front. Blaney to the inside for second place through turns 3 and 4, and he'll clear his teammate as Logano will let him go, and Blaney going to try to run down Harvick for the lead. So your stage winners so far, William Byron and Chris Buescher today. Blaney came close to winning both stages, but not quite there. He's probably been the only consistent driver that has actually been in the top 5 from the start of the race to where we're at right now. And that is through the changing track conditions with before the rain came, and then after the rain ended up coming and the sun started coming out for the first time all day today, making the track maybe a little bit more slick, adding some temperature to the racetrack as well. 1 car pulling to pit road, unscheduled stop for Brad Keselowski. Brad K is in the pits.
Keselowski was 5th when he came to pit road. Harvick 0.8 of a second up on Blaney, who has passed Logano for second, with Kyle Busch holding 4th and William Byron 5th. Jamie.
After the last pit stop, Brad Keselowski's team told him we may not have gotten the left rear tight. They stayed out so they could send that video to the war room in their office here in Charlotte. They looked at it, confirmed it was not tight. They told him to pit.
So a loose lug nut for Brad Keselowski has brought his car to pit road, surrendering a 5th place running order. Brad has been in the top 5 all day today. No longer the case now, as he'll be a lap down, and he will have to battle for the free pass position. It looks like actually he doesn't really have to battle for the free pass position. He's the only car 1 lap down. Eric Almirola is 2 laps down in 29th, so if we do get a caution before any of the other cars on the lead lap do lose a lap under green flag conditions, Brad will be back in this race. But if we have a long green flag run here in stage 3, it's going to hurt him, and his chances are going to be slim to none, and even just getting back on the lead lap, let alone a shot to try to get another solid finish for that RFK Ford. On screen, Bubba Wallace, Tyler Reddick battling for the 12th place position. Kevin Harvick continues to lead by about 0.7 of a second over Ryan Blaney in 2nd place. 2.4 seconds off the lead is Joey Logano in 3rd. Kyle Busch is 2.7 seconds back and forth, hanging on well on old tires. William Byron is in 5th, 3.2 seconds off the lead. So that is your top 5 right now. Lap 22 of 100 in stage 2 and lap 222 of 400 in total in the Coca-Cola 600 today. And on older tires, Kyle Busch catching Joey Logano, who seems to be fading on the long run just a little bit. His car came to life there shortly, but it does look like the cloud coverage is coming, which is probably why Ryan Blaney has gotten quicker all of a sudden after slowing down for a brief moment. It does look like there's quite a bit of shade from the exit of turn 4 to the entrance to turn 1. A lot of that is the sun setting behind the grandstands, but then the backstretch from the middle of 1 and 2 to the entrance of turn 3, there isn't as much shade there. So that's got to be affecting the balance of the race cars. Blaney quicker by 0.2 of a second. Again, that last lap over Kevin Harvick. Ryan Blaney all of a sudden now just 0.4 of a second off the race lead. Kyle Busch is up to third, getting by Logano. William Byron going for fourth in that 24 car after falling back to about 10th. He's had a topsy-turvy middle portion of this race as well, but on the comeback trail. Commercial break in the Coca-Cola 600. Once again, we'll go through the full field running order here shortly. Kevin Harvick is your race leader, barely over Ryan Blaney in second. Kyle Busch is in third, William Byron fourth, and Christopher Bell is fifth. Joey Logano in sixth, Martin Truex Jr. seventh, Chris Buescher in eighth, Ross Chastain ninth, and Ty Gibbs is 10th. Kyle Larson in 11th, Tyler Reddick in 12th, Bubba Wallace 13th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 14th, and Alex Bowman is 15th. 16th is Ryan Brace, Michael McDowell 17th, Justin Haley 18th, AJ Allmendinger 19th, and Austin Cindric is 20th. 21st is Austin Dillon, Chase Briscoe 22nd, 23rd is Corey LaJoie, Zane Smith 24th, Harrison Burton 25th. 26th is J.J. Yaley, Daniel Suarez is the last car in the lead lap at 27th with damage. Brad Keselowski is the first car lap down in 28th after having to pit because of a loose lug nut early in this third stage. Eric Almirola is 2 laps down in 29th. BJ McLeod 4 laps down in 30th. Ty Dillon 4 laps down in 31st. Ty Gillen 7 laps down in 32nd. 33rd on back out of the race today. Chase Elliott will finish 33rd. Denny Hamlin 34th. Eric Jones 35th. Noah Gragson 36th. Johnson back out of the race again. 112 laps down in 37th. Jones did get his car back out onto the racetrack, by the way. Gragson and Johnson got back out there momentarily before they ended up wrecking again, so that had done them in for sure, but Jones is still in this race, the only Legacy Motor Club car that is still on the track. During the commercial break, Ryan Blaney has taken the race lead away from Kevin Harvick, and I think that's the third lead change during a full-screen commercial break today. The first and the second half of the race, though, and Blaney is out in front quickly by about 9/10 of a second now over Kevin Harvick. We'll take a quick break here. You're listening live on KRC to our Coca-Cola 600 coverage, flag to flag. We've been live for this stream for almost 4 hours now. Holy crap. 2 hours and 15 minutes during the Xfinity race before they called it for rain. And we are doing the rest of the Xfinity race after this Cup race tonight. And we probably still have about an hour to an hour and a half of the Cup race left. So it is a long day of streaming for me. We've been pretty much streaming all except for about an hour and a half since 11 a.m. this morning. And we'll keep the coverage going. Appreciate it, everybody. And stay tuned for the finish of this race.
Round out your protection with life, phone, and pet health insurance.
There he goes. Pass to the lead. Kevin Harvick ran that bottom. Huge run on the outside. Ryan Blaney to the point.
Blaney back in front. He'd already led 35 laps today. Here's the lead pass from our era coverage provided by Goodyear. Powering every mile and every moment on NASCAR's road to victory. Goodyear, more driven.
Mike, a little bit earlier, Ross Chastain had started making some noise on the racetrack, but the last pit stop, they had an issue with the rear gun, a faulty rear gun. Well, he is up 10 spots since that last pit stop. At one point came on the radio and told the team, this is a different car than we started the race with. He is happy in the seat right now, just a little bit loose into the corners.
Chastain back up into the top 10. In 9th place. Now here's Christopher Bell taking 4th from William Byron. Bell still 3.8 seconds off the lead.
Oh
no! Bell spins without contact, and we're under caution. Can you believe the way this day has gone?
No. If I didn't watch this race from a year ago, no, I would say no. But this is exactly the way that race happened a year ago.
Just gets out from underneath him.
So he was 5th. Goes for a long slide through the Roval chicane. And then gets it righted. Wow.
Something he had been doing before that, we saw earlier in the race, he'd run into turn 3 all the way up on the wall, and about halfway through the corner, he'd start bringing it down about a half a car length, and I didn't see him do it that time. I don't know if he had been working up higher the last half of the corner. Or
yeah, definitely diamonding off of the center before. But the other thing you think about of the 600, and as the race progresses, the rubber down that you spoke of earlier, Tony, you know, usually it gets freer as you go in through the night. The transition that we talk about, I think some of these cars that were leading early are transitioning loose. Just think of Truex, his teammate Bell right there that spun out. Then look at all of a sudden, you know, Chastain, Harvick, some of these guys that were holding strong. We talked about Blaney. Larry told us around a wedge to tighten up the 12 car.
That's a great point, because the stage that we're in right now, the sun is blocked by the grandstands. Turn 4 has been in the shade for probably the last 30 to 45 minutes, so I guarantee the surface temp is much cooler there than what it was earlier.
Now, Daniel Suarez had fallen off the lead lap. He will be the free pass car. So we'll have 27 lead lap cars when we go back to green. Pit road is open, and it should be a busy place here.
Mike, this gets you right here. This will get you to the end of stage 3 should we stay caution free.
Good opportunity for William Byron, not having to go around 6 either. Josh?
Let's start with the 22 of Joey Logano. He fired off 3 during that last run, and it stayed that way, complaining he can't run the top because it's just too free right now. Regan.
Ryan Blaney in the 12 car started that run off good. Slowly got freer as they ran. Maybe just a little bit of adjustment is what he wanted in that car. In the 8 car, Kyle Busch on those old tires, it started a little bit tight and then got loose, but not bad right now. Jamie?
Kevin Harvick making his 8th stop of the day. They must be a little bit stuttered through 1 and 2, but 3 and 4 car is good. Not many complaints from the 14.
There it is.
The 19.
William Byron.
And Corey LaJoie also involved in that. 3 cars collided trying to exit their pit boxes here.
Big time advantage goes to the 24 car. William Byron and company took advantage of it, +3.
So working the 9th caution with 167 laps to go as Christopher
under caution once again here this afternoon at the Charlotte Motor Speedway in the running of the Coca-Cola 600. Christopher Bell has just spun out, bringing out our 9th caution of the race this afternoon at lap 231. Bell was running inside the top 10, I believe, in the 6th place position at the time of the spin. Recovered himself in the 18th place spot on his race off of pit road. This will get Brad Keselowski back on the lead lap with the free pass position, so this is a much-needed caution for him, and with still significant time left in this race, so he's got a shot to get back up there. He's been in the top 5 pretty much all day today, and I think he's got a chance to cut through the field, get up there, because we still have 166 laps to go at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. We are up to 91 likes on the stream. Our goal is 200. Really hope we get there. Eating another turkey. No, I was actually putting my die cast away when Bell spun, and I came running back in here. I was like, oh shoot. I thought I could get it away real quick. I'm used to putting it away like behind me, so I don't have to run all the way across the apartment complex to go to my room. So yeah, there was that. I was also going to go to the bathroom during that green flag period while you guys were listening to the race, and I was unfortunately unable to do that. So it looks like I'm going to have to wait a little bit longer. It's not a sense of urgency, but if it does become a sense of urgency and I leave with no apparent warning, you will understand why. So I'll leave it at that. NASCAR Vintage 17, thanks for tuning in. Pretty good save, though, for Christopher Bell. He didn't have any damage to the race car after sliding out from underneath them. He'll be able to stay in the race, just got a little too loose, though, off turn 4. We've seen drivers get loose off turn 2 and have troubles there, but that's really the first time off turn 4 we've actually seen somebody completely lose control and spin. Of course, the Hamlin and Elliott incident caused, not because somebody necessarily got out of control off of turn 4. Hamlin just pushed up the racetrack, whether he got tight or just ran the 9 out of room, whatever the case was. Definitely caused him to not end up making it through the corner, and then Elliott seemed to have retaliated, allegedly, over Hamlin causing the caution. Actually, my other turkey sandwich is right here, so I made 2 of them, and I took like 2 bites of the one when the rain delay was up. So I kind of wishing that rain delay would have taken like 3 minutes longer. I would have had that down. So the bread's getting a little crusty. It's been sitting out for like an hour and a half. I'll finish it up in between the Cup and the Xfinity race. Showing contact made in the race off of pit road. Looked like Ross Chastain, Kyle Busch, and Martin Truex Jr. all got together. Chastain exiting his box with, I mean, they were already 3 wide to his outside. There just wasn't enough room. If you put the blame on anybody, it's probably the spotter or the one not, saying anything about the 3 wide cars being out there. But at the same time, you got to get off of pit road when you can't just sit and let a line of cars get through. So, yeah, whatever the case was, incident there. No major damage on any of those vehicles. Green flag back in the air as we're middle way of stage 3. Byron leads the field to the green after winning the race off of pit road. Blaney on the inside of the front row for the restart. Harvick, who was second out of the pits, goes to the outside of row 2. Larson goes to the outside 3 wide, trying to pick up a couple positions on the restart as he gets by Ty Gibbs in the 54, as well as the 8 of Kyle Busch. Larson's got a head of steam down the backstretch as he's looking for more spots. Blaney and Byron side by side for the lead still into turn 3. Blaney on the inside will be clear off of turn 4, and for the 3rd different time today, Ryan Blaney in the 12th car out in front for Penske Racing, trying to get Penske the 600 Indy 500 sweep this weekend after Joseph Newgarden won in the 2 car yesterday in the Indy 500 for the captain. We'll see if Ryan Blaney can get it done today. Joey Logano's been in the top 5 for a large portion of stage 3 in this race as well, but he's not quite as good on the long runs. He seems to fade after about 10-15 laps. He parachutes himself forward through the field as he is now up to 3rd place, him being Logano. And Kyle Larson gets by Kevin Harvick, who has lost a handful of positions off the restart. Larson now up into 4th. Reddick to the inside of the 4 car, who has lost momentum, and Tyler Reddick now is going to get by Harvick. He'll clear him in the middle of turns 1 and 2. Up the track goes Reddick now to drive in a large portion of the middle going of this race today. So we're back to where we were at the beginning of the race with Blaney and Byron towards the front of the field. Remember, they were battling for the stage 1 win at one point. Byron won that stage. He fell back as far as 10th in the running order. Blaney was kind of falling back to about 5th, 6th, but now that the track is getting cooler once again, the 12 and the 24 start to come back to life again. And Kyle Larson, who was really non-existent the entirety of that first half of the race, made some massive adjustments under the hood of that race car on multiple occasions following the rain delay caution and the cautions that we had shortly thereafter with multiple incidents is late in stage 2. Kyle Larson is moving forward to 3rd, looking like the rocket ship that we know he has had for most of this season. Tyler Reddick getting a get by Joey Logano for 4th place as he slides up the track clear in the middle of 1 and 2. Logano did not get through that corner very well, and now he's under duress from behind by Kevin Harvick, who's trying to get that spot back on the 22 car. A 4/10 of a second advantage for Ryan Blaney over William Byron at the front of the field. Tyler Reddick is battling Kyle Larson still for 3rd rather on the racetrack, and it is a very close battle at that. Kyle Busch, Ty Gibbs, side by side. That is Busch's former ride. Former car he is battling with for the 7th place position. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. back in the top 10, as well as Bubba Wallace after falling back earlier in the race. Stenhouse fell back after taking no tires during that last pit stop, but he got some of those spots back on pit road with the 4-tire stop to get back on the same strategy, as well as, of course, getting some spots on this most recent restart. Reddick gets by Kyle Larson trying to run after the 2 cars in front of him. Larson back to the 4th place position now, but definitely way better than what he was earlier in the race. And Tyler Reddick has been pretty solid most of the day, and it is now the top running Toyota in the field, with problems for Martin Truex Jr., who has fell way back since this restart. I wonder if he's got damage from the pit road contact that may be holding the 19 car back. Also, Christopher Bell in the 20 car having that spin moments ago. Hamlin getting knocked out of the race. Reddick is now the best Toyota on the racetrack and trying to get up in contention with the 2 cars of Byron and Blaney in front of him. Here is the NASCAR Vox. Crank it up.
Reddick has closed on William Byron. This is for second place with Ryan Blaney.
Blaney starting to check out a little bit, just over a 1 second race lead for him on the racetrack, while Byron and Reddick continue to battle for position further behind. Kevin Harvick making a pass on Joey Logano in turns 3 and 4 to move himself back in the top 5 to the 5th place spot on the racetrack. But Ryan Blaney out in front, trying to get the win for Penske Racing. 59 races since Blaney's last Cup win, points win in the Cup Series. It was Daytona back in the summer of 2021. Remember, he actually won back-to-back races at Michigan and Daytona to the end of the regular season before not winning again the rest of that year, all of 2020, excluding the All-Star race, and so far to this point in 2022 last season, and then all of 2023 to this point as well. Ty Gibbs is now working his way by Joey Logano for 7th place. Kyle Busch a short time ago, was able to get by Joey Logano as well. So big momentum being had right now.
Setup, and they'd be happy with 5th to 10th place car, and they've got it. Regan?
Well, Jamie, we heard that audio of Kyle Busch concerned about the right front of his race car. That was under the caution flag. They talked it through as a team, ultimately decided to stay on the racetrack because they were coming to the one to go. Felt like it was going to be okay, and it was just the Goodyear rubbed off that made it look like it was wobbling. Well, it appears that they made the right decision because Kyle hasn't said anything about that right front anymore.
Thanks, Regan. Kyle Busch holding 6th place.
I'm impressed with Ricky Stenhouse Jr. And look over your shoulder, Bubba Wallace, he's back from a penalty running good. But that Stenhouse Jr.'s been solid. That back half of a top 10 all day long, that's performing at their best right there. I like that. Good job, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Keep it up.
You saw
if I jinx him, you're taking over.
And you saw them pass Joey Logano, who continues to lose spots. Logano with the Ford camera now has dropped to the back end of the top 10. 49 to go in stage 3. We're going to take you Fox side by side with Ryan.
So there you have it, side-by-side commercial break coming up for Fox right now. A 1.3 second lead for Ryan Blaney over Tyler Reddick, who is in second. William Byron's 1.4 seconds back in third. Kyle Larson 2.2 seconds back in fourth. And Kevin Harvick is 3.8 seconds off the lead in fifth. Kyle Busch is in 6th place at 4.2 seconds off the lead. Ty Gibbs is 7th, 4.4 seconds off the lead. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is in 8th place, 5.5 seconds back. Bubba Wallace 9th, 6.2 seconds off the lead. And Joey Logano has already fallen back to 10th place at 6.9 seconds behind his teammate Ryan Blaney. Just over 3 hours into the race so far today, 146 laps still to go. That is also not including the rain delay time that we have had. That is strictly the drop of the green flag to where we are at. To this point in the race, excluding the rain, we have had 9 cautions for incidents so far in this race. And remember, there's an extra stage, so there are still stage points to be awarded here in about 47 laps for the final time as well. You're listening live on KRC on the YouTube channel to the Coca-Cola 600. Be sure to stay tuned for the rest of this race. We're going to take a quick ad break and get right back into the action. Thanks, everybody. Like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. And yeah, we did finally get a NASCAR on Fox cranking up. That's been in like forever. Well, Talladega was probably the last one, and I was at that race, so I didn't get to hear it. Well, I got to hear it in person, I guess. It was a crank it up every lap. It wasn't just the like couple laps that they do it for NASCAR on Fox. But yeah, they're so inconsistent with it this year. Some races they have it, some races they don't. I've noticed a lot of the FS1 races they don't for whatever reason. Yeah, so that kind of stinks. But hopefully we get it these last couple of weeks because NASCAR still has 2 more races on FS1 the rest of the year. Next week at Gateway and the following week at Sonoma. Reddick was a little bit quicker those last 2 laps than Ryan Blaney. About a 10th quicker lap the last 2 laps before the most recent lap. In the most recent lap he was about 2/10 quicker. So he's dropped the lead down to 0.8 of a second off of the 12 of Blaney. We'll see if Reddick can get up there and get in contention here to try to win this stage. Now remember, these guys can make it on fuel to the end of the stage. They pitted with about 67 laps to go, but because they were under the caution flag period, They were able to save a few more laps, and we ended up going green with just over 60 laps left in the stage from the last restart. So it's on the bubble, but they should be able to make it on fuel to the end of stage 3 without having to pit again. And if they are not able to, then I mean, maybe there's an incident where some drivers aren't able to make it if they didn't get their cars full of fuel. I would like to think, though, that most of them should be able to make it to the end of the stage. If we get another caution, we'll see pit stops anyway, I would have to imagine, considering we've already gone about 20 laps since the last restart. Tire wear has been pretty much there. We've seen about a second of fall off already at this point in the run after 20 laps. 29.587 was Blaney's fastest lap of the day at lap 82, and the last lap he just ran a 30.761, so about a 1.1 second difference between his fastest lap to his most recent lap of this race, and that was after about a 20 lap green flag run to where we're at right now since the last restart. Tyler Reddick, though, is definitely closing that gap on Blaney as the leaders are working through a very light bit of lap traffic every now and then. Reddick pulls to the bottom of the racetrack, trying to get a little bit of clean air on the nose of his race car before back to the top down the backstretch to catch the draft on Ryan Blaney down the back straightaway. Kyle Larson is closing in on his teammate William Byron for third, as well as they're over 2.5 seconds off the lead. In fact, Larson to the inside of William Byron and will complete the pass for third. The return's 3 of 4, so Larson now up to P3. This is as high in the running order as that 5 car has been so far tonight. And Kevin Harvick still in that 5th place position as well. So 40, Larson almost up into the wall. Got up in the marbles there in turns 1 and 2. I don't know if he got into it or not. Byron closed back in on him slightly. Hopefully he kept it off the wall. It looks like all the fender's still on it, and we continue to stay green. Larson almost had to slip out from underneath him in the same corner we saw multiple spins so far today. Seen him on both ends of the racetrack, really, but more so in turn 2 than turn 4. So Ryan Blaney with a half a second lead again over Tyler Reddick in 2nd place. Kyle Larson's in 3rd at 3.1 seconds off the lead. William Byron's in 4th place, 3.6 seconds back. And then Kevin Harvick is 5 seconds back in 5th. That is the top 5 running order right now, with 39 laps to go in Stage 3. Joey Logano and Austin Cindric battling for 12th on the track. Great recovery for Cindric as well. He was 25th when the rain happened because he got the free pass during the rain caution from 25th place, and now he's recovered all the way up to 12th. Great job by him. Christopher Bell, who just spun, bringing out that last caution from the rear of the lead lap cars on the last restart, is now up to 13th just behind Cindric as he also follows to get by Joey Logano in the 22. Now Larson has driven up to 3rd, but the 45 and the 12 cars in front of him still a little bit quicker as he is losing time to them. But Larson may be the 3rd fastest car on the racetrack of those out there currently.
Driver Cliff Daniels, one sharp cat on that box.
That is 2 weeks in a row that team has had a complete turnaround from also ran to contender or winner.
Yeah, but you're exactly right. That break gives those guys the opportunity to get out of the moment of the race itself and really focus on what are their options, what can they change, what does the time frame take for each of those changes to accomplish the goal.
Pretty spectacular, Larry.
Yeah, it is. And Mike, the last time they were in there and made a major change, they went back to the right front and made an adjustment. Then on the rear, they actually are taking wedge out of the car. That makes me think that this track is going through that transition.
Here we go for the lead.
Yes, we do. Reddick is coming on strong to Blaney. Blaney's car seems to fall off. I think we need to take note of this. The longer the runs are, his car seems to get looser. We've heard that in his radio, but he falls off on the long runs. That thing takes off like a banshee early, gets in trouble on a long run. That could help you or hurt you at the end of this long race. Reddick, oh so strong, and it's Carolina blue 45 car.
That's right.
Yes, pretty strong.
Now Reddick beginning to search a little and look for a different line than the one Blaney's using.
He's having trouble with Almirola, your car
Exactly.
there, Tony. Go ahead.
He's getting one of his laps back, but what that's going to do is even out the air for both of these guys and give Reddick that.
Reddick to the inside for the race lead on Blaney, who's up near the wall. Reddick lifts off the exit of the corner to keep it off the 12. He ran the middle line through the corner trying to catch some clean air on the nose and ended up not being able to stick all the way through turns 3 and 4. There's a lap car of Eric Almirola that's in the way of the leaders, who is on fresher tires, getting one of his laps back, so he kind of got in the way of the battle there shortly, which definitely affected the handling of the 12 car in the dirty air for really the first time during this green flag run that Blaney has been in any sort of traffic, at least with a car in front of him with dirty air wake. Kyle Busch kind of falling back a bit on this green flag run, was as high as 4th, now back to 9th. Martin Truex Jr. starting to come alive. He fell back on the restart to about 18th, so he's gained 10 positions during this green flag run, and Truex's car is now starting to come alive. In fact, that last lap, Truex ran the 3rd fastest lap of anybody in the top 10 that last lap. The only drivers who were quicker were Harvick in 5th and race leader Ryan Blaney. Blaney had the quickest time of anybody in the top 10 that last lap. Reddick was closing in on him, but once he got to within 3 to 4 tenths of a second, he just hasn't been able to really pounce. He got underneath Blaney once because of the lap car of Almirola being in the way, but that was about it. Showing an on-screen battle, it looks like, between Austin Dillon, Justin Haley for 17th on the racetrack. Zane Smith in that battle as well. Replay of it, I guess. Down to 30 laps to go in Stage 3. Out of 4 in the Coca-Cola 600 today. Blaney has quickly jumped out to 1 second lead. Tyler Reddick's car is starting to fall off. He was 0.3 of a second slower than Blaney that last lap. And Ryan Blaney's out 1.1 seconds ahead of the 45 car. Larson staying kind of even within that 3-second mark behind the 12, but he is definitely closing in on Reddick, who is falling way off. Reddick another 0.4 slower than Blaney that last lap. Something is not right with the 45 car. Just 4 laps ago, he was 0.2 of a second off the race lead. 5 laps ago now, 0.2 of a second off the race lead, and he has dropped to 1.6 seconds back and still falling. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. coming to life as he passes Ty Gibbs for 7th. Martin Truex Jr., meanwhile, up to 6th place, getting 2 more spots as he passed Stenhouse and Gibbs over recent laps. Alex Bowman back in the top 10 as well, and Christopher Bell on his comeback trail since his spin and the last caution is now to 11th. He still might have a chance at stage points here before the end of Stage 3 if he can get at least one more position, which he should be able to get with the pace he's running, considering we still have 28 laps left in the stage, as long as we stay green, of course, and he doesn't lose spots on a restart or on pit road if we get a caution. Still quite a ways left in this race, and we still have about 150 laps of a NASCAR Xfinity Series race tonight after this Cup race. It is going to be a long day and a long night on the channel, and I still got to work tomorrow morning, so it's going to be something for me, let me tell you. Sooner this race gets over, the better. Side-by-side commercial break right now as we're at 27 laps to go. Make that 26 to go in Stage 3. 275 laps complete. Ryan Blaney in the outside lane. Eric Jones, I believe, on fresher tires, going to get around. One car is around on the backstretch. It's the 51 of Todd Gilliland. Gilliland has spun, same spot Jimmy Johnson did earlier today on the backstretch. This time it's Gilliland. And we are under caution with 26 laps to go in Stage 3, so we will have one more pit stop in this stage after all. And that's not what Blaney wanted to see, because he's been doing very good on the restarts. I will say, one driver that wanted to see a caution in this kind of a situation, William Byron in the 24. That picker's been bad fast all day today. He has gained as many as 4 spots on pit road at one point in time, which won him the first race out of the pits. And looks like there might have been contact with Brad Keselowski with the 51, which had spun out the 51 car. The right front is flat on the 6, so after getting the free pass during the last caution, now there's more problems for that RFK team, and that's going to probably drop him off the lead lap again as he's on pit road and they have to repair damage. Trying to push the 51 of Gillen back into the pits, and I don't think that that's going to work out very well either. I forgot I got to get Bubba Wallace back in the lineup. Gonna have to take out Chase. Had less points than Denny, so we're taking out Chase. I made sure I almost forgot. Almost forgot. Same thing here. There we go. Now I don't have to worry about it the rest of the race. I'm not sure if they're going to try to push the 51 back into the pits or not. It's a tough break for Ty Gilliland. He's been having a good stretch of races when he's been in the 38 car front row, but he has been having to run part-time elsewhere. Rickware Racing some of the time, trying to get a full season in, so he's still eligible for the driver's standings. But remember, Zane Smith starting, I believe, 6 or 7 races in that 38 car front row instead of Gilliland due to a lack of funding. It's also getting Zane Smith some Cup experience as well, considering that he could be up for a potential Cup ride as soon as next season. Struggling in the Truck Series as of late, trying to make the most out of his Cup starts, and he's in his first Coke 600 appearance this weekend.
So he was Brad Keselowski, and there is contact as Keselowski came off.
So it looked like Brad ended up getting loose off of turn 2 when he was on the outside of the 51, and when he got loose, he ended up hooking down into the 51 of Gilliland. Nothing of Gilliland's fault there. Brad just lost control of his car again. Same spot. We saw Johnson spin. Kyle Busch got loose off of turn 2 earlier in the race and spun. And now Brad Keselowski gets loose and spins off of turn 2 into the 51 of Todd Gilliland. Leaders are on pit road, 23 to go in stage 3.
Had a lot of optimism coming into the race.
Pit road is open. Regan.
Like Ryan Blaney, still just getting a little bit too free at the end of this run. In particular, the right rear steps out in turns 1 and 2, but they are going to leave it alone this run because it's only a 20-lap run to the end of this stage. And the 45 car of Tyler Reddick is plowing into turn 1 right now, but it's because he felt like he burnt the right front tire off. The balance is good otherwise. Jamie.
Kyle Larson in the 5, they told him just keep doing what you're doing. He said, I'm a little tight in 3 and 4 to start, but it frees up really quickly. The 24, his teammate William Byron said, leave it alone this run.
Unbelievable stop by Byron's crew, gaining 3 spots to win the race out of the pits. And why that is unbelievable is because it was an 8.9 second stop. It's unbelievable how quick that 24 team is, week in and week out on pit road. And today specifically, I've accounted for them gaining 10 positions net gain on pit road. And that's not, I might have missed a couple of them, honestly, when he was in the back half of the top 10. But I know he has gained 3 spots to win the race off of pit road, 2 spots, 1 spot, and 4 spots at one point early in the race as well, all to win the race out of the pits. And William Byron, once again, wins the race off of pit road, gaining 3 positions. It's unbelievable. At least 10 spots net gained on pit road for Byron today. That 24 team, they have to be the best on pit road I've seen collectively in a long time. It's unbelievable. Every week. Every single week. And this is how he won stage 1 by winning the race off of pit road when he wasn't in the lead as well. And he was able to hold on in a similar circumstance because that 24 car is good on the short run. They're just not good on the long run. Well, we're going to have a short run to the end of this stage of a little less than 20 laps left by the time we get back to racing. So this is playing into William Byron's favor. If he can just stay inside the top 3 or 4, or maybe even the top 5, and we get a late race caution where we have to have pit stops again, I like that 24 team's odds of winning this race just because of how good they've been on pit road. And you can't count them out of it as long as they are in the top 5 if we get a late caution for that reason. Ryan Jensen, thanks for tuning in to the stream here recently. I'm not sure who else might be in the chat that I have not shouted out throughout the coverage so far tonight. But appreciate every single one of you guys that are tuning in here on this Monday evening. Frank Powers, thanks for tuning in. I think I might have seen you earlier. I think you've been in the stream for a while. We're at 100 likes on the stream. Let's continue to run that up. We had 200 plus in the Indy 500 live stream yesterday. I know it's a Monday race, so maybe I should have expected not to get that even with it being a holiday weekend. But nonetheless, we are still in stage 3 out of 4 though, so there is a chance that we could get there. We are almost 3.5 hours in. We did have a rain delay in the middle of this race. Our stream has been going for more than 4 hours with our pre-race coverage from earlier, plus the Xfinity coverage would add another 2 hours and 15 minutes onto that. So we have been streaming for about 6.5 hours already today. We still have the final just over a quarter of the race left now, and we still have 150 out of 200 laps left in the Xfinity race later tonight. That will be on Fox Sports 2, so if you're unable to watch that later this evening, tune in for some live commentary coverage once again. It's going to be close on whether this race is going to end during the nighttime or not. I don't think it will, but it could. I might try to put in sick time in the morning at my weekday job, because I have a feeling I'm not going to be going to bed till super late, and otherwise I'd have to be in at 6 tomorrow. So I might do that to get like a later start time, so I don't have to go in till like 8 o'clock or something, because this is going to be a long night. I'm just hoping my voice lasts all the way through it. I mean, if you consider the 150 laps in that race plus what we have here, we still have like 275 laps of racing left yet today that my voice has to make it through. So far, so good. And we're already 2 full races into the weekend, trying to make it 3 with this Coke 600. William Byron on the inside of the front row for the restart. Ryan Blaney to his outside. Row 2 in the restart will be Kevin Harvick and Tyler Reddick. Row number 3 will be Martin Truex Jr. and Ty Gibbs. And in row 4 will be Kyle Busch and Kyle Larson. 20 laps to go. Stage 3 out of 4. Green flag back in the air in the Coke 600 once again. Byron and Blaney, standing start. Reddick did not take off well. Actually spun the tires in the outside lane. Ty Gibbs going to go 3 wide to the outside of Reddick going into the corner. Tried to make an attempt at a pass there. He actually ended up losing his spot. It looked like to... not sure who that is. Kyle Larson, I think, went up the middle in between Gibbs and I think it was Kyle Busch. Yep, it was Busch. Larson still in the middle groove trying to pick up some ground. Caught dirty air behind Ryan Blaney in that lane, though, and that forced him to still clear Truex. I thought Truex was going to stay underneath him. That was not the case. William Byron, though, does have the race lead. Blaney couldn't hold on as well as he did the last time he and Byron were battling for the race lead. Blaney back to the bottom, though, through turns 1 and 2, and they will be side by side down the back. You can tell that 12 car is quicker than the 24, and we'll see how quickly he can end this battle. Needs to get by quickly for anybody else further back starts to join the fray. Blaney will do just that as he will clear Byron off of turn 4 rather. And Ryan Blaney back in the lead now for the 4th different time in today's race. Another lead change. Tyler Reddick is in 3rd place. Kyle Larson 4th. Your top 10 following this restart. In fact, Ryan Blaney leads by 0.3 of a second over William Byron in 2nd. Tyler Reddick's a half a second back in 3rd. Kyle Larson 0.7 of a second back in 4th. Martin Truex Jr. is 5th, 0.8 of a second off the lead. 1.1 seconds back is Ty Gibbs in 6th. 1.2 seconds off the lead is Kevin Harvick in 7th. Kyle Busch in 8th, 1.6 seconds off the lead. Alex Bowman in 9th place is 1.8 seconds off the lead. And 1.9 seconds off the lead is Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in the 10th place position here late in Stage 3. 17 laps to go. Ryan Blaney trying to pick up a playoff point. It is worth noting also, again, William Byron won his 7th stage of the season, winning Stage 1, and Chris Buescher won his 1st stage of the season, winning Stage 2, both having to beat Ryan Blaney for the stage win. Maybe it's Blaney's chance to try to win this 3rd stage, and he is on pace to be able to do just that. The way things are looking right now, of course. Waiting to see if this will be a war of attrition kind of Coke 600 or not. To this point, we've had cautions infrequently throughout the course of this race. Very sporadic. We've had some long green flag runs. We've had some short runs. The pacing of this race has been very much all over the place. And about as good as you can really ask for from the pacing standpoint. And it has been a pretty solid race to this point. Martin Truex Jr. battling William Byron for third. Truex coming up out of nowhere. Trying to get in contention to potentially win his third career Coca-Cola 600. All in the last 6 seasons if he could do it. Had a win in 2019, 2017. Trying to go for the win here in 2023. He did clear that battle, and now Kyle Larson, Ty Gibbs are in cahoots and trying to get around the 24 of Byron as well. Gibbs is able to stay underneath Larson. They'll lose a little bit of ground to Byron with the amount of side draft that Gibbs is getting off the 5 car of Larson, who was outside into turns 1 and 2. Gibbs down low, Larson up high. Solid run for Ty Gibbs. He's been in the top 10 most of the day today. He's been in the top 5 at one point. I think he was 5th at the end of stage 2. And looking for maybe another top 5 finish here in stage 3. Needs a good points day. He's on the outside of the cutoff line looking in. Chase Briscoe's had his fair share of issues, and Briscoe came in as the last driver above the cutoff line. Alex Bowman also just ahead of Gibbs in the point standings, and Bowman in his first race back has been around 10th most of the day. So Gibbs is looking to at least outscore him in stage points, which is what he needs to do going forward. This extra stage is definitely laying into the hands of Gibbs in the regular season standings for tonight. Kevin Harvick looking to the inside of Kyle Busch. Not going to be able to get around him that time in a battle for 7th place on the racetrack. We're down to 11 laps to go in stage 3. Ryan Blaney 4/10 of a second ahead of Tyler Reddick. Reddick has moved up all the way to the wall in turns 1 and 2, searching for speed. Martin Truex Jr. running quicker lap times than both the leaders ahead of him has cut his deficit down to 1 second. Reddick down to the white line, really just trying to run where Blaney is not to get as much clean air in the nose of his race car as possible. And that last lap, Blaney was quicker than both Reddick and Truex. See, now that Truex is closer to the leaders, he's having to deal with dirty air from either the 12 or the 45, so it's hard to pick a third lane where both of them are not. So he is definitely in a much tougher situation. Christopher Bell starting to fall back off of this restart. He got back inside the top 10 briefly after his spin, but now he is back to 18th place as Austin Dillon's going to get around him, as well as Bubba Wallace that last lap. 3 wide off turn 4 around Bell as Allmendinger to the inside, as well as, I believe, Ross Chastain. Ryan Preece, actually. So something not right with Christopher Bell's race car as he continues to go backwards. And it looked like he had a little bit of a tight moment off turn 4, and he actually got into the wall, so that's why he lost all the momentum he did. Christopher Bell into the wall off turn 4, and he's had his fair share of issues. That was the same corner he ended up actually getting loose and spun out on. This time he gets tight and hits the outside wall pretty hard. And that has knocked some speed out of the 20, and he is now falling outside the top 20 with Chase Briscoe making a pass for position on him that last lap. Ty Gibbs running down Kyle Larson for 5th once again. Larson started to get away from him there for a little bit, but now Gibbs is reeled in the 5 once again. The rookie in his first ever Coke 600 actually trying to run 900 miles today. He ran the Xfinity race earlier today, was leading that at the time of the rain coming at lap 48. And now he is running this Cup race, and he's been in the top 10 most of it, and trying to get a top 5 finish in 2 of the first 3 stages. Showing a replay of Ryan Blaney brushing the wall off turn 4 a couple of laps ago. He's still 4/10 of a second ahead of Tyler Reddick, and hopefully Blaney doesn't have an issue. That is It looked like he got a bit tight. He doesn't have any dirty air he's dealing with right now, but he did get into the wall off turn 4, but it didn't look like the rear of the car slipped out from underneath him and then it snapped into the wall as an overcorrection. It just looked like it pushed straight up the hill. So his car definitely more on the tight side of things, which would only be amplified if he does get passed by Reddick. Trying to stay in front of him, 5 laps to go in stage 3, and then he can get fresh tires back on. And we've seen Blaney fade in the longer runs today, although I will say the last long run that wasn't really the case. And in fact, Reddick was fading more than him on the last long run before the caution between Keselowski and Gilliland. 4 to go this time by. Showing a replay of Kyle Larson getting into the wall running the top side of the racetrack, and Ty Gibbs was able to pass him for 5th as a result. 4 to go in the stage. Blaney has Reddick all over his back bumper. Reddick to the inside of the racetrack. Ryan Blaney going to try to crowd him going into the corner. Reddick slips up the hill. Had to lift quite a bit. Blaney extends his gap by about 3 car lengths down the backstretch as they battle for the stage 3 win. Neither Blaney or Reddick have won a stage so far today, so looking for a playoff point. Blaney with no wins on the year, Reddick with 1. Already having more playoff points than the 12 is the 45. And don't forget about Martin Truex Jr. back there in 3rd, who is only 0.8 of a second off the lead, now 0.7 of a second back off of turn 2. 0.6. He got off of turn 2 very well. Truex has a big run on the leaders. 2 laps to go this time by. He's running in the same lane as both of them. Reddick on the bottom gets loose. Almost gets into the 12 of Blaney off of turn 4. Great catch. He almost stepped out from underneath him and clipped Blaney in the left rear. Not quite. And here comes Truex to the inside of Reddick for 2nd place going into turn 1. Not going to get underneath him. Reddick lost a lot of ground, but he did a great job not wrecking himself in the race leader in the process. And the 3-car battle for the stage 3 win continues. Reddick slide job incoming through turns 3 and 4. He can't pull to the inside of Blaney again, can he? No. And for the 2nd straight lap off turn 4, Blaney narrowly avoids the 45. Final lap of stage 3. Truex to the inside of Reddick for 2nd. This is going to hold back both cars and allow Blaney to get away more down the backstretch. Truex to the inside of Reddick as he side drafts him on the back straightaway. Not overly aggressive with it, at least to this point, as he's going to flatline the entry into turn 3. It's going to be tough for Truex to hold on to the bottom lane this time. Reddick's got to run in the middle, and he will be able to stay clear of Truex this time. Ryan Blaney wins stage 3, Tyler Reddick 2nd, and Martin Truex Jr. 3rd, all within 0.3 of a second of each other at the stage end. William Byron finishes 4th in stage 3, Ty Gibbs 5th, Kyle Larson 6th, Kyle Busch 7th, Kevin Harvick 8th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 9th, and Alex Bowman will round out the top 10, all receiving stage points in stage numero tres. Oh boy, man, 1 stage still to go. 3 different stage winners through the first 3 stages. Byron wins stage 1, Buescher wins stage 2, and Blaney wins stage 3. This is Ryan Blaney's first stage win of 2023, believe it or not. Despite the fact that he is 7th in the standings, not quite as strongly consistent as he was last year, but still consistent nonetheless, and maybe has a shot to get his first win of the season. Definitely his best race of the season from a speed standpoint to this point in the race. So I'll end that poll at 102 votes here at the end of stage 3. For whether you thought the Chase Denny incident was on purpose, with Chase turning Denny. 67% say yes, 32% say no of the 103 votes, so 33% would have said no then. And 67% yes. Yep, so again, 4 stages with this being the Coke 600. That wasn't the race finish. We still have 100 laps to go in this one. I don't see any newcomers into the chat here recently. We have over 130 people watching as of right now. I appreciate everybody tuning in. 102 likes and counting on stream. Be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Our flag to flag Coke 600 coverage continues into the final stage here. We'll take a quick break and get right back into the action. We will be seeing pit stops in Stage 3 coming up shortly. The birds are coming. They're coming. You guys hear them? There's people in the pool down there probably going to... Duck and cover! Duck and cover! There's a ton of them out there. What the heck? There's like 3 flocks of geese coming in. Duck and cover if you're in the pool out there. You get dangerous. Things can get shitty. Alright, here we go. Should have pit stops coming up here pretty soon. Jizz back 21. Thanks for tuning in. Yep, we are still racing. Yeah, you gotta shut up. Were you glad Elliott turned Hamlin? That's the better. That's so wrong. Yeah, I mean, you shouldn't right hook a guy on a fast. You shouldn't right hook a guy in general. I'm huge on racing etiquette. I think a lot of it is because I grew up racing. Hate seeing torn up equipment. I hate seeing wrecks. You know, I'm a pure racer at heart, and you know, for that reason, in the safety aspect, I don't. From a comedy aspect, because it was Hamlin of all drivers, I see what you're saying now. It's kind of funny. Pit road will be open this time by with 96 laps to go. This will not be the final pit stop of the race, as they are outside the fuel window to make it to the end from this point at the start of the final stage. But Blaney will lead them in. It'll be Tyler Reddick, Martin Truex Jr. following him in behind. And here come the leaders into the pits.
Racetracks on the circuit. Ryan Blaney leads him in. Regan?
Ryan Blaney in the 12 car went looser this run earlier. The team talked about it. They think it's because of the darkness, as we've discussed, that's coming out over the racetrack right now. So they are going to make an adjustment this time, plus expecting a longer run. And the 45 of Tyler Reddick, he's happy with that car. Thinks it's very good. He just got tight when he got to the back of Ryan Blaney. Jamie?
I guess the floor is pit crew won the pit stop competition last week. Says he's too loose on the long run. Meanwhile, the 24, William Byron, balance was pretty good on the long run. Could use a little bit more turn. And once again, that number 1 pit stall prevails.
Unbelievable. 3 spots gained for Byron again on pit road to win the race out of the pits. They are keeping that 24 team in this race single-handedly. Byron's having a good drive, running in the top 5 most of the day, but he's been running more 3rd through 6th most of the evening outside of winning stage 1. That pit crew has kept him in it and has allowed him to lead more laps than what he probably should have led to this point. So he wins the race out of the pits. Kyle Larson's pit crew also gains 3 spots. Tyler Reddick's crew loses 3. And 5 positions lost, I believe, for Kyle Busch, if I'm not mistaken, there on pit road. That might not have been Busch. Maybe Ty Gibbs? Somebody lost 5 positions that was in the top 10. It wasn't Blaney. He came out second. He had a 9.3 second stop. I have to wait on that here for a little bit to update. on our leaderboard. They'll be going green here in a couple of laps at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. $95 laps to go and counting down to the finish of the Coca-Cola 600 in 2023. Appreciate everybody tuning in here today. Be sure to like and subscribe again for more daily NASCAR content. Was it Truex? Yeah, Truex lost 5 spots up pit road. That would be correct. Showing the incident between Chase Elliott and Denny Hamlin earlier in the race on screen once again. It did look pretty abrupt with him turning down. I mean, I've seen the replay so many times already. That's such a hard hit for Hamlin, too. Both rear tires came up off the ground. These two do have a slight history with one another, but it shouldn't matter in a situation like that. I believe they'll be getting the 1 to go signal this time by, which will mean we'll have about 94 laps to go. So again, 94 laps left. 93 to go officially on the restart. Front row will be Ryan Blaney on the inside of row 1, William Byron on the outside, Reddick on the inside of row 2 with Kyle Larson to the outside, and then row 3 will be Kevin Harvick on the bottom, and on the top will be Ty Gibbs. So, obviously, I had money on Bubba Wallace winning this race today, but I will also say that I need somebody who started in the top 10 to win. There's quite a few of them up there, outside of Kyle Larson, who started in 12th. I think most of the other drivers that are up there have started did start in the top 10. And then I need Bubba Wallace to get a top 10 at least, and he is in 11th right now, so we'll see how that works itself out. Again, one stage left remaining. 93 to go in the restart. Blaney and Byron on the front row. Blaney has taken the lead on the bottom a couple times. The top has worked at times as well. It does seem like the bottom has worked more than the top on the front row. But if you were behind the front row car, you kind of want the outside, expecting the top lane to take off. But when you have the clean air, it seems like rolling the bottom is more effective. At least through turns 1 and 2. And you can maybe have a shot to slide clear through 3 and 4. Standing start, green flag back in the air. Great push for Larson to the back of his teammate, trying to give him that shot he needs to pull clear of Blaney, but he's not going to be able to do so. Larson's got to let go. He tries to block Ty Gibbs to the outside of the racetrack. Gibbs is almost into the outside wall. Larson's going to slide up clear off the exit of the corner, barely on the 54. It's a drag race between Blaney and Byron. They touch down the backstretch. Blaney leans into turn 3 on the bottom lane of the racetrack. Half a car lane clear, and now fully clear off turn 4. Ryan Blaney, again on the bottom lane for the 3rd time now, has taken the lead. 3 wide further back off of turn 4, just outside the top 10. Side-by-side battle for 3rd on track as well between Kyle Larson and Tyler Reddick. Larson on the outside, Reddick on the inside. Ryan Blaney has a 3 to 4 car length lead off of turn 2 with 92 to go for the win and try to get his first career crown jewel victory in the Coca-Cola 600, a race in which he has led quite a few laps today. In fact, the driver who has led the most laps to this point is Ryan Blaney, with 103 laps led and counting on the day. So if you're looking at a guy who has had maybe the best car, the 12 might be the one. But the best car doesn't always win the race. Tyler Reddick, who's had a fast car as well, and was running Blaney down to the end of stage 3, has just moved to 2nd, passing William Byron, whose lead was short-lived after winning yet another race off of pit road. And what could be the final restart of the day. Now, we haven't had a stage go caution free through the first 3, so by our trends, as Larry McReynolds would say, we haven't seen the last caution. Reddick to the inside of Blaney for the lead through 1 and 2. just can't stay on the gas as long as he wants to in the middle of the corner when he runs to the bottom, and again ducks in line behind the 12. Reddick is so strong, and you almost wonder if he can get out ahead of the 12, if maybe he can actually run away with it. It was more on the long run where he was better than the 12, but in the short run he's keeping right up there with him. Maybe some adjustment changes were made for Reddick. Kyle Busch is now battling for 4th with Kyle Larson. Great restart for the 8 of Busch. Looking to the inside of the 2021 Cup champ. Gonna get there. Maybe some contact as Busch aggressively side drafts that left rear corner panel. Dives it way off to the bottom. Clear in the middle of the corner, but not quick enough to try to clear high. Larson almost into the wall as they nearly make contact off turn 4. The 8 and the 5 almost got together. They slow each other up. Ty Gibbs has a run. Nowhere to go but to sit behind these two once again into turns 1 and 2. Busch not all the way to the inside that time. He runs more of the middle, trying to keep his speed up. And look at Ricky Stenhouse jumping in there out of nowhere, trying to get to the inside of Gibbs for 6th. They're holding each other up. Busch is cleared this time off turn 4. We'll see if Larson tries a crossover move as he gets off the outside well. He's got to run on the front stretch. Busch is going to try to block and hold on to 4th as long as he can. Stenhouse still couldn't clear Gibbs as they battle for 7th further back. They'll be side by side into turn 1 with Ricky down low. Gibbs up high. Larson to the inside trying to get back underneath Busch. What a battle for 4th between Kyle Busch and Kyle Larson. The Kyle and Kyle show in the battle for 4th on the Coke 600. Larson back to the top, Busch to the bottom. Busch making headway at the front of the field, now trying to run down the top running Chevy of William Byron. Top 5 following this restart. Ryan Blaney leads, Tyler Reddick 2nd, William Byron 3rd, Kyle Busch 4th, and Kyle Larson is 5th. 86 laps to go in the Coca-Cola 600. Time is winding down. And a half a second lead built up now for Blaney over Reddick. But we'll see if Reddick will have what it takes to keep up with Blaney and try to pass him on a long green flag run. We haven't really seen longer than about a 50 or so lap green flag run today, so we haven't seen any. Well, that's a lie. No, we did see a long green flag run in stage 2 before the rain came because we actually got through green flag pit stops. But it was just over 50 laps. They tried to split the stage in half, and the caution came out right as the field cycled all the way through. Kyle Busch looking to the inside of Byron. Can't hang on with him in a battle for 3rd. Busch maybe feeling that he is in contention. Some major adjustment changes could have been made to that 8 car as he is up towards the front of the field, really looking as lively as that 8 car has looked all afternoon long. Into the dusk. All of a sudden, I don't think it's going to be completely dark at the track before the end of this race, as it's only about 7:45 sundown. I guess is right around 9 o'clock. The Xfinity race tonight, on the other hand, will be completely in the dark, which will be interesting because they were not expecting that at all for this week. Considering the race on Saturday for the Xfinity Series was supposed to be at 1, and then they moved the start time up to noon, and then it was started at 11 a.m. this morning. It was not supposed to be a night race, so that's going to be interesting to see how those cars are going to handle, because it's going to be pretty bad, I'd imagine. And they can't work on their cars technically right now because they're under a red flag still from that stoppage from the race earlier with them already starting. Kyle Busch still trying to work over William Byron. They're 1.4 seconds off the lead and fading right now as they continue to battle. They haven't been side by side a whole lot, so they haven't lost more position, more time, I should say, than what they probably should despite battling, and that is part of the reason why Kyle Larson hasn't quite caught up with these two. Byron just strong enough to try to keep that battle going. Busch doesn't go all the way to the bottom of the track that time, more towards the middle lane as William Byron rides the top near the wall. Blaney with about a half a second lead still over Tyler Reddick. That last lap, he was only about 0.02 of a second quicker than the second place car of Reddick. Kyle Busch again to the inside of Byron. Doesn't go all the way to the white line. Door to door off turn 2. Great recovery after a spin earlier too from Kyle Busch off that same corner. He is going to pull clear into turn 3. It looked like Byron just kind of let the 8 car go. He realized he was trying to work him over. He's faster. Finally, once Busch got alongside and stayed alongside Byron off the exit of the corner, Byron backed up, let Kyle Busch go, and Kyle Busch now going to try to run down Ryan Blaney and Tyler Reddick for the race win. Chris Buescher's really fallen in this race. We haven't really talked about him since winning stage 2, but he has been non-existent in the entire second half of this race. Currently 21st. His teammate Brad Keselowski, who was up in the top 5 for the first half of the race as well, had that not uncontrolled tire, but he had the loose lug nut, had to come in under green flag conditions, went a lap down, ended up getting the free pass, got back up to about 15th, and then he ended up getting loose off turn 2 and wrecking into the 51 at Gilliland, and now he's 2 laps down in 28th. So, tough day for Brad Keselowski. Maybe 1 lap down. Our tracker's showing him 2, but either way, he's got damage, and he's probably taken out of a good chance to win this one. Commercial break, side by side on Fox, your local Fox affiliate, if you're wondering where you can watch the Coca-Cola 600. We'll keep our flag-to-flag coverage going the rest of the way, and we'll take a quick rundown of the full field running order with 77 laps to go in the Coca-Cola 600. Ryan Blaney with a 0.4 of a second lead over Tyler Reddick in second place. Kyle Busch is in third, William Byron fourth, and Kyle Larson is fifth. Ty Gibson 6th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 7th, Alex Bowman 8th, Bubba Wallace 9th, and Kevin Harvick is 10th. 11th place is Mark Truex Jr., Justin Haley in 12th, Zane Smith 13th, 14th is Austin Dillon, Joey Logano 15th, Austin Cindric in 16th, Michael McDowell 17th, AJ Allmendinger in 18th, 19th is Chase Briscoe, Ryan Preece 20th, Chris Buescher 21st, Christopher Bell 22nd, Harrison Burton 23rd, 24th is Eric Almirola, Corey LaJoie 25th, and JJ Yeley is 26th. Ross Chastain's the last car in the lead lap at 27th. He must have damage because he's like 9 seconds behind Yaley. But he's 27th. Brad Keselowski, first car lap down at 28th. Daniel Suarez 29th, and Ty Dillon is 30th. BJ McLeod 31st. Eric Jones on track at 59 laps down in 32nd. Todd Gilliland is 33rd. 34th place finish will be Chase Elliott. 35th, Denny Hamlin. 36th, Noah Gragson and Jimmy Johnson in last for his second straight NASCAR Cup race this season. 75 laps to go. We'll stay here live with our coverage. One car got loose off turn 4. It's Reddick. Reddick's down in the turf off of turn 4. He's going to lose a ton of time. We do stay green, but he is way off the race leader now. And Tyler Reddick with a massive moment. A great save. We do stay green, but he got loose off of turn 4 up near the outside wall. We've seen drivers get loose. It's almost like the right rear corner panel catching the wall saved him, but he still ended up down in the turf, and luckily it wasn't grass that he was able to keep controlled drive out of it. Showing a replay inside the car. Wow, the steering wheel was so far to the right, but I do think he was able to catch it with that right rear, straighten him out. He still did a great job getting the wheel corrected back to the center before the right rear then smacked the right front. And that's going to have to burn those rear tires off that 45 car. So the pressure on Ryan Blaney is a lot less now when he hasn't been as great on the longer run. And Reddick, who has been good on the longer run, probably just used his tires up because now Kyle Busch is in the battle for second on Reddick. Larson passes Byron for position on track as well, and Blaney's still working through lap traffic at the back half of the field with 72 laps to go. Unbelievable save by Reddick up to this point.
Reddick just did. Got loose off the corner, drove it straight through the grass, back onto the track, didn't lose his spot. That will be our pod's big move of the day.
I tell you what's moving is they need some removal from the underpants of him. Man, unbelievable save. How about that across the apron, across the turf, back onto the racetrack. My man, Tyler Reddick, pods, big move of the race. Wow. Watch this in-car right here, guys. Tony, you do not cross the wheel over like that and save it. Down on the apron. Unbelievable.
And one lap later, up against the wall again.
Well, he was busy. He was removing, like I said. We had a clean up on aisle 9 on that one. That was
moving
wild.
your hands around like that too off the wheel and trying to get recentered like that. That's crazy.
Freeze. Then we listened in.
Yeah, I need to change my underwear.
Told you. I told you. I called it.
And that'll be the pod's big move of the week,
Yeah,
right?
Didn't change a beat. Look at him, still right up against the wall. That boy is some kind of talent behind the wheel.
Yes, he is.
Now he's dropped to third. Kyle Busch went through for second place. So we're showing you replays here. Reddick now third, 3.4 seconds back.
He dropped to third. I mean, he ought to be on a rollback right now. Yeah. And the infield can do it. And it would get preparing for, an interview with Jamie down there. It's unbelievable.
Ty Gibbs up to sixth.
Very impressive.
And Ross Chastain carrying our Advent Health Cam there. Still on, now 1 lap down. Let's go to pit road.
Well, Mike, how about the run for the 47 car right now of Ricky Stenhouse? I know we talked about him earlier, but continuing that good run shouldn't be a surprise either. 3 of the last 5 Coke 600s, he has been in the top 10, including 7th last year. The report from the driver right now, just a little bit too tight with the nose of the car and a little bit too loose with the back of it through the corners. Josh?
Well, before that last stop, Bubba Wallace came over the radio and said he was struggling to turn the wheel, and then he told the team, hey, we're going to need to make a big swing if we want any shot of winning this race. They made a big swing, made a bunch of adjustments, and now Bubba inside the top 10.
Comers and goers all day long. One of those, Kevin Harvick, who led 19 laps earlier, now back up into the top 10. And Martin Truex, also a contender, more so in the first half of this race. Alex Bowman hanging in just outside the top 10 in his first race back in 11th.
How about Zane Smith running 12th in the 38 car? Good job by our truck champion, making the most of this opportunity.
And next, Justin Haley, who will be is in the Xfinity race. I say is because they started that race this morning, and they're going to continue it after the 600 concludes. That'll be on FS2. Austin Dillon has won here, up and down day for Dillon, currently in 14th, 9 seconds off the lead. And while his teammate Ryan Blaney has led 128 laps, twice as much as anybody else, Joey Logano just hasn't been a factor in the top 5 today. Austin Cindric, a lap down earlier, hit the wall, had some damage to the right front, and he is coming back. Trying to get towards the front. Michael McDowell led early when they made a strategy call, did not pit for tires when everybody else did. How did that work? Not too good. He went straight to the back and ended up right where he was prior to the stops, but had an extra set of tires sitting on the ground in case they were needed. And Ryan Preece has been on the lead lap all day. He's been up into the top 20 for a while and is now at 18th.
You know, watching these guys, you look over at that pylon, I don't want to say it, but would somebody brag on him? Right there, take it, Mike.
You know, the good news, Ryan Blaney's now led 129 laps. 11 times in his Cup Series, he has led more than 100 laps in a single race.
I'm glad you said that. Thank you for taking that. I do not want to jinx that boy.
Well, he drives for Roger Penske, who won his 19th Indianapolis 500 yesterday. He's won the Coke 600 twice, Roger Penske has, but never in the same year yet. St. Louis next week. That'll be fun.
Fun racetrack.
Yeah.
Looking forward to getting out there in the Midwest, seeing what the boys do. A lot of sparks flew last year. Think about Chastain and Hamlin. Cool racetrack.
Well, get ready because Michael Waltrip will join us for the race. And in stage 2, the irrepressible Kenny Wallace will stop by.
God help you guys.
To offer his brand of wit and wisdom.
So much fun, so much energy.
Yep.
And Michael, I had a blast calling that race last year with him. Same guy, right? Fun, energy. How about Michael Watchman's tap room down the road? Beautiful building. Love that. Right down the road to Charlotte Motor Speedway. A lot of fun's been had. A lot of good cold beer.
Yeah, just opened this week down on Bruton Smith Boulevard between here and the interstate. That'd be a fun place to visit. 60 laps to go. One pit stop in the offing, and Larry said it could come as early as within the next few laps.
And Mike, I go back to those green flag pit stops in the second stage, and they started happening about 45 laps, like 145. So we're about 4 laps away from 345 now. If I go back to those green flag stops, the ones that laid the gauntlet early was Kyle Busch and his 8 team, Ty Gibbs and his 54 team. They were the first ones to come in, and after that, here they all came.
So Larry, thinking about Ryan Blaney and what a good short run car that has been, would it be to his advantage to stay out as long as he can on this set?
Well, I don't think he can stay out there a long time. Now, he has a little bit of a cushion because he has a 4-second lead, so he can let the others make the move first.
I also want to add to that. Whatever they did to that short run speed car, they fixed it. They adjusted on that thing the least little bit, and that baby's lights out all the way through the run now.
Yeah, I support what Larry said. He doesn't have to be the first one. They're going to keep their eye on whoever is the first to make that move and where they are track position wise, how many seconds gap they have over those guys. That will dictate when they're going to go ahead and bring him in.
The first one's going to be the one that needs it. Caution is out. Forget that conversation. Michael McDowell. Looks like the right front's down.
Debris in turn 2 puts us under caution.
He had just pitted. It ain't down. It's gone.
We can call it debris. The other name for it is wheel.
Tires rolling down the backstretch here. No lug nut. Just had pitted. Didn't get that wheel on, obviously. There it is. Still has the stickers on it. Well, Larry, if you weren't ready to pit, you're pitting now.
Oh, yeah, and what Tony Stewart said about 5 hours ago, no mistakes on this pit stop.
Time.
And you think at home, one lug nut, how hard could it be? Well, maybe the nut was solid to the wheel, but the wheel wasn't flush to the hub. There are a lot of different things that can happen here. And one of them did to Michael McDowell.
Well, the one thing's for certain, somebody's getting a vacation.
Yeah, 2 crew members will be suspended. It was 4 when we started with this car 1 year ago, and now NASCAR has adjusted that penalty if the car loses a wheel after it leaves pit road. Now, Ryan Preece came to the pits under green just prior to the caution, and he'll be the first car 1 lap down and get the free pass with fresh tires. Could be a break for him. So we'll have 25 cars on the lead lap when we restart. So this could be the money stop, if it is indeed the last stop of the day. Regan.
Ryan Blaney spent most of that last run just managing the lead gap that he had and managing his race car. Told the team, I want to be a little tighter yet this run so I can be very aggressive on this upcoming restart. And the 8 car, Kyle Busch, it takes off really good for him. He likes the car initially, gets too free to the end right now. Jamie?
Kyle Larson in the 5 said he fired off better there. Still a little too loose, very small adjustment here for him and William Byron. A little too tight, took off a little too slow. Let's see if this pit crew gets it done once again, Mike.
Blaney will not be the leader on the restart. He was bested by Tyler Reddick coming out of their boxes.
And Busch.
Pretty close. And by Kyle Busch, but again, William Byron. Pit stall number 1.
There it is. That's 6 for them of the day. Man, we talked about it. Larry told us money stop. Here's the race off. The big one I see is that 12 car behind the 24, 45, 8, and here he comes.
My gosh, he should be celebrating. They have done an awesome job for that kid all day.
It ain't just the stall. Those 9-second stops are no joke.
That's right.
That combination is lethal.
Total of 18 positions gained on pit road by the number 24 team.
That is incredible.
Under Rudy Fugle.
I'd be taking those boys to lunch this week.
Hey, Chase Briscoe was a lap down earlier, and now here he is up in the top 15 in this cycle of comers and goers all day long. The new documentary series Dirt, The Last Great American Sport, airs Tuesday, 7 p.m. Eastern Time on FS1.
Dirt sprint cars and midgets, there's nothing like it. The power, the out of control. You're on the edge of your seat the entire time.
Everything you do is so fast. Racing obviously is dangerous. At the end of the day, I'm more alive being a race car driver than not. This is Dirt.
The next episode of Dirt, The Last Great American Sport, airs Tuesday at 7 on FS1. Josh?
Well, you guys talked about that being the money stop. That's exactly what Bubba Wallace said when he came into his pit. When we tried to leave the pit too close to the 48 car, couldn't clear it, had to wait, and he dropped all the way back outside the top 10 to 19th, guys.
Oh. Yeah, 48's pretty sideways in his box. Right rear was just barely, 48's blocked in by the 7. LaJoie in front of him, he had to back up. That's why we call it the money stop. It can bite you. Now we get to see just how good this Blaney's car is. That's unfortunate, but he's extremely fast and maneuverable. I think that's the key, Tony. Being able to go where they're not, getting out of that preferred line and be able to make hay.
Yeah, not being line committed is definitely what's going to get you back up front.
What will be different about this restart is that Blaney is not on the front row. He's not in position to steal the lead from William Byron on the restart. As you watch from our aerial coverage, tonight is provided by Goodyear, powering every mile and every moment on NASCAR's road to victory. Goodyear, more driven. You see there the turn 1 condos. Bill France told Bruton Smith he was, well, not right to build condominiums at a racetrack and sell off a piece of his real estate. Boy, Darrell Waltrip won a big race here and was offered one of those condos for what now is a very small amount of money. And I'll bet BW wished he'd taken Bruton up on that, because that $84,000 investment would be worth, $600,000-$700,000 now.
I'm going to tell you, my man Bruton didn't make too many bad mistakes.
Well, and he thought outside the box
at all.
That as a promoter and a track operator, Bruton Smith thought big. He thought outside the box. He did things that nobody had ever done before. Just a pioneer in the sport.
That apple didn't fall far from the tree. This is 2 weeks in a row of just phenomenal crowds, events, right? This is an event here. And last week, right down the road at North Wilkesboro, the revival of that racetrack. Hats off to Marcus Smith and everybody at SMI.
Fantastic.
Great 2 weeks.
Yes.
And Bruton's motto is on a sign right above the turn 4 tunnel. We do everything for the fans.
Let's watch his shoes coming here.
So Blaney will have to follow Reddick into turn 1 unless they get 3 wide. But Kyle Busch outside behind Byron.
Byron's kind of been wishy-washy on that front row. He's been on the bottom starting the race. We saw him on the outside, back to the bottom here.
Well, there's not...
Excuse me, that's not right.
He's never had a restart where anything significantly paid off for him. So he's kind of been moving around, but just hasn't had one that really paid off.
Larry Mack, 52 to go.
Well, we're going to go back racing with 51 to go. When I look at the last 6 Coca-Cola 600s, the average of the last caution is 46 to go. 3 of the last 4 has been in the final 10 laps. We've had 2 overtime finishes in our last 3 Coke 600s. And remember, 6 of 13 this year has finished in overtime.
Last year, last lap pass for the lead, Denny Hamlin ended up in victory lane. Today, Hamlin was in the garage after a collision with Chase Elliott at lap 186. That put both of those title contenders out of the race. Byron and Reddick, Busch and Blaney, Larson and Harvick.
Pace cars pulling onto pit road. 51 laps to go in the Coca-Cola 600 when we get back to racing. Byron on the outside of the front row into the Geico restart zone will take off very well. Green flag back in the air. He is nearly clear of Reddick as they get into turns 1 and 2. Pulls down the block and he is clear. Blaney's going to get boxed in that second row on the inside as the cars to the top are going to get around him unless he goes 3 wide to the bottom, which he does after Reddick slips up the hill. He falls in line behind Kyle Larson. Truex pushes the 45, which pushes the 5 down the backstretch in that outside lane as well, and Ryan Blaney has lost a couple of spots on the restart as a result. Reddick loses a spot with Truex going up the middle to pass both the 12 and the 45. What a move by the 19 car in the middle of turns 3 and 4. Martin Truex Jr. is now up to the 4th place position. Byron continues to lead. Kyle Busch got the 2nd. Kyle Larson 3rd. Off of that restart. So in the correct order, following the restart with 50 laps to go, William Byron leads. Kyle Busch is 2nd. Kyle Larson 3rd. Martin Truex Jr. 4th. And Ryan Blaney is 5th.
Look at this, pass for 2nd. Here comes Larson. Said he didn't like the speed in his car. Thought he was slow. Pay window's getting open here. Time to shine.
This will bring Truex right to them. This side-by-side battling.
Yes, sir. Hooked that bottom we were talking about. How about this, Tony? Didn't see this coming.
No, but you see the penalty for it. I mean, he got the spot, but you can see how much Kyle Busch closed on him on the front stretch. But, man, Larson can roll the bottom right now, and we haven't seen anybody really be that strong down there today.
Ty Gibbs outside Harvick. That's for 7th. Front 6 pretty evenly spaced. Stenhouse battling Harvick is the first battle. That's for 8th.
On line of out, still clear.
Gibbs wants more. He's after Reddick, side by side in the backstretch. Can't clear. And Reddick takes it back. Stenhouse on the bottom, now inside Harvick. And as that group of 4 looks ahead, the leaders are moving away. Kyle Busch trying to mount a charge on Larson for 2nd.
Ryan Blaney to the inside of Martin Truex here. He's starting to get that momentum back now.
Took that line away from Truex.
Made him have to lift.
So close.
Blaney, good run off the corner, halves the difference between himself and Kyle Busch.
Reddick in the wall again off of turn 4.
You know, there have been days when this racetrack just isn't wide enough.
Yes.
How about these two? Seems like all the time we talk about William Byron and Kyle Larson, the battle. Takes me back to Vegas. It was literally came down to whoever beat who off of pit road was going to win the race. And exactly.
Oh, trouble! Reddick slammed coming off turn number 4, hard by Harvick, who slides into the turf and straightens it out.
I guess. 2.
Reddick and Harvick collide coming off turn number 4 for the 13th caution of the day at lap 359.
front of Harvick takes off to the right. The 4 definitely just ran up into the 45. Not intentionally, obviously, but we've seen that today where in that same area, guys on the top have been loose and the guys in the bottom have been really tight.
Well, I think Mike said it best. It's been days where this track's just not wide enough, and that is definitely a crunch zone. You run out of real estate when you're on the bottom. We've talked about it with Chase Elliott and Denny Hamlin. If you lift in these cars today's day and age on these type of racetracks, you're going to get freight trained, and that's exactly what happened.
Well, it seems like it's just hard to recover also. Like if the front end takes off, you can lift and it doesn't just grab back like it used to.
Yeah, that wasn't intentional. I mean, you know that because you don't see that out of Harvick. Caught him off guard, caught him in a bind, lifted, and wouldn't do anything. Listen. I mean, you see, his attention wasn't even on that outside. His focus, he thought he was going to be all right. Not the case.
Another hats off to Charlotte Motor Speedway, and one of their innovations was putting artificial turf on the entire ball field down the front straightaway. Had that been grass or had the storm drains we used to see in the past, we've seen whole cars destroyed by a slide like that, and we've seen several instances today where cars would slide through that turf and straighten out and continue. Regan.
Like Ryan Blaney lost just a little bit of track position on that restart and on that run, but overall the car just a little bit snug for him. Not bad from the driver's seat right now. And the 8 car of Kyle Busch just a little tight trying to wrap the bottom of the corner for him right now. Jamie?
12 pit stop here for Kyle Larson and William Byron. It'll be 4 tires here, just tightening them up a little bit with some air pressure, very minimal adjustments on these race cars.
Blaney got a good launch out of his pit. He's going to beat Kyle Busch, but Larson pulls out in front of him, and Byron, of course, scoots out from box number 1.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. just gained 6 spots off of pit road, and I think Allmendinger up 7 in the pit lane to get into the top 10 as well. William Byron easily wins the race off of pit road. He has gained 20 positions on pit road as a net gain all day today. Unbelievable that 24 team has been able to do. Yes, he has the number 1 box, but to gain 20 pit stop positions all day long. He's back in the lead again for the upteenth time, mainly because of green flag pit stops. He's got a fast enough car. He pretty much has gone between 4th and 6th in the running order most of this race. He was as far back as 10th at one point very early in the going, but has definitely fallen or has moved his way forward to get himself in position where he's running in the top 5, that when he comes to pit road, he wins the race out of the pits literally every single time. So waiting for the field to cycle through. Byron won the race out of the pits. Larson was 2nd, and then Blaney was 3rd as he swapped positions with Kyle Busch. Looks like Martin Truex Jr. lost a few spots on pit road as he came out in 10th after going in 5th, so Truex ends up losing quite a few positions as well. And it looks as if Zane Smith in the 38 car has stayed out of the pits, so he will be on older tires, and we will see how that's going to work out for him. He was actually running in the 11th place position when the caution flag came out, so shout out to Zane Smith, running part-time for Front Row Motorsports this season in the Cup Series and making one of his few starts this year. He has had a solid day, just kind of chipping away at the field as this race progresses and he gets more comfortable with the race car in the later going of this long race. It's really fitting into himself very, very well. So depending on what lane he is on the restart, I would not want to be behind him though on the older tires, because we have seen situations in the past where they tend to spin the tires and we see a conga line on the outside get stacked up, or the inside, whatever lane he chooses, and it's kind of difficult for drivers to make their way around. More drivers have taken the outside of the front row on the restarts today, even though the bottom has probably won the battle more than the top. It's been pretty even. Pretty much, if you can clear in the middle of 1 and 2 on the bottom, taking the shortest way around, that's the way to go. But if you can't clear off of turn 2, it's very difficult to keep that battle going into turns 3 and 4. So we will see how that will pan out coming up here to the finish. 39 laps to go in this race. Full field running order real quick. Zane Smith is your race leader. On the restart again, staying out of the pits. William Byron is 2nd, Kyle Larson 3rd, Ryan Blaney 4th, Kyle Busch is 5th, Ty Gibbs 6th, Tyler Reddick 7th, Joey Logano 8th, Martin Truex Jr. 9th, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is in 10th. AJ Allmendinger in 11th, Harrison Burton 12th, 13th Ryan Preece, 14th Austin Cindric, Justin Haley 15th, 16th is Chase Briscoe, Eric Almirola 17th, 18th is Christopher Bell, Austin Dillon 19th, and 20th is Chris Buescher. JJ Yaley in 21st, Alex Bowman 22nd, 23rd is Corey LaJoie, Harvick just spun, he's now back to 24th, Ross Chastain 25th, Bubba Wallace had a pit road penalty, he's back to 26th now. Third time I think he's been at the rear of the field on a restart. Problems on pit road for that team today, whether it's been Wallace or the team, has been a combination of the two's fault throughout. Daniel Suarez 27th is the first car, one lap down. Brad Keselowski 28th, Ty Dillon 29th, and Michael McDowell 30th. BJ McLeod 31st, Eric Jones 32nd, Todd Gilliland 33rd. 34th is Chase Elliott, Denny Hamlin 35th, Noah Gragson 36th, and Jimmy Johnson rounds out the 37-car field this weekend. They will be going green this time by. We will have 38 laps to go in the Coca-Cola 600, and Zane Smith has elected the outside lane for the restart, so it'll be Byron and Blaney on the inside of the first two rows. Larson's going to be the car trapped on the outside of row number 2 behind Zane Smith, and I think Kyle Busch is behind Larson, so this is going to be interesting to see how they get their way through, because they could bottleneck there, just hoping and praying that Zane Smith can take off well on the restart. Green flag back in the air, door to door for the race lead. Into turns 1 and 2 they go. Kyle Larson up the middle, trying to go 3 wide, splitting the 38 of Zane Smith, who's going to be on the outside. William Byron is clear in the center of the corner of both the leaders. Blaney and Larson side by side for second, still 3 wide. Kyle Busch almost has contact from underneath from his former teammate Martin Truex Jr. Blaney leaning on Larson in the battle for second, 3 by 3 into turn 3 further back. Blaney and Larson still door to door. The 16 gets sideways. In the middle of the corner, he gets turned. AJ Allmendinger is around. Harrison Burton's involved, and we have another caution late in this race. It looked like he washed up the racetrack. He got a bit tight in the dirty air and then made contact with the car to his outside when they were 3 wide, and Allmendinger was in the middle. He ended up losing control. Harrison Burton ran into the back of him afterwards. And this is our 14th caution of the race. And the laps are running down now as we're under yellow again. Crazy. Yep, Allmendinger chased the car up the track. He got into Joey Logano, and Logano barely made a save. The right rear tag in the wall saved the 22 car. Not a lot of damage on Harrison Burton's car until he hit the wall when he was pinched behind the 16 after Allmendinger had already lost control. And AJ just got inside the top 10 after a quick pit stop there as well, so he definitely fell back. Full screen commercial break during the caution flag on Fox, so we will take a break ourselves. It'll be our final ad break of the Coca-Cola 600. We have just over 150 people still watching here on this Monday night. Appreciate everybody sticking out all the rain delays we've had this weekend. The Xfinity Series finish is still coming up right after the finish of this Cup race as well, so we will still have coverage for that going forward. And definitely hit that like button as well. We're up to 112 likes on the stream. Let's continue to run that up as we get closer to the checkered flag. You won't want to miss a thing listening live on KRC. Ross Chastain was the beneficiary of that last caution. Actually, 2 cautions ago, Chastain had gotten the free pass with the Reddick and Harvick ordeal, and I believe Daniel Suarez got the free pass during this caution flag period. I'm not sure if he was 1 or 2 laps down, though. If he was 2 down, he only got 1 lap back, because it's still showing him 1 lap down on our leaderboard, which is the raw feed on NASCAR's website. We will have short post-race coverage because we still have another race coming up later today with the Xfinity Series race finishing. Again, they started that race earlier this morning. They got 48 laps in. It then rained. I should say more specifically, they started at about 11 a.m. this morning. They got 25 laps in, then it rained. After they got the 25 laps in and it rained, they dried the track off. They got back out there again, ran about another 23 laps, and it started raining again. And they ended up postponing it with the Cup race on at 3. They wanted that scheduled airtime on the main Fox network. So the Xfinity race finish has gotten moved. They were not to the halfway point or the end of stage 2 where they could have called the race. So there's still about 150 laps left of that one, and about 35 left here in this Coke 600 today, and that will wrap up our 4-race live commentary weekend on the channel. Take a quick moment again to thank everybody that has tuned into the live commentary streams this weekend before we get back to green flag action. Yesterday's Indianapolis 500 live commentary stream was our most viewed live commentary stream of the season in 2023 in racing, so appreciate that. A lot of you guys, I'm sure, that watched yesterday are back again here today, whether new or returning viewers. Appreciate the support you guys give me on a weekly basis to allow me to do these live commentary streams for not just the Cup Series like I did last season, but doing them for the Truck and the Xfinity all year as well. We'll have live commentary coverage for all 3 NASCAR series next weekend once again. The Truck Series and the Cup Series head to Gateway in St. Louis, while the Xfinity Series go out west to Portland on the road course at the airport. So we will be doing live commentary for that. Saturday, I believe, will be a double header for both the Truck and the Xfinity races. I think the Truck race is on first in the afternoon, and then the Xfinity race later because that's on the West Coast, but I'm not guaranteeing that because I don't know if the Truck race is at night or not. So it's either a late Saturday afternoon and a Saturday night, or it's a Saturday afternoon early and a Saturday like evening, like late afternoon, 5-4 o'clock, somewhere around there they'll start. So I have no clue exactly the start times on those yet, but I know that the Xfinity Series standalone event again in Portland, and the Truck Series as well as the Cup Saturday, Sunday will be at Gateway. So there will be live commentary for that all race weekend long next week. And another triple header. During the commercial break, I didn't get the second diecast showing out to you guys yet today. I wanted to get that other Coke 600, so under the caution I will show you. It is a 2009 Dale Earnhardt Jr. camouflage National Guard paint scheme. Probably one of the cleanest camouflage. The only one that rivals this is the traditional Army 01 car that Joe Nemechek, Mark Martin drew, as it was used for so long over the years. Ryan Newman's Army car was pretty good with Stuart Haas Racing as well, but I really like this National Guard scheme. Really, the National Guard schemes have always been solid over the years. I love the Greg Biffle and Casey Mears red, white, and blue schemes. Dale Earnhardt Jr. had some pretty good National Guard schemes with the 88 at Hendrick Motorsports, and this was a fine camouflage-looking scheme as well. Again, this was the Coke 600 2009 COT with the wing. This is one of only like 3 or 4 COT wing diecasts I have, but this is one of them, so want to show this off. This is the second Coke 600 diecast that I have, and I wanted to show them both off during the commentary. Usually we do 1 a race, but we did 2 today with it being the longest race of the season. So still going on strong. This race started 4.5 hours ago. Between the cautions and the rain delay in the middle of the race, we are still here. If you count the Xfinity Series coverage where we were live at the start, plus the rain delay until they ended up announcing that they were going to run after the Cup race, we were live for 2 hours and 15 minutes, which is standard for the Xfinity Series, but we have to go live again for the Xfinity Series after this. And we have been live commentating this stream since 3 p.m. this afternoon, Eastern Standard Time. So we're running up on about 7 hours and 45 minutes nearly of streaming. We still got 150 laps of an Xfinity race. We've got 33 laps of a Cup race left, so it is wild. But I appreciate everybody that has stuck it out. It's been a long day, long weekend. The Indy 500 was yesterday. Truck race was Friday night. We did have Saturday off with the Xfinity race not going, but I was sitting here ready to go for the Xfinity race in case they raced. I couldn't really go anywhere Saturday for that reason. But once they ended up calling it that night, I guess it freed up my day. It was actually in the afternoon. It wasn't at night on Saturday because it was scheduled for 1, and then they moved the start time up to noon, I believe, and then they ended up not completely postponing it until about 3. But it's been a busy weekend, to say the least. So Ryan Blaney will be on the inside of row 1 of the restart. He has beaten Byron in, I believe, 2 of the 3 restarts. He's been underneath him on the inside of the front row. William Byron on the outside of row 1 coming up here. Martin Truex Jr. on the inside of row 2. Kyle Larson will be on the outside of him. So A lot of former Coke 600 winners up at the front of the field. You got two drivers who have never won a crown jewel, with Byron and Blaney in front of them. Blaney yet to win a race this season. He is the only driver in the top 6 that does not have a win this year. So, again, a win locks him into the playoffs. We'll have 31 laps to go in the restart. And once again, be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. This should be a wild finish to the second crown jewel race of the NASCAR Cup Series season. Pace car will be pulling to pit road this time as they work their way off of turn 4 and headed for the Geico restart zone. Byron will be the control car in the outside lane. He's been 50-50 on the restarts today, most of which he has been on the top 4. And we'll see if it'll pan out again for him late. Fans on their feet that have stayed throughout all the racing this weekend thus far. Byron gets the start. Blaney spins the tires, and Byron easily clear into turns 1 and 2 as they fan out a little bit further back in the field, but a lot more calm in the top 10 at least, until they get to the middle of the corner. Now they're 4 wide right around Zane Smith, Christopher Bell, Ryan Preece is in there. Smith getting a huge push, and there's a car hard in the inside wall in the backstretch. It's Austin Cindric slides across the front bumper of Michael McDowell, almost clipped him. Cindric's day is going to come to an end. That was a massive hit into the inside wall in the backstretch. May have gotten turned off of turn 2. And that car is hopping all over the place. As Clint Boyer would say, it's got the hospital hop going on right now. So Austin Cindric has crashed late with 30 to go. Another caution, or 15th of the race. They were 4 wide off turn 2, but that spin actually came from behind those guys. I believe it was Eric Almirola that got into the back of Cindric, which turned him right front first into the wall, then whipped the right rear into it after the fact. A very violent hit for Cindric. Byron was the leader when the caution came out. It looks like Ryan Blaney will be scored second, so he'll get a do-over after not taking off well. It looked like he may have spun the tires on that last restart, but definitely a tap from the back of the 2, and it came from the front bumper of the 10. It fell Ford. Fox heads to a side-by-side commercial break. We will stay right here, though, to the finish. Ford on Ford crime. It was Ford on Ford crime. Keegan will be fuming if Blaney crashes next. I don't know if I'd be fuming, but I'll be heartbroken. I'll probably be more heartbroken than mad, just because I'm a Ryan Blaney fan. You would think I'm used to the heartbreak, but you never get used to it. Any Dale Jr. fans out there over the years? He wasn't my favorite driver growing up, but I can imagine you guys had a lot of heartbreak in those 2008 to 2012 years during that long winless gap. There was probably a lot of the same thing that I've been going through as a Blaney fan for about the last year and a half to 2 years. So hoping it ends today. Blaney has probably been the best car in the field. Yeah, my turkey sandwich is still sitting here. It's been sitting out for like 2.5 hours, so it's okay. The bread's not moldy. I thought the rain delay was going to be a little bit longer. I thought I had a chance to get a sandwich in me, and I got one in, but I didn't eat the second one. I only got like 2 bites of the second one in, and I'm like, oh, they're going back to green. So it wasn't that long of a red flag. If I would have gotten the sandwich like right away when the red flag happened, it would have been fine because they were under red for like a half hour, 40 minutes. But no, I decided to wait until like a half hour into the red flag, and it was too little too late. It is what it is. I'll tell you what is a pain in the rear is this stool I've been sitting on off and on for like 7+ hours. It's not the most comfortable to sit on for this long period of time. I haven't had a problem with it with the live commentary streams I've done so far since moving to my apartment last weekend. I'm kind of getting used to it, but not today, where I've been on it for like 7+ hours and we still have a couple more hours of racing left. So my rear end's going to be sore tomorrow. It's going to feel like I went through a glute workout, and that was not the case. I was actually sitting on it all day. Imagine, you're getting old when you're sore from sitting down. That's how I know I'm aging. Byron and Blaney. Stage 4, all hell breaks loose. I hope not. I hope this doesn't turn into how the end of the Indy 500 went yesterday. It's slowly getting to that point. Hopefully we can get some green flag racing in here to the finish. Start of the race, the track temp was 83 degrees. It's down to 66. Air temp was 72, down to 66. And a lot of it is because of the sun setting throughout the course of this race with how long it has gone. Again, 4 hours, 38 minutes into this race. And this is not counting the red flag that we had. Again, that's just the caution and green flag periods we've been on. So not counting the just slightly longer than a half hour red flag that we were under. I wonder if it shows the time of the red flag. It does not show the red flag time. Sometimes it does and sometimes it doesn't, I've noticed. Heading to the choose rule. Byron to the outside of the front row again. It worked the last 2 times. You'd imagine he's going to go hoping it works a third. And Blaney hoping that the bottom works for a third time for himself to get by that said 24 car. Byron, Blaney on the front row. Blaney on the inside, Byron on the outside. Martin Truex Jr., Kyle Larson in row 2 with Truex down low, Larson up high. And then row 3 will be Kyle Busch and Tyler Reddick, both drivers who have spun today and are on their comeback trail to try to get through the field. Reddick maybe has a slightly better car than Kyle Busch, but he's got some other cars in front of him he's got to work with. But Reddick will be on the outside of row 3, so Busch will be on the bottom of that row. 26 laps to go on the ensuing restart. And we will see what will happen. With 26 laps to go in the Coca-Cola 600. They will be going green this time. Field working their way off of turn 4 as the pace car makes the huge left-hand turn down to pit road to get out of the leader's ways. Will this be the final restart of the race? You can only hope. They're tightly doubled up into the Geico restart zone. Green flag is back in the air. Blaney gets a much better push for Martin Truex Jr. and didn't spin the tires either. He's got a nose out in front of William Byron on the inside of the racetrack. Larson slides sideways. I think he got tagged by Reddick. And there's a huge wreck off of turn 2. Back across the track goes Larson. Ty Gibbs is in it. Joey Logano's in it. Gibbs slams the inside wall. Oh my goodness. Caution flag. Larson is wrecked out of another race where he was in the top 5. How many times has that happened this year? And I believe Blaney was the leader when the caution flag came out. Based off the last scoring loop, it looks like the right front toe link is bent on the 5 of Larson. Caution flag for the 16th time today. We had 18 yellows in last year's Coke 600, 16 this year, and Larson may have gotten tagged by Reddick from behind in the middle of the corner. He either got tagged or he just got loose because he was so far sideways, but they weren't even up to speed yet because it was the first lap after the restart through 1 and 2. Christopher Bell's got heavy damage on the right front of his car as well. They're showing a replay. See exactly what happened as I tried to diagnose it. Larson just got loose. That was strange. Yeah, he just got loose, turned sideways in the middle of the corner, but it's weird to get loose when you're not even up to speed yet. And I almost wonder if, like, maybe he missed a shift or something. I don't know if they were up to 5th gear or not by that point. Maybe he missed a shift and it caused the issue. That's the only thing I could think of. Wow.
But that kid did an amazing job all day today.
Yeah, I mean, you nailed it. He's been solid. He's done that all year, Tony. He's been solid each and every week, doing everything he is, logging the laps, learning, getting the experience, getting the respect of the other drivers. Hasn't been in any dust-ups all season long. Right in his lap.
sure how badly that car is hurt from the sound of the impact. It could be pretty severe. A lot of vibration there. From Joey Logano. Just couldn't get low enough soon enough.
Just nowhere to go. I mean, that's just in a country. There just wasn't anywhere good to be, whether you were on the inside or outside. It was the way that Kyle started spinning down, got that bottom all choked up, and then the top choked up at the same time when it caught.
Ross Chastain with a lot of evasive action to get through there.
How about this?
And Ghost Car showing us that as of the last scoring loop, Blaney was the race leader.
Huge.
Pit road is open. Very few takers. Just Almirola there right now. We've got at least 17 cars involved in.
Unbelievable. Honestly surprising with having 16 cautions and only 17 cars have been involved in any sort of yellows so far today.
It's been a very eventful Coca-Cola 600. Eric Almirola and Bubba Wallace, when the red flag came out, had words and a shove. An even bigger shove was here. Denny Hamlin, Chase Elliott comes off the wall, and both cars knocked out of the race in this one.
It's a big hit there, Tony.
Yes.
That is Kevin Harvick sliding through the turf after contact. And this one with Kyle Larson going around, catching Christopher Bell, Joey Logano, and Ty Gibbs. And there were more. That's just the highlight reel, or low light reel, if you will. Kyle Larson under repair. So we've got an interesting top 10 with some fellows we've not seen up there much today. Here's Ryan Preece in 6th, Ricky Stenhouse in 7th, Justin Haley in 8th, Eric Almirola in 9th, Chase Briscoe up to 11th, J.J. Yaley 13th, Ross Chastain up into the top 15. We're not going to hit the caution flag record of 22, fortunately. But then again, we still have 22 laps to go. Never say never, right?
These boys are going to give the fans their money's worth, though. This is going to be an awesome finish. I mean, it is literally the battle of the fastest two cars. It's been Blaney and Byron all day long. Reddick was up there. I mean, Truex has been up there early. Kyle Busch, he's been spun around today. He's up there in 4th.
I don't ever pump our guys up when we're doing the broadcast, but I'm really proud of Ryan Preece, Eric Almirola, Chase Briscoe right now. It's a battle from how bad all 4 of our cars were at the beginning of this race. Kevin Harvick dropping all the way back to 30th. For these guys to rally and almost get 3 of the 4 cars in the top 10 right now at this stage of the race. Pretty proud of our organization.
Yeah, Briscoe was a lap down.
Yes.
And as soon as Harvick was on, I mean, I'm talking the first stop, Briscoe lap down, Harvick in 30th. Did not look good. All of a sudden, boom, here we are, all in the top 10.
But let's remind folks, there was no practice. There was, for the first time in the history of this race, no qualifying. Nobody had a lap on the track until they lined them up to race this afternoon.
But That being said, Mike, today's day and age, you just don't fix stuff that far off. That is an unbelievable turnaround of obviously identifying where we're wrong and making an adjustment to try to correct the situation, and boy, did they. It started with Rodney Childress and that 4 team, and everybody followed suit after that. They were another person, teams, just organization, just like Larson that took advantage of that rain delay and went to work. They figured that out and made it good. You know, after all the wins, all the races that this man's seen, Rick Hendrick, it's still fun to see how nervous he gets.
So let's talk motivation. William Byron has 3 wins in the bank. He wants to win his home track race. Who wouldn't? Wants to win on just a mile from the Hendrick Motorsports campus for his boss. They are calling Kyle Larson's car to pit road. He had gone back on track 1 lap down, lined up at the back, and they're NASCAR calling that car in. He's on pit road now. Ryan Blaney's motivation. Let's watch Larson. Larson's going to the garage.
Yeah, I think his tie rod's broke. Say it,
The upright's broke there now.
59 races it's been since he's last won. This boy is hungry, and I think he can get the job done.
And his
There you have it, 59 races since Ryan Blaney's last win in the NASCAR Cup Series. He'll be on the outside of the front row. This time Byron will be on the inside of row 1 as they head through the Geico restart zone. A 20-lap shootout to decide the Coca-Cola 600, and the green flag is back in the air. Blaney gets a good launch on the top. Byron did not take off well on the bottom. He hasn't been down there for the front row and restart in a while, and it showed. Blaney is easily clear into turns 1 and 2 as they go 2 and 3 wide further back once again behind them. They'll make it through the first turn without an accident this time as Blaney has a battle out of his rearview mirror for second. Truex to the bottom of the racetrack. Gets tight in the dirty air, though, behind the 12. He almost had the 24 clear until he got tight, and then he had to lift, and now Byron gets back around Martin Truex Jr. for second place. Tyler Reddick is going to get to 4th on the front stretch as he gets by the 8 of Kyle Busch, and I believe that is Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in the 47 trying to get into the top 5 as he battles to the outside of Busch. Side-drafting him heavily off the backstretch near contact as Busch leans on the 47 car into turn 3. Truex to the bottom of the track trying to get by Byron. Blaney trying to get away from both of them. Side by side for second. Busch slams Stenhouse into the wall off turn 4. Ricky's going to keep driving it. That was all on Kyle Busch there as he just cleared himself on the 47. Knocked him into the wall. We stay green. Truex got loose in the middle of 1 and 2. Reddick, fellow Toyota driver, to the inside as a battle for 3rd. Ryan Blaney has a 3/10 of a second lead. Reddick with the slide job through 3 and 4 is up to P3. He was the only driver that had anything for Ryan Blaney in the entire half of the race. And now Stenhouse and Busch get together again. This time it's Stenhouse clipping the left rear of Busch. And Bubba Wallace out of nowhere is up to 5th. Where did he come from? He was 16th on the restart, and he got up to 5th. Does he have like fresh tires or something? I'm missing something. Bubba Wallace is up to 5th. Great save by Kyle Busch, by the way, on Ricky Stenhouse Jr. after nearly getting turned. And Bubba Wallace's car has come to life. He's closing in on Reddick and Truex to be the top Toyota all of a sudden. I thought that man was dead in the water. He's going to the inside of Reddick, it looks like, through turns 1 and 2. On the bottom of the racetrack, and maybe as we're getting into the nighttime sky all of a sudden with all these late race cautions, maybe that has allowed the 23 car to come to life. Ryan Blaney's got a 6/10 of a second advantage over Byron. Blaney's working the bottom of the racetrack on the white line, and Byron running the top, but he's not really closing in. In fact, Blaney was about a 10th quicker that last lap than the 24 car. Truex is not quite able to keep up with Byron. He tried to make a pass on him a couple laps ago, just couldn't really do so. He's having to actually deal with Tyler Reddick in 4th a little bit more than what he's having to drive out of the windshield to try to catch William Byron. Byron actually quicker than Truex again that last lap, and he has about a half a second over the 19 car. Reddick almost into the wall off turn 4 again. He's done that a couple times today. Somehow still ended it in 4th as his teammate, Bubba Wallace, will lurk for 4th again. Reddick is down on the bottom of the track, though. He's not running the top, and a lot of it is to catch the clean air. He's the only one of the top 5 that is trying to run the bottom of the track outside of race leader Ryan Blaney. Just trying to get as much clean air as he can, really, even though he isn't in his preferred lane. Truex started in the middle, cut down to the bottom in the center of the corner. Busch and Stenhouse going at it again. And they're side by side for 6th again. Ricky's got the run. Kyle leans on the left rear corner panel. Nearly makes contact. These guys are not giving each other any space. And you just got to hope that they keep the fenders on it to the end. Busch with the slide job. Gets into Ricky again off the exit of the corner. He keeps it off the wall again. They're door to door. Bubba Wallace clears Tyler Reddick for 4th. Meanwhile, after a great run down the backstretch, he'll stay to the outside through 3 and 4 as Reddick tries to dive bomb the bottom again. Can't keep up. Wallace is into 4th place, 1.8 seconds off the lead with 13 to go. Make that 12 to go. Busch crosses Stenhouse back over. That is for 6th place on the racetrack. That is allowing Ryan Preece to close in, as well as Chris Buescher, who won Stage 2 and was 20th at one point in this final stage. Buescher back in it, missing the carnage. And a great run by Ryan Preece as he's trying to get his first top 10 in a long time in the NASCAR Cup Series if he can get it done here today. Austin Dillon, who's been nowhere near the top 10 all day, now he's coming to life late, missing all the carnage as well. He gets by Ryan Preece for the 9th place position on track and has a huge run after Buescher for 8th. Wallace is not on fresher tires. He pitted at the same time that Blaney, Byron, Truex, and all them guys did. So I'm not sure how he got up there, but he went from 16th to 4th now off this last restart with 20 to go. He's not running quite as quick as Blaney and Byron, though, at the front of the field. He might have a chance to get Truex, but without a caution, I don't think he can catch the top 2. Ryan Blaney, 7/10 of a second lead over Byron. Pretty equal those last 2 laps to go in the Coca-Cola 600 as we are nearly 5 hours into this race. Blaney no longer on the bottom. He's in the grip strip on the outside in that traction compound with all 4 tires. Trying to take Byron's line away. He's going to try to force the 24 to run the bottom so that way if he does run the top, he's in the dirty air. Busch is starting to pull away from Stenhouse after battling hard for 6th. I'm surprised both cars were able to stay in the race, honestly, as much as they were bouncing off of each other for a couple of laps. Blaney was a 10th quicker than Byron that last lap. This lap, Blaney was another 10th quicker. Closing in on the lap car of Ty Gibbs, who was involved in the second-to-last caution that we saw. Heavy damage on the front of the 54, just trying to finish this race. It will not be a lead lap finish as he'll end up going a lap down. Actually, a second lap down here. He was already 1 down. Blaney got by him pretty easily. Didn't have to work through dirty air. Gibbs is going to let the other cars go behind him. A Ford of Ryan Blaney leads the field. William Byron 2nd. Mark Truex Jr. 3rd. Bubba Wallace 4th. And Tyler Reddick is 5th in the late going of this race. Once again, Ryan Blaney leads, William Byron 2nd, Martin Truex Jr. 3rd, Bubba Wallace 4th, and Tyler Reddick is 5th. Kyle Busch is 6th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 7th, Chris Buescher 8th, Austin Dillon 9th, and Zane Smith is in the top 10 and 10th. What a great day. He's been in the top 12 for a large portion of the second half of the race, and he's looking for a top 10 and a part-time gig in that 38 car at Front Row Motorsports. As a whole, that 38 car has been outperforming the 34 this year. Whether Gilliland or Smith are in that car, it seems like, and Smith is having a great run in his first career Coke 600. 6 laps to go at the line. That last time by for Blaney, hoping it stays green to the finish. He's opened up a 1.3 second lead over William Byron. He's consistently, the last couple of laps, spent anywhere between a 10th or 2 faster than Byron per lap. Truex trying to close in on Byron just a little bit. Willie B has been fading on the long runs more than even Blaney was earlier in the race, so that is part of the reason Blaney is starting to check out as we get to 15 plus laps into the run, 5 to go. Has to get to the white flag for the next flag to end the race. Same lane pretty much for the most part being ran by the 12, the 24, and the 19 at the front of the field. The battle to the end for second could get interesting between Byron and Truex as they are about 1.4, but 4/10 of a second apart from one another. Byron a little bit quicker than Truex on that last lap. Now that Truex has gotten closer to the 24 and is still running the same line, he's having to deal with more dirty air. 3.5 laps to go for Ryan Blaney to end his 59 race winless streak in the NASCAR Cup Series. We saw Martin Truex Jr. a few weeks ago at Dover end a 54 race losing skid Ryan Blaney just a little bit longer of a losing streak than that, and he is trying to end it here today. Byron picked up another 10th on Blaney that last lap, 3 to go. It's not over yet, but Byron's really going to have to dig for something special, and Blaney needs to make sure he doesn't coast here because the race is not over. Truex was also slightly quicker than Blaney that last lap by a couple tenths. He is reeled in Byron within about 3/10 of a second once again in the battle for second. 2 laps to go at the start-finish line, a 1-second lead for Ryan Blaney. Lap car BJ McLeod will stay to the inside and stay out of the way for the 12 to get around him. This would be the 8th career win in Ryan Blaney's career. It would be his first crown jewel win of his career. He's come close to winning the Daytona 500, a runner-up multiple times. That's been the closest he's been to winning a crown jewel event in the NASCAR Cup Series, but this one here today, easily going to be his best Coke 600 finish. And he is looking to get the white flag. The next flag will end the race. He will get it. 1 lap to go. Sponsored by Credit One Bank. Truex is within about 3 car lengths behind Ryan Blaney for behind William Byron for second. Ryan Blaney continues to lead on the outside through turns 1 and 2. And there is no chance that Byron is going to catch that 12 car as he sails into turns 3 and 4, an 8/10 of a second lead. He's kind of holding back a little bit. He's not pushing 100% anymore. Doesn't need to. Byron up near the wall trying to hold Truex back. Ryan Blaney wins the Coca-Cola 600 in 2023. William Byron second, Martin Truex Jr. third, Bubba Wallace fourth, and Tyler Reddick will get the top 5. Let's go. Blaney is a winner for the first time in a long time, and it feels good. Oh my goodness, I can feel the weight lifted off my shoulders. I couldn't imagine how he feels. You'll get to hear from Ryan Blaney and some of the top finishers in our post-race show. We're going to try to keep it as brief as we can because we do have an Xfinity race coming up shortly. They're probably not going to have many interviews going past the scheduled airtime on Fox as well, with the rain delay earlier and the length of the race itself.
People around him.
Bubba Wallace congratulating him. They're great friends.
Yep.
Listen, this kid, he's been solid from the drop of the green flag the entire race. There's not a moment in the race that he wasn't up front.
And it proves that these Fords can get the job done. That's a big win for Ford.
Yes.
Ryan Blaney will carry the name of Marine Sergeant David Kenneth Kruder from Cincinnati, Ohio to victory lane. Kruder, age 26, was lost in Iraq in 2005. How much of that is excitement and how much of that is relief?
Yes and yes.
Yeah.
Max, 100 max potential on both of those.
I think excitement. He deserves to be excited. He is just absolutely rock solid all day. Never put a wheel wrong.
He came into the Cup Series as a phenom. His first win came here at Charlotte in only his 13th start. And this is his 8th victory. He becomes the 38th different driver to win the Coca-Cola 600.
Just think about this weekend in motorsports. It's pretty unbelievable.
F1 better be glad he doesn't have an F1 program. That's all I got to say.
Caution flags and 7 side-by-side restarts against William Byron for Ryan Blaney, and if memory serves, he won 5 of those 7, including the last one.
The one that mattered the most.
Always very humble with his interviews. He'll be pumped, but you sometimes can't see it. I promise you there'll be a cocktail or a few enjoyed tonight.
Can't get that smile off his face right now, though, that's for sure. Look at that.
It's been a long time coming. capture the flag.
He's going into the stands just like Joseph.
Teammate in Indy, he wants to go celebrate with the fans.
He always gives that flag to a young fan, too. There it is. See him hand it to that little kid. Good on you, Ryan Blaney.
Jamie Little.
Well, Ryan Blaney has waited a long 59 races, and tonight it's the crown jewel. You win the Coca-Cola 600. Ryan, how did you hold off the competition restart after restart to get it done?
Look at
I think they like you.
this guy. I might shed a tear. Man, this has been a cool weekend. Obviously Memorial Day weekend means a lot. I'm growing up here watching Dad run this race for a long time, and it's so cool to just be a part of it, let alone win it. And yeah, I just was able to get the lead on the restart, and then just kind of, our car was so good that I could kind of bide my time a little bit, and we were able to drive off, and I was hoping no caution, just because you never know. I know we had the car to do it, but restarts can be crazy, but I cannot thank Body Armor enough. It's awesome. We have their cherry lime camo car here with Operation Homefront, Menards, Advanced Auto Parts, Worth, Ford, so many other partners that do so much for us, Dent Wizard and Dex Imaging. So, you know, you start to get to feel like you can't win anymore, and when you don't win in a while, and kind of get hard. So, just super thankful to the 12 guys for believing in me, and thank you guys for sticking around. Really appreciate it.
Ryan Blaney completes the sweep for Roger Penske on Memorial Day weekend.
And what a weekend it has been, and what a night with all the lead changes. Everybody that had a chance to win this race. 16 caution flags, and Tony Stewart, thanks for being with us for all these races this year.
I had so much fun with you guys this year. I'm going to miss you guys the next couple weeks. But yeah, this was an awesome event. This is one of the best Coke 600s I've ever seen. I mean, there was action from the drop of the green flag through the entire duration of the race.
You nailed it. I mean, I love what the fans got to see. I love the fact that they stuck it out with us. These fans, phenomenal job all weekend long. Such a special weekend and a special day. And that's a special kid that just won this race.
A great win for Ryan Blaney, Roger Penske, and, of course, Ford. Ryan Blaney.
Ryan Blaney wins the 2023 Coca-Cola 600. Margin of victory 0.6 of a second over William Byron in second place. Martin Truex Jr. finishes third tonight. Bubba Wallace fourth. Tyler Reddick ends up fifth. Kyle Busch finishes in sixth. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. seventh. Chris Buescher eighth. Austin Dillon ninth. And Zane Smith gets a top 10 finish. Kevin Harvick 11th place with a good rebound after that late spin. Alex Bowman 12th. Ryan Preece 13th. AJ Allmendinger 14th. And Justin Haley 15th. He's got to strap up and go for the next race here pretty soon. So he better get ready. JJ Yeley for Rick Ware Racing finishes 16th. And I was about to mention this under the last restart with 20 to go. Yeley was in 13th place. Great run for JJ Yeley tonight. Had some speed in that Rick Ware Racing Ford rather. And yeah, honestly, he had a great run. Corey LaJoie finishes in 17th. Harrison Burton in 18th. Brad Keselowski 19th. Chase Briscoe 20th. Joey Logano fell back to 21st there. Ross Chastain 22nd. Daniel Suarez 23rd. Christopher Bell 24th. And Eric Almirola 25th. He was the last car in the lead lap. Ty Gibbs finished 2 laps down with damage in 26th. He also has a strap up, and he's got a good chance to win the Xfinity Series race here in a little bit, so look out for Gibbs there. Ty Dillon finishes 27th, Michael McDowell 28th, BJ McLeod 29th, and Kyle Larson will finish 30th. Austin Cindric 31st, Derek Jones 32nd, Todd Gilliland 33rd, Chase Elliott 34th, Denny Hamlin 35th, Noah Gragson 36th, and Jimmy Johnson rounds out the 37 car field. 4 hours, 58 minutes, and 49 seconds was the total time from the drop of the green flag to the checker today. We did have about a half-hour rain delay in there as well. Crazy race. 16 cautions in the race, the third most, tied for the third most in Coke 600 history. Ryan Blaney did lead the most laps today. Honestly, I think we could say this was Ryan Blaney's most complete NASCAR Cup Series race. He won a stage. He led 163 of the 400 laps and won the race. He had led over 100 laps 11 times in his NASCAR Cup Series career. He didn't win any one of those 11 races. I can tell you that as a Ryan Blaney fan. He doesn't win the races he dominates, and he wins the races where he just kind of sneaks up and grabs it at the finish, but that was not the case today. He deserved this win. had the fastest car and got the job done when it counted the most on those late race restarts. William Byron, second most laps led. He won stage 1 today. Blaney won the third stage and then obviously the race as well. Byron won stage 1, led 92 laps today as well. And then the stage 2 winner was Chris Buescher, who led only 12 laps in today's race, and he did a great job rebounding for a top 10 because he was back around 20th at one point as well. 13 different drivers led a lap in today's race. $32 lead changes total today. So 32 lead changes with the 13 different leaders. And again, 16 cautions. Average race speed was 118.39 miles per hour, and the race did finish under its 600-mile, 400-lap regulation length. So the scheduled distance there. No overtime today. That's the first time in a while, I feel like, for the NASCAR Cup Series. No overtime. Not counting the All-Star race, of course, last weekend. But clean finish. It was getting a little shaky there in the middle of going the stage, but we did end up getting a decent green flag run there at the end. And yeah, my guy, Ryan Blaney finally does it. I'm happy. It was hard not to keep a smile on my face listening to his interview and seeing him go into the crowd. I want to show a little bit of passion because I do care, about where Ryan Blaney finishes on a weekly basis. The call, I try to bring it down the middle, and then I try to bring myself down because the commentary side of things. But big win for Ryan Blaney, probably the biggest of his career thus far, winning the 600 and breaking that 59 race winless streak. It's his 8th career win, first career crown jewel. And if we get any other interviews here on our way out, you guys will get to listen in. We'll quickly go through the fantasy point standings based off of today's finish. I know my team didn't do so hot. Well, I mean, Bubba Wallace did come back there late, so Chase did get into Denny, which took out 2 guys on my team. But I had Denny in the garage. I gotta find it. Oh, yeah, duh. So, first and foremost, I'll walk you through it. If you're not in the fantasy league yet, you can join the fantasy league. It is never too late to join. You got a chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing the following season, if you win the regular season or the playoff championship. And more on that in a little bit. Here's William Byron with Regan Smith.
What more did you need at the end there to battle Ryan?
We just needed a little bit. Just really happy for Ryan. He really deserves it. He's a good dude, and cool to see him get a win. But yeah, we just needed a little bit. I felt like there were enough restarts for him to get back towards the front. He had that one, pit road where he lost a few spots. It was kind of between us and the 5, but I knew the 12 and the 45 were a little bit stronger than us. But just thanks to this Liberty University Chevrolet team, the car was great tonight. I mean, just not quite good enough, but really proud of the effort. Pit crew was phenomenal in pit road. I mean, those guys are just high energy, and that pit stall helped. So just a credit to the few weeks before at Darlington, and just proud of where our team is at. Just need a little bit more. Thanks, William.
Byron started on the pole, mentioned that pit crew so many times.
Yeah, and the pole sitter has won 4 of the last 6 Coke 600s coming into today's race. Byron finished second after starting on the pole, almost made it 5 of the last 7, but ends up finishing runner-up. Only one finisher in the last 16 oval races at Charlotte has won from outside the top 10. But that does not happen today because if I remember correctly, Ryan Blaney did start inside the top 10. So now it is one of the last 17 Coke 600s. So again, you can go to the quick links section on the fantasy on the NASCAR mobile app or website as I just clicked on. Sign up with your email. Free to join. Chance to win, again, 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you win the regular season or the playoff championship. I'll put it in the chat real quick. KRC League. Well, that's not how you spell it. 3 letters, I misspelled it. KRC League. KRC in all caps, space, capital L on League. That is where you'll want to join. My team today, Kevin Harvick ended up finishing 12th, had quite a few stage points, not terrible. You only get stage points for the first 2 stages on here, by the way. Bubba Wallace only 1 stage point, but did get a 4th place finish, pretty solid. Ross Chastain was off. I think he might have had damage from an earlier incident because he was around 27th. Late in the race, he was getting lapped. He was well off of pace from, I think it was Todd Gilliland before Gilliland and Keselowski got together. He was like 5 seconds behind him at one point, furthest by far away from any other cars on the lead lap. So I think he had damage from an earlier incident. Can't verify that, but I almost wonder if he was in the same incident Suarez was in because they were pretty much around each other most of the day after that. But even before that, Chastain, I don't think was higher than 12th in the running order all race. Denny Hamlin Had a fast car. So did Kyle Larson. They didn't get good finishes. They ended up outside the top 10. Same goes for Chase Elliott. Outside of Chastain and maybe Harvick, because of how roller coaster of a day Harvick had, probably could have a case for a top 10 finish for all those guys, but I think Wallace was the only one with the top 10 on my team. Bubba was my pick to win the race today. It struggled in the early going, but really came to life out of nowhere. Went from 16th to 4th on that last restart. It showed speed all of a sudden those last 20 laps of the race. He did get into the top 10 at one other point. I think he had a pit road penalty that put him back that last time in the final 50 laps, so good comeback, good run for him. He's finished top 5 in all 3 mile-and-a-half racetracks this season. He won on a mile-and-a-half last year. I would not be shocked if he wins on a mile-and-a-half this season as well. Solid points day for him. For my bonus points, I had Hamlin over Larson. I was wrong on that. I had Elliott over Harvick. Wrong there. Wallace over Truex. Truex actually beat Wallace by 1 spot, finishing 3rd, so I was wrong. And had Byron over Busch. I did get 10 bonus points, but not great. We'll look at the other standing finishes this week. I actually ended up 17th with 112 points, so not a good week for me. Inside Uranus, who came into the week 2nd in the standings, 77 out of 1st, wins this week's Coke 600. 209 points scored for him. The Plow V3 with 182 points will finish in 2nd. Dale 30 finishes 3rd with 180 points. Not an Elliott fan 4th with 178 and 176 points for P-Shat Motorsports. Will round out our top 5 this weekend. I want to see who was all on Inside Uranus' team real quick. He also had Kevin Harvick. Also had Denny Hamlin and Elliott in his garage. The difference is he had Blaney, who won and had the most points. Had Kyle Busch and had William Byron, who finished 2nd and had the 2nd most points today. So yeah, that's where he won, obviously. And then he did have more bonus points because he had Larson over Hamlin. And then, yeah, he had more bonus points. I had 10, he had 30. So good week for him. He won by quite a bit too. 27 points. That's usually, it's hard to win by more than 20 really in this league. So competitive. But as we're getting later in the season, a lot of people have probably been used multiple times by some of these teams that are higher up in the league. So gotta play your starters correctly throughout the season, especially as we now are in the second half. Thanks everybody for watching this live commentary stream. It's not our last of the night, believe it or not. The NASCAR Xfinity Series will be coming up. I'll have to keep an eye on it on FS2. We don't know exactly the start time for that race, but just keep a lookout on the channel. We'll be live for the Xfinity Series race, and you'll want to tune in for it. Again, that will be on FS2, and live commentary for that will begin whenever the drop of the green flag ends up starting, whenever they can get these Cup cars off of the grid and get all the pit crew stuff and the Xfinity cars back on pit road and ready to go. I'll see you guys. Thanks for watching, and hope to see you here shortly.